you want with it, Cynthia. I don't care."
"Oh, I know you better than that, Jay,"
she says.
"Have you forgotten?"
He thinks she's trying to charm him, and it makes him like her even less than he already does.
"These men are coming to you for help," he says, standing. "If you betray them, that's on your conscience. Why don't you try not to let yourself down for once?"
He starts for the leather-cushioned door to the outside.
"Jay, wait,"
she says behind him.
"There's something else."
"Goodbye, Cynthia."
"I need to know why you were asking about the homicide in 5th Ward."
Jay stops at the door, feeling a flutter of worry, and the sorry knowledge that Cynthia is incapable of making anything easy for him.
"I thought we agreed you weren't going to ask me any questions about that," he says. "She turned herself in, you know."
"What?" He inches toward Cynthia, not sure he heard her correctly.
"The girl,"
Cynthia says.
"She turned herself in."
"How do you—"
"The grand jury came down with an indictment this morning."
He's aware that he's being watched, studied, that she's following his every move, reading his reaction.
"The cops were going to arrest her anyway. This way, her lawyer avoided a perp walk. The arraignment's this afternoon."
"I thought you said the evidence was light."
"They turned up something in a search."
"The gun?" There's something desperate in his tone, a note of panic that makes Cynthia nervous.
"Jesus Christ. If you know something, Jay..."
"I don't."
"I know you have people out that way. Bernie's family."
He holds up a hand. "Don't." It's simply more than he can take. The woman, an arrest, his wife's name out of Cynthia's mouth.
"I know you've done some cases out that way, Jay. I know you've got connections in 5th Ward. If you know something, you need to talk to the authorities, the police or the district attorney's office."
"I can't do that, Cynthia. I can't explain it right now. I just can't."
"Well, I already told them about you," she says.
"What the hell did you do that for?"
"Don't worry, I didn't use your name."
He wishes like hell he had any reason to believe her.
"I told the district attorney that I know someone who might have information about the case. They want to talk to you as soon as possible."
"Jesus, Cynthia."
"I had to say something, Jay. The DA's office is hot as hell on this one,"
Cynthia says, explaining, apologizing almost.
"The girl went and hired herself someone right out of their office, an ex-DA by the name of Charlie Luckman."
"Are you shitting me?"
"You know him?"
"Charlie Luckman?" Jay thinks of all the unreturned phone calls, Mr. Luckman's secretary reporting over and over that her boss was with a new client on urgent business.
"Are you in some kind of trouble, Jay?"
"I'm in a lot of trouble, Cynthia." He turns and opens the front door, squinting against a blast of white light. The rain has stopped and the sun has found its place again, its oppressive position on high. The heat is dizzying. On the street, Jay stumbles back to his car, playing the words over and over again in his mind.
"She turned herself in."
Chapter 18. They bring in the defendants in groups of 5. Jay, palms slick with sweat, watches from the back row of the gallery. He scans the faces in the courtroom, knowing the risk he's taking by being here. There must be a dozen or so spectators in the gallery, mostly men in sport coats and slacks. He wonders if any of them are cops. If he's asked anything, he'll lie. He decided that on the ride over. But he needs to know what, if anything, Elise Lindsay said to detectives. For arraignments, the defendants sit in the jury box to the right of Judge Emily R. Vrolin's bench. 2 armed bailiffs stand on either side, taking note of any stray movement, any unnecessary shifting or yawning or whispering among those waiting to be formally charged. The men and women in custody are a solemn bunch. Most have spent a night or 2 in lockup, been forced to trade their clothes and personal effects for a county-issued jumpsuit, and are not exactly in the most cheerful of moods. They stare straight ahead, waiting their turn. Jay remembers looking out into the gallery at his own arraignment, searching first for his mother's face, then Cynthia's. He knew right away something was wrong. His mother's absence didn't surprise him. It hurt, but it didn't surprise him. But when he looked out into the courtroom and did not see Cynthia, he felt actual alarm. Something was seriously wrong. He felt it before he understood the weight of her absence, how bad things would get for him. That first court appearance, Bumpy Williams was the only cat who showed up for Jay. After all the organizing Jay had done in support of his brothers in lockup, the arrested or wrongly accused, most of his comrades in arms stayed away in those early days. It was the first true indication that the charges against him were more serious than the cops had initially led on. This was bigger than some trespassing charge or a case of unlawful assembly. He was too ashamed to push Bumpy on the Cynthia issue when it became clear she was pointedly avoiding him, not showing up at the arraignment, never once coming to see him in lockup, and not returning the calls it took great pains to make from jail. He hated to send Bumpy on a romantic errand. But pride aside, he knew the issue of Cynthia's absence was bigger than his personal feelings for her. In order to beat the charges, he needed Cynthia as a witness. Then, a few days after the arraignment, Bumpy came to see him in lockup. Jay remembers he held the plastic phone receiver, looked at Jay through the dirty bulletproof glass in the visiting room, and, unsolicited, offered up the information he had, what he'd heard from one too many sources. Cynthia Maddox was gone. Off campus, out of the city, maybe out of the state. Gone. Elise Lindsay is still a no-show. Nor does Jay see Charlie Luckman in the courtroom. At the bench, the judge is sipping tea-colored water out of a plastic cup, what could be Jack Daniels for all Jay can tell at this distance. Emily Vroland is young for a county judge. Ashy blonde and prettily made up, she looks like the kind of woman who actually has plans for after work. Maybe jazz at the Warwick Hotel or country and western at a stomp house down in Victoria. Whatever her social agenda, her afternoon calendar seems to be interfering, running longer than maybe she anticipated. Under the courtroom's fluorescent lights, Judge Vroland listens to her clerk read criminal charges into the record. Solicitation, or DWI, or felony assault. Misdemeanor theft, or city code violation, or vehicular manslaughter. She listens as the defendants mumble pleas, defense lawyers waive their pretrial hearings, and prosecuting attorneys argue for a stiff bail penalty. She attends to all of this leaned way back in her chair, saying as little as possible about the sleepy proceedings, seemingly lulled by the constant ticky-tapping of the court reporter's stenograph machine. Jay checks his watch and glances around the courtroom again, looking for some sign of Mr. Luckman or his client. This time, his eyes land on a familiar face. Across the aisle, second row from the back, the man from the black Ford is staring right at him. The man tips an imaginary hat in Jay's direction, a faint smile on his lips, as if this is all going according to some plan, as if he's tickled by Jay's lawyerly predictability. Of course Jay would show up at the arraignment, and of course the man from the black Ford would be here too, to monitor his $25,000 investment. Jay will not get up and leave. The decision is made right then. He won't turn tail and run. What he needs is a minute to think, to decide on an approach. He wonders how much the guy knows. Jay's call to the mayor, the trip to the courthouse, and to Rolly's bar, and how long he's been watching. Caught, Jay considers whether his best defense is an offense. If he ought to confront the guy right here and now in a room full of people to make clear he hasn't technically broken their agreement. He's almost onto his feet when the door behind the clerk's desk opens wide and the last defendant is led in. Even at this distance, he recognizes her at once. She's heavily made up for court, wearing a powder blue pantsuit with a pinkish seashell-colored blouse, primly buttoned all the way up to her chin. There's no county-issued jumpsuit, no handcuffs for her. Mr. Luckman is already earning his fee, and then some. Jay thinks maybe he's underestimated Charlie Luckman's power, his true pull in the courts. Being an ex-DA apparently has its perks. Jay would almost bet that Elise Lindsay never spent more than a couple of hours in lockup. And here she is now, about to be charged with murder, and the only medal on her wrists is a pair of gold diamond-encrusted bracelets. Her hair, lighter than Jay remembers, is tucked softly behind her ears. A bailiff guards Ms. Lindsay on one side. On the other, Charlie, in an oyster-gray three-piece and matching quill ostrich boots, leads his client by the elbow, gently showing her the way. She's doing a grand job of pretending that this is all new to her, that she hasn't been here a dozen times before, at a defendant's table, in front of a judge. The clothes and the makeup are a cover, the shell that hides the girl from Galena Park, a thief and a prostitute. Jay can't believe the trouble this woman has caused him. He has an impulsive, perilous thought of leaping from his seat and wrapping his fingers around her bony neck. When the clerk commences the formal reading of the charges, there's a pronounced hush in the room as the words are said out loud. The State of Texas versus Elise Lindsay, case number HC-760432. Let it be noted for the record that the defendant is hereby charged with one count of criminal homicide in violation of Texas Penal Code Section 19.02. A felony to wit the defendant on or about the date of August 1st, 1981, did knowingly and intentionally cause the death of one Dwight Sweeney. Jay makes a mental note of the name. Mr. Luckman? The judge begins the proceedings. Gone is the limp and listless late-afternoon handling of the court's business. Her voice has taken on a deep note of sobriety. How does the defendant plead? They all watch and wait. Charlie Luckman clears his throat, steadies his cowboy boots on the flat brown carpet. He, to Jay's mind, seems nervous. Not guilty, Your Honor. Elise Lindsay never says a word. My client would like to waive the reading of her legal rights under the U.S. Constitution, as counsel has explained all in great detail. Judge Rowland nods. Does the state have a problem with that? No, Your Honor, the prosecutor says. The assistant district attorney assigned to the case is a short, squat woman in her 40s with a Peggy Fleming bowl cut and a rather strong resemblance to a bull terrier. The state would like to request at this time that bail be set in the amount of $250,000. Your Honor, Charlie says, his voice a honeyed drawl, I don't imagine the court needs reminding that my client turned herself in to authorities. That's about as clear a show of good faith as you're likely to get, he says, putting his best folksy foot forward. Jay imagines Charlie as the type of lawyer who believes that condescension masked as plain-spokenness has a winning way with women. Judge Rowland is not impressed. Do you have an actual counter-argument to make, Counselor? Charlie clears his throat, his voice coming back as flat as a Midwestern plains state. Defense requests no bail, Your Honor. We ask that the defendant be released on her own recognizance. We believe she has shown her intention to cooperate fully with both the police and the DA's office in this matter. The court does not treat that lightly, Counselor. Thank you, Your Honor. The bull terrier at the prosecution's table huffs under her breath several times. Your Honor, the state asks the court to consider the heinous nature of this crime. The defendant is charged with shooting a man not once but twice in cold blood. She left her victim to die alone on a... You'll have plenty of time to lay out your case before a jury. We would also like to remind the court that Ms. Lindsay has an extensive criminal history. Which is of no relevance here, Your Honor, Charlie says firmly. Its relevance won't be decided here, that's for sure, the judge says, picking up an ink pen on her desk. In regard to the issue of bail, the court appreciates Ms. Lindsay's show of cooperation with the police detectives and DAs involved in this case, but the court appreciates more the seriousness of the criminal charges against the defendant.
Bail is set in the amount of $250,000.
Your Honor, Charlie says quickly, I'd like to make a motion for a pretrial hearing.
On what basis, Counselor?
Defense counsel would like to make a motion to suppress evidence seized during the search of the defendant's residence.
The slightly panicked look on the DA's face tells Jay that the state's case against Elise Lindsay must rely heavily on whatever it is the cops took from her West Side townhouse. He can't imagine what that might be. He would lay money that the gun used to shoot Dwight Sweeney is floating somewhere at the bottom of the Buffalo Bayou. It's his gun he's not so sure about. Jay turns his head toward the back of the room, catching a glimpse of the back rows out of the corner of his eye. He sees two men he takes for reporters and an older Mexican man in a plaid shirt. The man from the black Ford is gone.
Pretrial hearing is set for Thursday, August 20th,
Judge Rowland says, nodding at her court clerk and making a note on the docket papers on her desk.
Bailiffs will escort Ms. Lindsay downstairs for processing. Your Honor, Charlie says, I don't think the cuffs are necessary.
I do.
It's her final word on the subject.
The armed bailiffs treat Elise gently. They ask her politely to please turn around, to please place her hands behind her back.
It's okay. I'll meet you downstairs, Charlie says.
Finally, Elise relents, pulling her thin arms behind her and turning her backside to the two bailiffs. She looks into the gallery and sees Jay for the first time. Their eyes lock. Jay feels a jolt in his chest. He is her one true witness, the only one here who knows what happened that night. At the sight of him, her posture stiffens. But it's the only outward acknowledgement that he is more than a stranger to her. Her face is impassive, almost stony. She doesn't utter a single word as the bailiffs lead her, handcuffed, out of the room. Jay is up and out of the courtroom in a matter of seconds. He ducks into the hallway, thinking if he moves quickly enough he can get to Elise downstairs before her lawyer does. He's halfway to the elevators when he feels a cold grip on the back of his neck. The muscles in Jay's back seize up, his body suddenly taken hostage. Behind him, the man from the black Ford guides Jay roughly down the hall, shoving him behind a nearby door before Jay can adequately defend himself. On the other side of the door, there's a narrow stairwell. Jay falls down several steps, his body rolling onto a landing below. Above him, he hears the door slam and the echo of the man's footsteps in the stairwell. Jay tries to get to his feet, but the man is on him before Jay is even upright. The first blow comes up under his chin. He feels his teeth knock against each other inside his mouth, feels a shot of pain through his skull. He tries to speak. Wait! The man lifts him by the collar and tosses him down the next flight of stairs. Jay feels a burn along the right side of his face as he skids across the linoleum. He hears the footsteps again coming toward him on the stairs. I'm not going to have a problem with you, am I, Mr. Porter? Jay is on his side, trying to get on his feet. The man hovers over him, taking his weakened position for obedience. Good. He slaps a hand on Jay's shoulder, patting him in a rough, friendly manner, as if Jay were a dog, a thick-headed animal. Good boy. It's the word boy that does it, launching Jay onto his feet. He charges the guy, butting his head into the man's abdomen. The force of the blow sends them both tumbling down the stairwell. Jay lands on top of him. He pins his knees to the man's chest and punches him twice across the face, knuckles hitting bone. The man from the black Ford pushes himself up at the waist and, using his head as a weapon, bashes Jay across the forehead, knocking him back. Then he socks him good in the stomach. Jay feels his breath leave him. He collapses onto the linoleum floor. When he looks up, the man from the black Ford is standing over him. He lifts his right boot and kicks Jay across the face. This time, Jay tastes blood. The man lifts Jay by the throat, slamming the back of his head against the wall. Stay away from this, Mr. Porter, he says. Go home to your pretty wife. Don't make this any harder on her than it has to be. He releases Jay, whose head slumps over to one side, his whole bruised body sinking onto the cold, hard floor. Through the slits of his rapidly swelling eyes, he watches the man retreat down the stairwell.
the sound of footsteps fading on the stairs. When he arrives at his apartment, the television is on. Bernie is sitting on the edge of the sofa, the weight of her belly resting between her knees. She's staring at the screen. She doesn't formally acknowledge his presence. She looks up once at Jay, who still has his keys in his hand, bloodstains on his dress shirt. She doesn't mention his appearance, the bruises on his face and neck. She doesn't say a single word. She simply turns back to the television. The news is on, Jay sees, and on the screen, Elise Lindsay is standing next to Charlie Luckman on the steps of the criminal courts building. Bernie stares at her face.
Jay, what is this?
On the screen, Charlie is doing most of the talking. In fact, as far as Jay can tell, this press conference on the courthouse steps is really Charlie's show. His first homicide case in years, one reporter says. What's it like going head-to-head with his old department? Does he miss criminal law? Would he ever think of rejoining the DA's office? Charlie tells the reporters that he is immensely proud of his private practice, and no, he does not find it odd that he now defends people with money who are accused of the very same crimes he used to prosecute. A bank account has no bearing on the Constitution, he says, adding, "Thank God." Yes, he would be a fool to say his previous experience at the DA's office didn't give him certain advantages, but he knows the men and gals in that office to be tough birds. Still, his prediction for this fight? The case won't even make it to trial. He never says a direct word about Elise Lindsay, nor does she speak. Bernie stares at the girl's face.
We've got to call the police.
Jay takes a deep breath. We need to talk, B. He crosses to his wife and kneels before her. She stares at his position on the floor, not understanding. He gently places his hands on her knees. Up close, he hears her quick, shallow breath. She reaches out and touches a bruise on his cheek. Jay winces, the pain cutting to the bone.
What happened to you?
He tells her everything. The bit in the paper, the visit to the crime scene, the groundskeeper, his fears about a setup, the man from the black Ford, the truth about Jimmy's cousin, the break-in, the lies, the mess he made of things, his fears about the feds, the thoughts about his trial, his past, the demons he can't shake. At the end of it, he rests his head in the space between her knees. I don't feel right, B, he whispers. A few minutes pass. He's encouraged by the light stroke of her hand across his hair. He has never felt more that he and B are not equals. Not a man-woman thing, or even his age, but the simple fact that his wife is whole, and he, at her feet, is not. The reason he needs her so. This family, his child. Bernie gently raises his chin.
Listen to me. We are going to go to the police. You're going to tell them everything you just told me. Just like that.
I can't do that, B.
Why?
He shakes his head. No police.
Jay, if this has something to do with my birthday, that night on the boat?
She stops suddenly, changing her tone.
You were right, Jay. Is that what you want to hear? You were right, okay? The whole thing was nothing but trouble. But we got to tell the people what we know. We have to tell them what we saw.
Jay looks up at his wife. There's more. The money and his missing gun. He saved the best for last. I don't know what I'm dealing with, B. You understand? I don't know who the man is or where he came from. I don't know what he's prepared to do. I don't know anything about him or this girl, if somebody put her up to this.
Put her up to what, Jay? What are you talking about?
I don't know, but the shit ain't adding up. It's just not adding up. Bernie hugs her arms across her chest, wrapping herself in a tight cocoon, leaving no room for anybody else, especially not him. She gets huffy when she's scared, often angry with him for, if nothing more, bearing witness to her moment of weakness, making it real. She surprises him then, asking,
Where's the money?
Something in her eyes frightens him. That money's trouble, B.
Where is it?
In my office. Bernie is quiet a moment.
$25,000?
She says, her voice almost a whisper.
You weren't gonna tell me? About none of it, Jay?
I don't want you in it.
I'm already in it, Jay. I heard her screaming too, remember? I heard gunshots, too,
she says.
Evelyn like to died when I told her the story. She said from the start we should have gone to the police.
Evelyn. Shit. Jay scrambles to his feet. He forgot that Bernie told her sister about the boat ride. He's got to stop his sister-in-law before she tells anyone else, before the story gets out of his control. Call her, he says. He tries to help his wife off the couch, but she's resistant, pulling her whole weight away from him, looking up at him like he's plumb lost his mind.
Stop it, Jay.
You need to call your sister.
Why?
You need to call her and tell her to keep her mouth shut.
It'll just make her worry more.
Then tell her I already talked to the cops, he says, suddenly thinking of a way to keep this whole thing quiet. Tell her I already told the police everything. He starts walking toward the kitchen phone, pleading. Call her.
I'm not going to lie. Not to my family. I won't do it, Jay.
I just need to buy some time, B, just till I figure out what to do.
You didn't have anything to do with this, Jay. I don't understand why you can't go to the police,
she says, shaking her head at him, the part she still, after all these years, doesn't understand.
Just tell them the truth.
The man has my gun, B. I have a felony arrest record. What do you want me to say here? What the hell do you want me to do? His arms collapse at his sides. He's suddenly very, very tired. Bernie lets out a soft, featherweight sigh. It takes her longer to get off the couch than it does to get to the wall phone in the kitchen. Jay stumbles behind her in a stupor of awe and gratitude for his wife's graciousness, the depths to which she's willing to forgive. She picks up the phone. He puts a gentle hand on her shoulder. It's just a phone call, B. Bernie nods, dialing. Jay walks her through the whole thing, whispering in her ear. Tell her this is the first you heard of it, or you would have said something earlier.
You know how Jay gets. Don't want to worry nobody with nothing.
Tell her I talked to a detective. I told you the man's name, but you can't remember it just now.
It must have been a few days ago,
she says into the phone.
Tell her you're coming to stay with her,
Jay says, suddenly flipping the script. He knew the moment he walked in the door and found her unharmed that he would ask her to leave. Demand it, even. He saved it until now to avoid an argument about it.
Tell her we had a fight and you're coming to stay with her.
Bernie shakes her head. She mouths the words, No, Jay.
You can't stay here, B. It's not safe.
Ev, listen. I'll be out to your place in about an hour. Is that all right?
Bernie says, looking at her husband.
Yeah, we had a little fight. You know how Jay is. Caught up in his head somewhere. Don't want to let nobody inside.
Jay feels the weight of her stare.
Well, frankly,
she says,
I'm getting tired of it.
He helps her pack. Toothbrush, change of clothes. Enough for a couple of days. They wait until after sundown, Jay checking the back alley and the streets around his apartment complex for any signs of a black Ford. They drive to Evelyn's place in silence. He won't walk her to the door. They've got to keep up the appearance, at least, of marital discord. Bernie waits a long time before she opens the car door.
You take care of this. Hear me, Jay? You take care of this so I can come home. So I can have my husband back, Jay. You make me that promise.
He squeezes her hand, nodding his head, biting the corner of his lip.
You got to get clear in your head about some things.
She speaks matter-of-factly, even as her eyes fill with tears.
'Cause I need you, Jay. We need you.
He nods. chewing on his lip until he tastes blood. He knows he's got to let her go. She twists the straps of her overnight bag. Finally, she opens the car door. Through the car window, Jay watches his wife ring the doorbell at Evelyn's one-story tract home. He waits for the door to open, waits to see that she's safely inside. He waves to Evelyn in a cotton nightgown down to her ankles. But his sister-in-law slams the door without a nod or a hello. Chapter 19. Later that night, Rolly finally calls with the lead on where the girl is staying. With Bernie tucked safely away at her sister's, Jay waits till after midnight before meeting Rolly out to his place. When he arrives at Lula's, Carla is behind the bar in a grape-colored leotard and her skin-tight Glorias. She directs Jay down the hallway to Rolly's office, a closet-sized room with a desk hidden beneath a mountain of papers and receipts and industrial-sized cans of stewed tomatoes. On the other side of the desk is a screen door. Through the wire mesh, Jay can see tiny puffs of smoke blowing in from the alley out back, where Rolly is leaned up against the peeling paint of Lula's backside, smoking a joint. He offers Jay a pull, then nods his head approvingly when Jay refuses, as if the offer were only a test. He pinches off the head before tucking what's left of the joint behind his left ear. He nods toward his car parked in the alley. The El Camino is waiting. Jay rides curled up on the floorboard to avoid being seen from the street. His neck is crunched, turned at a severe angle, and the heat from the truck's engine is burning through his clothes. Rolly claims his Louisiana bones can't stand air conditioning. "Just drive safe here," Jay says, feeling suddenly apprehensive about putting his life in Rolly's high hands. They ride for a piece in silence until Rolly gets down to business. "You might have told me the bitch was wanted for murder," he says. Jay squirms on the floorboard, reminding Rolly to watch the road. "Where we headed anyway?" he asks. "Your girl owns a good deal of property around town, most of it under a corporation for which she is the sole proprietor. A lot of it she's apparently looking to unload, according to listings in the paper. She looked up into the real estate game good," Rolly says, reaching across the front seat to the glove compartment, pulling out a pack of Camels. "There's a co-op out to Sugar Land, some new development. Pool, workout room, that sort of thing. It's a nice place. Girl owns a unit. I'm pretty sure she's staying out there." "She been back to her old place?" "Not to stay." "You went out there?" "Once or twice," Rolly says, lifting the car lighter to his cigarette. "Cops around?" "Not that I seen." "What about a black Ford, LTD model?" Jay says. "A white guy driving." Rolly cuts his eyes to the floorboard, taking in Jay's bruised and battered face. "You know, I get the distinct feeling there's some shit in this you're not telling me." Jay ignores the comment. "So what'd you find?" As they ride, Rolly fills Jay in on the rest of it, what he's learned about Elise Lindsay, DOB 51657. She graduated Galena Park High, went all the way to state with their track team in '74. He found that in a little puff piece in the Pasadena Citizen under the heading, "Local Girls Run Circles Around the Competition." From the front pocket of his leather vest, Rolly pulls out a roll of photocopied papers. "I got a copy of whatever the library had give me. Police blotters, obit notices, any little thing that mentioned a name." The girl's arrest record speaks for itself, Rolly says, but from a police blotter in the Chronicle, he did get the name of an after-hours joint where she used to dance and pick up Johns on the side. The Peephole, Rolly says it was called. "There's one girl over there who remembers her, or at least was willing to talk to me about it. She says Elise was fired from the strip club. She tried to keep in touch, but Elise never stayed in one place long enough. Last she had heard, your girl was headed to secretarial school or something like that. Which checks out, by the way. I spent part of the day yesterday calling about a half-dozen secretary schools in Harris County until, bingo, I got it. Sloan's School of Business Management had an Elise Lindsay graduate just last year.
The placement office says her first job out of school was at Coal Oil Industries downtown.
That's quite a leap, Jay says, still having a hard time believing that Elise Lindsay reinvented herself so completely, and of her own volition. From soliciting in a strip joint to working in a corporate high-rise?
Well, Rowley says, the girl might have had a hand up, just like you said. The counselor in the school's placement office went on and on about one of the girls working at Coal Oil at their downtown headquarters, no less. I think she would have put the girl in a brochure if she could have, which, of course, is a fucking crack-up. A prostitute on the cover of a school brochure.
Rowley chuckles, shaking his head at the thought.
But the thing is, the school didn't get her that job. The counselor was hard-pressed to admit that, but once she did, it kind of made sense with something else Elise's girlfriend at the peephole mentioned. One of the barroom regulars at that place was Thomas Cole.
No shit?
Mr. Cole was not only a peephole regular, he was also one of Miss Lindsay's regulars. You follow me, partner?
Rowley tosses his cigarette butt into an empty pop can on the seat, then tosses the can out the window.
Elise told her girlfriend at the club that Thomas Cole was going to be her way out.
Jay suddenly has to sit up. You got anybody behind you? Anybody who's been there a while? Rowley checks the rearview mirror. He shakes his head. Jay pushes himself up with his hands, backing out of the cave underneath the glove compartment. The lights outside the car's windows fishtail and streak before his eyes. It takes a moment before the world settles. He rolls down the passenger side window as far as it'll go, breathing in as much fresh air as his lungs will hold. Rowley turns down the music on the stereo.
The girl didn't make it long with Cole. When I called personnel over there, playing like a prospective employer, they were all too happy to tell me Miss Lindsay was let go after working only 6 months in Mr. Cole's office.
Jay follows the lines of the freeway through the windshield. Secretary school, corporate offices, Thomas Cole. None of this was what he was expecting. And you never came up with anything else? Jay asks, trying to think of how to put it. Any other relationships worth nothing? Cops, sheriff's deputies, federal agents, anything like that? Rowley raises an eyebrow.
What's your deal with this girl again?
What about government work? Jay asks, pushing the issue. What'd she do after she left Cole?
I told you, she got in the real estate game.
Rowley pulls off the 59 freeway somewhere past Beechnut.
The girl landed on her feet pretty good.
He turns off the freeway feeder road into a subdivision called Sugar Oaks Plantation.
'Cause short of owning your own oil well, real estate's about the best game in town. If you're thinking the girl's got money, it's a good guess that's where she earned it.
Only Jay hadn't thought she earned it at all. In his gut, he had believed the girl was trouble, or at least in trouble, and someone had helped her out of a bad situation. For a price. In his head, it was the government, not somebody like Thomas Cole. In his head, they were using her to get to him. But he has been known to see things that aren't there, to wake up some nights reaching for his gun, reaching for a world that no longer exists, for friends who are gone. He has been known to jump at sudden noises, to fear a stranger's smile. He is not sure a broken heart, a broken man, can be trusted. Sugarland, Texas, the crown jewel of Fort Bend County, was founded more than 100 years ago as a cotton and sugar plantation, which apparently is license enough for real estate developers to boldly embrace plantation-style living as a selling point, with absolutely no hint of irony or restraint. All across the county, savvy developers have sprawled colonial knockoffs and erected white columns over every square inch of newly raised pasture land, wrapping it all up in names like Sweetwater Plantation Estates and Oakville Plantation Homes and Colonial Dreams. At the Sugar Oaks plantation, there are lawn jockeys at attention on the clipped lawn in front of the clubhouse. They're not black so much as they are tan. Not exactly white, but rather some reassuring shade of brown, the universal color of good service. They are meant as a reminder that somebody somewhere is working harder than you. The clubhouse, visible from as far back as the 59 freeway, is well lit and alive with good landscaping and fresh white paint. But beyond it, the main road into the subdivision is dotted with stumpish baby pin oaks and clumps of clay and sand where grassy lawns should be. Most of the grand palatial single-family homes advertised on the painted billboard, "From the $120,000," on the highway are still in their skeletal phase. They are just skimpy wood frames poking up out of the dirt, casting strange, sickly shadows into the street. Beneath the hazy moonlight, Sugar Oaks looks less like a plantation and more like a cemetery. At the back of the subdivision is the entrance to the plantation's condominium-style living quarters. Rolly's idea is to park the truck inside the apartment complex so as not to draw any attention on the main road. He'll find a spot for the El Camino to hide, and Jay will go in alone. Rolly cuts the engine. "They pick up for killing a John?" he asks. "Is that the story?" Jay shakes his head. "I don't know." He remembers the groundskeeper's description of the crime scene, the car discovered in a remote empty field, a couple parked out there alone on a Saturday night, the victim's pants undone. It certainly sounds like it was a date, legit or not. Jay turns to Rolly, thinking out loud. "To hear you tell it, the girl found a new calling. Why would she go back to working back seats?" "Some habits are hard to break," Rolly says with a shrug. "Maybe if I knew a little more, like what the hell is really going on here?" Jay makes an impulsive decision to trust Rolly with the rest of it. The man from the black Ford, the blackmail money in his office, and his missing gun. Rolly listens to the whole of it, whistling through his front teeth. "Damn, man," he says. "I'm just trying to see what I'm dealing with, You don't know who it was? The dead guy?" "Just his name," Jay says. Rolly sits up in his seat. "Why don't you let me take a crack at him?" "What?" "The dude," Rolly says. "Let me find out who he is." "You think it's so easy?" "Shit, man." Rolly shakes his head as if he's sorely disappointed in Jay's lack of faith. "Course, I might need a little extra for it, Rolly, always hustling. "You find something," Jay says. "I'll make sure you're taken care of." "All right, man. Cool." He taps another Camel out of his pack. "What about the phone records from the girl's place?" Jay asks, knowing that Rolly keeps an on-and-off-again girlfriend at Southwestern Bell who has come in handy on more than one occasion. "I'm working on it," Rolly says. Jay finally starts out of the car. Rolly leans across the seat. "You carrying?" Jay thought about going in with a gun. After all, it's more likely than not that this girl shot somebody. But instinct told him to go a different way, that armed he might only cause more trouble for himself. Hell, what if the girl takes one look at him and calls the cops? Empty-handed, he can always say he just came to talk. He shakes his head, waving Rolly off, assuring him that he's fine. But of course he doesn't feel fine. His ribs ache and his face is still swollen. He slams the car door shut, then turns and walks down a pebbled pathway and through a pergola archway that's covered in stiff wisteria branches and thick blooms, which, on a closer look, Jay realizes are made of plastic. Each unit in the Sugar Oaks condominiums has its own porch with a white ceiling fan and matching wicker furniture. The pool is kidney-shaped and completely empty. Sugar Oaks is not yet operating at full capacity. Jay walks through the desolate courtyard looking for Unit 9B. The condo is tucked in a far corner, on the opposite end of the courtyard from where he entered. The blinds are drawn, but there's light poking through, casting thin streaks of yellow across the painted black slats of the front porch. He raises his fist and knocks. There are no footsteps. He hears no padding to the door. It simply opens without warning. There, on the other side, is the face he's been chasing. She takes one look at Jay, takes him all in, head to toe. Then, slowly, her mouth curls into a thin half-smile. She looks almost reproachful, as if Jay were a tardy dinner guest who's kept her waiting into the night. She does not seem in the least bit surprised to see him at her doorstep after dark. She seems, if anything, to have been expecting him. If not on this night, then some other.
"If it's the same to you,"
she says,
"I'd rather do this inside than out."
He remembers the voice, rusty and sweet around the edges.
"Why don't you come inside?"
He follows her inside the apartment, wincing ever so slightly when she closes the front door, locking them both inside. He doesn't know this woman, only what she's capable of, and he has no reason as of this moment to trust her. The condo smells of fresh paint. It's completely empty except for a pair of tangled sheets and a Louis Vuitton duffel bag in one corner, a bottle of Cutty Sark in another. There's a rotary phone on the floor near the kitchen. Elise offers him a drink, making a show of fishing through empty cabinets in the kitchen before simply holding out the bottle of scotch. Jay shakes his head, wanting to stay sharp. Elise raises the bottle to her lips and drinks alone. Unlike the prim, buttoned-up clothes she wore earlier today at the courthouse, right now she's wearing jeans and what appears to be a man's undershirt. Her nipples and the bones of her rib cage poke through the thin white cotton. She's smaller and a lot younger looking this close up, under the bright white overhead lights in the unfurnished condo. Here, she's open, completely exposed. Beneath the soft putty of her chin, Jay can see thin, ragged rings around her neck, fading bruises that are still visible almost a week after their first meeting on the boat. The colored scars against her white skin startle him. And all at once he hears her screams again, that night on the boat, the words, "Help me." He remembers the shrill desperation of it, the "I don't want to die" of it. Looking now at the bruises on her neck, he gets the clearest picture yet of just what happened in that parked Chrysler by the bayou, in those few moments before gunshots tore through the night air. She stares at Jay, the bottle dangling between her thin fingers.
"Whatever you're thinking about me,"
she says,
"you got it all wrong."
Jay can hear the Galena Park coming out, rounding out her vowels, roughing up the ends of her words. Elise takes another lusty swallow from the liquor bottle, then wipes her mouth with the back of her hand. Jay can imagine her as a girl, growing up in that rough-and-tumble neighborhood. He can see her dusty bare feet, toes dug in the dirt, can picture her begging a quarter from some boy to run up the street for a snow cone or a cherry pop. She has the bony disposition of an alley cat, a wayward thing, hunting for scraps she can use. And like a feral cat, there is the hint of a hulking strength beneath her tiny frame. It's in the way she cuts her eyes at you. If cornered, she'll come out fighting. "He do that to you?" Jay asks, nodding at the marks on her neck. "Dwight Sweeney?"
"I don't know who the hell that is,"
she says. Jay stares at her, confused. He thinks she's playing games with him.
"He told me his name was Blake Ellis,"
she explains. "He put his hands on you like that?" Jay asks.
"I'm not supposed to be talking about this."
"Your lawyer know he attacked you?" She shakes her head.
"I can't talk about it."
"I don't understand," Jay says, softening toward her in a way he doesn't like or even completely understand. "We dropped you at a police station," he says. "Why didn't you just go in and tell him what he did to you?" He can't help thinking this whole thing might have gone so much differently for all of them. "If this man attacked you, tried to kill you—"
"You never panicked?"
Elise asks, her voice rising sharply.
"You heard that lawyer in court? I got a record."
The irony is not lost on Jay. He would laugh out loud at the peculiar similarities between their two states of mind, if it weren't for the feelings of confusion they engender. He feels a sudden headache coming on, a white-hot point of pressure behind his eyes. He had not been prepared to feel anything but rage toward her. "Who was he asks. "The guy."
"How the hell should I know?" she says. "We met in a bar. He asked me on a date, took me to some Mexican joint out north. After, he wanted to park a little, which I was all right with.
Her words slow to a crawl.
And he got kind of rough with me, and..."
She looks up at Jay suddenly, the brown color of her eyes going as flat as a puddle of mud.
"And that's all I'm going to say about it."
He can tell by the look on her face that she's decided something just then. Decided that he's not entitled to know every goddamn thing about her.
"Look, we don't have a lot of time,"
she says abruptly, setting the bottle of scotch on the floor next to the telephone.
"So why don't you tell me what it is you want? Why you're here?"
She glides across the floor in Jay's direction.
"If you wanted to rat me out to the cops, you'd have done it by now. So there must be something else you want."
She takes another step closer to him, close enough that he can smell a musky sweetness coming off her skin. Remembering her one-time profession, her often enterprising way with men, Jay gets the very strong sensation that she's making him an offer. She has her face tilted up to his, suggestively. Waiting. He might be insulted by the gesture if the whole thing weren't so profoundly sad. "I want you to call him off," he says, pushing her away from him. "I want you to tell him to stay the hell away from my family." Elise stares at Jay, her eyebrows pinched together.
"I'm not sure I know what you're talking about."
"The guy in the Ford, the money," he says. "You made your point."
"Is that what this is about? Money?"
She actually sounds relieved.
"You want money?"
She makes a move toward the Louis Vuitton bag. Jay grabs her by the arm, holding on like a kid who's caught a cat by the tail. He catches a flash of fire in her eyes, a signal, a warning even. "I don't want a goddamn thing from you," he says. "I'll give it back, okay? The money, I'll give it all back. Just call your guy off." She looks utterly confused.
"What are you talking about? What guy?"
Jay doesn't understand where she's going with this, why she would deny it here, now, the two of them alone. He can't follow the game she's playing. "You telling me you didn't send a guy after me to pay me off?"
"I don't even know who you are,"
she says. "What about the old man on the boat, the captain?"
"What about him?"
"He's dead."
"What are you talking about?"
she asks, her voice rising in fear. "You telling me you don't know anything about it?"
"You're hurting me."
Jay looks down and realizes he's still holding on to her arm, his fingers digging into her flesh. He feels himself losing control. The pain behind his eyes spikes. The light in the room seems unnecessarily bright. "Where is it?" he asks.
"Where's what?"
"My gun." Elise shakes her head slowly, as if she's not sure he will understand such a simple gesture. She seems to regard him now as she might a small, highly imaginative child.
"I don't know what you think is happening here,"
she says.
"but I'm not trying to get you in any trouble. If anything, I owe you. I know that. You saved my life, and I don't even know your name."
The words have an airy lilt of a question, an invitation maybe, a suggestion that under different circumstances they might have been friends. Her manner seems purposely disarming, almost ingratiating, and it infuriates him as much as it frightens him. The power of it, the pull, her convincing denial. It's a trick, he tells himself. Don't trust it. "How do I know you're not going to turn it over to the cops?"
"Turn what over to the cops?"
"My gun," he says, watching her eyes for a flicker, a tell.
"Listen to me. The cops don't know a thing about you. And frankly, I'd like to keep it that way. I was never at the scene. You understand?"
she says, wanting to wrestle some cooperation out of him.
The cops don't know a thing.
Somebody knows, Jay says, raising his voice into a ball of thunder. He went after the old man on the boat, and now he's coming after me and my wife. There's a sudden knock at the front door. Jay turns and sees the doorknob twisting back and forth, someone trying to get in from the outside. Jay curses himself for coming in here unarmed. He wishes he'd worked out some kind of signal with Rolly, a backup plan in case shit got rough. Elise starts for the front door. Jay tightens his grip on her arm.
It's the neighborhood security guard, she explains. He knows I'm out here alone. He comes by every hour or so to check on me. I asked him to.
Jay is slow to let her go.
It'll be worse if I don't answer,
she says. When she finally opens the front door, there's a short, stocky man in a red and black uniform on the other side. He's wearing riding boots and a pistol on his belt. Elise glances back at Jay. She seems to want him to see that she was telling the truth. The security guard eyes Jay closely, a black man loose on the plantation. "Everything all right?" he asks Elise. "You a reporter or something?"
He was just leaving,
she says, looking at Jay. She seems thankful for the interruption, which Jay now realizes she knew was coming. She holds the front door open for him, and in a show of southern hospitality steps out onto the tiny front porch, walking him to the little gate just beyond earshot of the guard.
I'm not trying to hurt you, Jay,
she says. "I thought you said you didn't know my name."
You just told me,
she says, tilting her head to one side.
Inside.
But he didn't. Did he? He can't remember. His head is starting to ache again.
I just wish you wouldn't go to the cops about anything is all. They don't know a thing about you,
she says.
I'll give you whatever you want. I swear.
Why should I trust you? Jay asks. He still doesn't understand the man from the black Ford, her insistent denials, or his missing gun. How do I know you're not trying to set me up?
I told you,
she says.
I don't even know who you are.
Chapter 20. He told her he believed her. She put a hand on his knee and asked him what he planned to do. They were laid out in the bed of her truck, parked behind an abandoned fairground, next to a faded red barn and a row of sunken bleachers. Underneath a crescent moon, they lay side by side, watching lightning bugs, early for this time of year, dance in the shadows of the pines. Cynthia had walked the grounds earlier, playing on an old swing set while Jay sat smoking cigarettes, watching from the bleachers. She smelled of grass and clay. There were pine needles stuck in her hair. Jay kissed her lips in the back of the truck. She put her hands on the small of his back, inching toward him. The sex was awkward. It started too fast and never arrived anywhere. Cynthia kept fidgeting, too much in a hurry and getting in her own way. Eventually, Jay rolled off to one side and pulled up his pants. He lay on his back, listening to Otis Redding crackling on the Ford's tinny radio. Sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. Cynthia asked again about Roger. What was Jay prepared to do? The cops had raided Bumpy's girlfriend's place the week before. Cynthia had found Jay coming out of a Spanish lab on the south side of campus and told him he needed to see Bumpy right away. Something big was going down. Bumpy had been seeing a freshman that spring, a gal studying biology over at TSU. She was living with an auntie in South Park, and against Jay's strident objections, Bumpy had started holding meetings at her place, arguing that they needed to take some of the heat off the Scott Street duplex. They played cards out on the front porch, and sometimes Bumpy's girl would cut hair or let him smoke a little weed if her aunt wasn't home. But they kept no files at the house, no phone sheets or mimeographed flyers. So Jay was more than a little surprised and upset to find that the police had discovered a small arsenal of guns stashed in paper bags under the house. The deputies had made a beeline for the guns within a few minutes of storming the house, as if they'd known just where to look. Which could mean only one thing. Somebody had snitched. They had all initially suspected Bumpy's girl. How well did he know her and all that? If she wasn't the rat, it was at least assumed that the girl's aunt, sick of fist-pumping boys coming around her house all time of the day and night, had called the cops. But this assessment didn't hold much weight, especially not after the sheriff's department threatened to arrest the girl and her aunt, too. Bumpy went a little crazy over the whole thing. His girl wouldn't talk to him, and he wanted someone to blame for that, and for his missing weapons, which had been one of the most valuable assets Abel had. The guns were for protection, yes, but they were also a source of income. Bumpy called an emergency meeting at the Scott Street place. Founding members, newcomers, anybody who'd ever made it to even one meeting or showed their face at a rally. He billed it as a rap session, had some of the girls fry up a plate of chicken, made it sound like a party. When the place was filled to capacity, Bumpy shut the door and turned the key, locking everybody inside for almost 20 hours. Lloyd McKelvey and Roger Holloway were assigned to guard the doors, each armed with a .38. Bumpy interviewed everybody one-on-one, seeking a second opinion from Jay from time to time, but also grilling Jay when he got the chance, asking if he was talking to anyone outside Abel about the inner workings of their organization. Besides his buddies in Abel, there was only one person Jay talked to, period, and there was no way he would have told Cynthia about the guns. Jay kept an eye on Roger from across the room. For a soldier on guard, Roger seemed to be having a royally good time. Always a piece of chicken or a beer or a girl in hand, he kept himself far across the room from the heat of Inquisition. By the time the sun was coming up the next day, Bumpy had exhausted himself. His eyes were bloodshot, his mouth dry. He had a couple of beers and went to bed before he ever got around to talking to Roger. So Jay took it on himself to ask Roger if he had known about Bumpy's stash in South Park. "Nah, man," Roger said, picking chicken meat out of his teeth. He wasn't exactly looking Jay in the eye. "I don't even like guns, man, you know that." "Nah, Roger, that's the thing," Jay said. "I don't know that. Matter of fact, I don't really know a thing about you, man. Not really." "I'm Roger, man," he said, smiling broadly. "Just Roger." It was an odd, indirect answer, and it kind of sat with Jay funny. Cynthia was furious about the whole thing, and furious with him for not ousting the dude on the spot. She needed no more convincing that Roger Holloway was a snitch. Laid out in the back of her truck, she kept saying over and over that the feds couldn't get away with it. This was their government, after all. A point he was too tired to argue. He hadn't come out here to talk about Roger, to be lectured by her about whose government it was. Some nights he hated to be reminded of how different they were, how much separated their two views of the world. He wanted to kiss her, to bring her closer. But he felt her slipping away, pulled into some corner in her mind, pouting there like a petulant child. She wanted Roger dealt with. She wanted some show of aggression from him, when all he had was fear and apprehension, and the true knowledge of what his government would do to him if he wasn't careful. Cynthia rolled over flat on her back, pulling her skirt down, covering her knees and every inch of open skin. The silence was there again, popping up between them like mushrooms after a hot spring storm, until there was nothing left except the sound of Otis whistling, and even that faded after a while. Given the circumstances, the police raid and his growing suspicions about a mole in their midst, Jay had half a mind to cancel the African Liberation Rally, which was only a couple of weeks away. Stokely, on a swing back from Guinea, was planning to make a speech, and somebody had heard a rumor the New York Times was sending a reporter to cover the event. It was turning into a very big deal. Jay was already worried about drawing any more attention to himself. He knew the feds were watching him closely. The few times he'd traveled out of state to deliver a speech, he'd been followed on the road, one car clipping the bumper of the borrowed truck he was driving, almost running him into a ditch. Another time, 2 highway patrolmen pulled him over. They searched his car and made him spend a night in lockup because his right taillight was out. He knew the government was looking for any reason to trap him, and he was afraid of the lengths to which the feds would go to silence him. Plus, there was no way of knowing if Roger was the only government informant on campus. Any fool would guess he wasn't. As Cynthia had taken pains to point out, this was something that affected all of them. Political organizing, free speech, the whole goddamn Constitution. None of it was safe. And if Jay canceled the rally, she said, then they all might as well turn their tails in the air. They deserved every ass-fucking rape of their civil rights the government had in store for them. She said it would be a disgrace if he canceled. Other than the general principle of the thing, he didn't understand why Cynthia was so worked up, why she cared so much about one rally. He didn't think Cynthia's group, Students for a Democratic Society, nearly blinded as they were by their collective rage over Johnson's bullshit war, gave 2 shits about Africa. And he didn't want them at his rally, no way. The local chapter of SDS was rancorous and full of infighting and prone to gross theatrics. They had once doused the university's provost in pig's blood as he was coming out of a staged production of My Fair Lady at the school's performance hall. In an article claiming responsibility for the prank in the next day's edition of the Daily Cougar, a senior officer of SDS said they felt they needed to get people's attention any way they could, that marches and rallies weren't making the deaths of American soldiers real enough to folks. Jay didn't understand what the university's provost had to do with Vietnam, or what drowning him in pig's blood was going to do except piss him off and make it harder for everybody else to be heard. But he did see their point about the fading power of speech. The sight of kids chanting and marching through the streets with fists raised was getting more and more common. On its face, it was no longer enough to shock, to wake up the masses, and more important, the powers that be. Jay was ready to try something new, a different tactic altogether. Economic boycotts, or consumer sanctions, he called them. He had already leaked the idea to the papers, but at the rally, he would make it official. He planned to call for a nationwide boycott of some of the biggest corporations in America, companies that were continuing to benefit from a history of colonial and economic oppression of brown people, that made money off the continent of Africa and its people. He would name names: Coca-Cola and Johnson & Johnson, Shell and Gulf Oil, the big petroleum companies sucking the Congo dry. He supposed Cynthia knew what all this meant to him, this push for global uplift, and he liked to think that was the reason she was behind the rally, why she kept pushing for him to protect it, to move forward with his plans. He had no real proof of Roger's wrongdoings, and he was afraid to get into it with Bumpy for fear of what Bumpy might do to the kid if Jay even floated the idea that Roger was on the wrong side of things. Jay needed everybody to keep a cool head. If the kid was an informant, laying so much as a scratch on his back was a colossally bad idea, and Bumpy was still fuming about his guns. So Jay kept his fears to himself and vacillated about what to do with the rally. Up until the last 36 hours, he was on the fence. He kept running through the evidence against Roger in his head, all of it circumstantial. 1, Roger wasn't even a student on campus. 2, no one was really sure where Roger lived. 3, he had offered to help Jay with the rally, offered to type up copies of Jay's speech, his outline for corporate boycotts, and the call for global unity. 4, he'd also cozied up to Alfreda Watkins, and in the process gotten a good long look at Abel's fundraising roster, the names and addresses of people in the community who'd given what little money they had. 5, he'd been hanging around the duplex for months and had occasionally been by Bumpy's girlfriend's place out in South Park. If Roger had been snooping around, he could have easily found the guns there on his own. Added together, it didn't look good, and Jay had to make a decision about the rally before Stokely got on a very expensive flight from Oakland to Houston. Because of the bugs crawling all over the Scott Street duplex, Jay made the call from Cynthia's place. She was off campus by then, in a one-room shotgun shack in the Bottoms and 3rd Ward. He needed a place where he could camp out for a while. It would take hours to track down Stokely, who was back in the country by then, reportedly on the West Coast. Jay needed a secure line where Stokely could call him back if Jay had to leave a message for him. Cynthia made a pot of coffee, rubbed his shoulders while he waited. When the call came, she left him alone. She kissed his forehead and walked out of the house. Jay lit one cigarette after another and ran it down for Brother Carmichael. The cops, the guns, the raid. Maybe, baby, I'm just tripping out on the vibe down here. Tell me I'm just seeing things. But if he was looking to Stokely to cool his paranoia, he'd picked the wrong dude. Talking to a panther about a Fed in their midst was like dropping a match in a pool of black oil. The shit was gonna blow.
This is the most elemental expression of fascism in its purest state, my brother,
Stokely said, his voice cracking like lightning.
What they cannot silence, they will exterminate. You need to open your eyes to the truth of this thing. They trying to kill us, brother.
The words poured out of the phone like tear gas, filling up every space in the room, burning, stinging, gobbling up Jay's breath.
This ain't no game, Stokely said. If you got even a hunch about this dude, get rid of him. Push him out now. We in a war, brother. You got to get them before they get you.
He was talking fast, moving at a dangerous clip. Jay shook his head.
But that's exactly what they want, man. We start kicking people out left and right till there's nothing left. And they sitting back somewhere laughing, watching us tear ourselves apart.
There was a long pause on the other end of the phone. Stokely came back soft, somewhat reflective.
Fred Hampton, man, he said. How much more you need to hear to know these cats mean business?
Now it was Jay's side of the line that went dead silent. He sat there for a long time on Cynthia's floor, running his fingers through the fringe of a Navajo blanket that was covering the concrete floor. He thought about those boys in Chicago, and he had a clear, sudden image of his mother at his own funeral. She would bring him back to Nigton, he knew. Back to Nigtown. Niggertown. She would bury him right where he was born, and it would be done and over with. Like he'd never even been here. Like nothing had even changed. She would bury him right next to his 21-year-old father. No, he had to fight. But he wanted to do this right.
I don't know shit about this dude, man,
Jay said, meaning Roger.
I don't know nothing for sure. Maybe I ought to talk to him first, you know? They not teaching our boys over in Southeast Asia to stop and talk to the Viet Cong. No, they tell those boys to shoot first, ask questions never. And that's how we need to do things.
He said it again. His new catchphrase, a slogan for the new decade. Shoot first, ask questions never.
You hear me, brother?
He said.
Yeah, I hear you,
Jay said, though he was not sure he completely understood what Stokely was getting at, what he was really suggesting. Jay couldn't tell how much of this was the rhetoric talking. Stokely sped up by his own language, not able to stop himself. And how much of this was real. Were they talking about an execution? In theory? Or in practice?
Y'all need to handle that nigger, Stokely said gruffly. Quick.
I take care of it, Jay said. His last words on the phone. In the end, Stokely never made it to the rally. He claimed pressing business on the coast. Brother Huey was still incarcerated at the time, and there was a growing beef between Carmichael and the Panther Party's leadership. Stokely said he was staying in California to keep the brothers and sisters down there on point. though Jay strongly believed that Stokely's absence was meant as a clear message to him. Clean your house, brother. It was a big blow. They lost the Times, and the Chronicle only sent one photographer. Jay put him down front by the stage. He wanted a clean shot of the banner. African liberation, global unity, economic parity. Roger Holloway was not supposed to be there. When Jay finally broke down and told Bumpy and Lloyd and Marcus Dupree about his suspicions and his conversation with Stokely, the founding officers unanimously voted on a course of action. Roger was not to be touched. In fact, they would act as if nothing had changed, and use this newfound information about Roger to their advantage. Two could play the spy game. Lloyd was put on counterintelligence. His job was to provide Roger with all the pussy and beer and weed he could handle, to make good friends with the boy, and mainly to find out where he lived. When the time was right, he was to break into Roger's place and confiscate whatever had been taken from them. He would destroy any incriminating evidence Roger was collecting against the members of Able. And Lloyd was supposed to keep Roger away from the rally. The morning of, Lloyd had Roger drunk and halfway to a cat house west of Waco when Roger made Lloyd turn the car around. There was no way he said he was going to miss a rally. It was his deal as much as Jay's. He found his way onto the stage in the main cafeteria at the Student Union, Lloyd right at his side, keeping a close eye on him. Bumpy and Marcus Dupree and Elfrida Watkins were lined up on the dais, their backs against the north wall underneath the banner. They were dressed in all black, arms clasped behind their backs. Jay was in an olive-colored dashiki, laced with bits of chocolate and amber and russet. He had an elephant's hair bracelet on his left wrist, a used Timex on the other. It was sometime after 3 o'clock when he stepped to the podium. He scratched his goatee and looked out across the crowd. "Brothers and sisters," he said, his voice echoing through the cafeteria. "Despite what our current administration would have the world think of us, we know the young people of this nation to be full of heart and grace, to be appreciators of human struggle and soldiers for justice. We are the true patriots." Jay's voice was strong, sure, and focused. He felt at home on stage. Dolores Maxwell, one of Elfrida's sorors, was in the crowd passing out leaflets, glossy foldouts that had cost them $50 at the printers. They listed the main points of the speech, the tenets of this new call for global unity. "We gather here today out of complete and total necessity, for we know we cannot stand down. For the first time, we intend to hold the American political establishment and American corporations to the fire on the issue of global oppression, the continued raping of Africa's natural resources and oppression of its peoples. Injustice abroad is a threat to justice here at home." Jay watched Dolores move through the crowd. Folks were nodding and clapping, flipping through the leaflet. The doors were open, and his words were pulling in people from nearby buildings. More students. Professors, too. They were curious about Jay, this young man with the booming voice and big ideas. "We have to take this to the next level, people. We have to let these folks know that we are prepared to exercise our power beyond the ballot box or the bullet. We are prepared to exercise our political power as consumers. If big business wants us to buy, they're gonna have to show some respect for the issues we got in our hearts and minds. They're gonna have to come correct, you hear? From this point on, we take the fight for justice from the political to the economic." Some of the black cafeteria workers had stepped out from the kitchen. In white smocks and hairnets, they huddled at the back of the room. Jay waved them forward. Today, the floor was theirs. Dolores gave them leaflets, too. Jay was just diving into the first of his 10 points when he heard the other group come in. It was 24 of them, at least. They came in through the back door, their feet heavy on the linoleum floor, their march exaggerated to get everyone's attention. Cynthia was at the head, her fist in the air. At the sight of her, Jay lost his place in the speech. Behind him, he heard Marcus whisper,
"What the fuck are they doing here?"
Jay had told Cynthia to stay away. He had told SDS to stay out of it. He was sure this was another one of their stunts. Cynthia climbed onto the dais. Jay covered the microphone with his hand. He whispered,
"What is this?"
She was wearing a man's vest over a ruffled coral-colored blouse. She tugged at her shirt, smoothing it out.
"This is our fight too, Jay."
"Our?" She yanked the microphone right out of his hand.
"Brothers and sisters."
Bumpy grabbed Jay by the arm.
"What the fuck?"
he said, loud enough for the microphone to pick up the words and lob them across the room. Cynthia turned around to face Bumpy.
"We mean you no disrespect, brother,"
she said, her voice dulcet, almost cheerful.
"But this is something that affects us all."
The spectators on the floor seemed confused. SDS had taken up positions along the walls. Jay, the organizer of the march, had seemingly lost control. The air in the room felt tight, in short supply. The cameraman from the Chronicle must have sensed the tension building. His lens cap came off for the first time. Cynthia was now addressing her comments to the black folks on the floor.
"We are here today not as rivals, but as compatriots, partners in struggle," she said. "Make no mistake, we appreciate the struggle for our people in Africa."
Our people.
"But we have some domestic issues that need to be addressed first. Namely, the encroachment of the federal government and their systematic oppression of our right to peaceably assemble. They are infiltrating our groups, people, illegally tape recording our phone conversations."
Jay reached for the microphone. Cynthia shoved him back.
"We know your group has been hit,"
she said, looking back at the men on stage, looking a little too long and hard at Roger.
"And we stand here in solidarity with you to say we're not going to take this anymore."
She pointed a pale white finger in Roger's direction.
"The rat must go."
Jay grabbed her from behind, and the microphone dropped to the floor, a loud thump echoing across the room. One of the SDS boys yelled, "Let her talk, man! You guys don't own the cafeteria, you know!" Jay had her firmly in his arms. He pressed his cheek against her neck. He whispered in her ear,
"Stop this, Cynthia. Stop this shit right now."
She was still glaring at Roger, calling him a rat over and over. Roger, a little guy to begin with, was only a few inches taller than Cynthia. He squared his shoulders and stepped to her, hopped up on the balls of his feet, peering down at her as best he could.
"What the fuck you just call me?" "I called you a rat, motherfucker."
She took her same white finger and poked him in the chest with it. Not once, but twice. Which was all it took. Roger hit her across the mouth with his fist, knocking her so hard that her head butted back and caught Jay across the chin. When Roger raised his hand to her again, Jay pushed Cynthia aside and clocked the man himself. He got Roger good across his cheekbone, and then once in the stomach. There were flashbulbs going off every few seconds. The photographer was snapping away. Cynthia had tumbled to the floor of the stage. Jay squatted down and asked her if she was okay. He didn't see Roger behind him. But he felt a swift kick across his ribs and felt himself falling from the stage, dragging Cynthia with him. When he looked up from the cafeteria floor, Lloyd had Roger by the arms. Bumpy had a weapon drawn at his side, ready if need be. A few months later, Marcus Dupree would testify on the stand that he saw what happened next from the stage. He saw the first chair get thrown. It was a white kid, he said to the judge and jury. It was SDS who started the worst of it. But in the end, it didn't matter, because after that, all hell broke loose. First, some of the SDS boys in the back overturned a table. The rest of them rushed the stage. The African Liberation banner came down in someone's fist. Marcus Dupree shoved one of the white kids tearing up the stage. Somebody punched Lloyd across the mouth. Lloyd let go of Roger and grabbed a member of SDS by the back of the neck. He whacked the kid across the knees with a microphone stand. The whole stage exploded into a ball of arms and legs. Bumpy fired his weapon into the air. In the back, the cafeteria workers ran. Jay ducked, covering his head, as the first window was broken. He reached for Cynthia, but she was gone. In the chaos, they were separated. He crawled across the floor, staying low. He was, foolish as it may seem now, looking for her. It was the university police who showed up first. A huge tactical mistake. Only 3 officers to deal with 200 or so riotous college students, some of them armed. They should have waited for the team of HPD officers who were only a few minutes behind them. Instead, the campus cops arrived, ill-equipped and unable to stop most of the people from running for the exits. Bumpy got out, Lloyd and Roger, too. Elfrida and Dolores. Jay was still on the floor when HPD stormed the building a few moments later. The cops lined them up in a paddy wagon. "Niggers on one side, whites on the other." The news photographers showed them his press pass, and they let him go, but not before confiscating his camera. Jay, his hands cuffed behind his back, watched as they kicked the photographer out of the van, slamming the door on him while he shouted on the street, going on about his rights. At the station, the men were booked together, then segregated once again, into separate cells. By the next morning, they were released one by one. All of them except Jay. His lawyer tried to prepare him a few minutes before the arraignment. The charge was inciting a riot. Jay said he wasn't guilty, so that was the plea. It was all cut and dry, he thought. Except the judge refused bail. They wouldn't let him go home. Then, a few days after his arraignment, they moved him from Men's Central to a holding cell at the federal courthouse downtown. He tried to rap with the officers who made the escort, but nobody would tell him nothing. He asked to speak to his lawyer. They sent a new guy, a kid not that much older than Jay. They met in a dirty room with low light and no windows. The kid had a folder tucked under his arm. Jay said, for the dozenth time, that this was all a misunderstanding. He'd given a speech, which the United States Constitution, last he checked, gave him every right to do. He hadn't thrown one chair, hadn't destroyed any property, or asked anybody else to do so. And he had the witnesses to prove it. It was a rally, he said, not a riot. "That," the lawyer said, "is the least of your problems." From his folder, he pulled out a black and white photo. It was the rally. Jay on stage. A shot of him clocking Roger Holloway. "The feds want to charge you with conspiracy to commit murder against a federal informant, Mr. Porter." It was official. Roger Holloway was a snitch. Jay pushed the photo across the table. "This is bullshit," he said. "I hit the guy because he was being a punk, not because I was trying to kill him." "They got you on tape, Jay." "What are you talking about?" "Something about you, handling a nigger?" Jay shook his head. "Nah, man, you got it all wrong." Then he remembered. The phone call to Stokely. The call he'd made from Cynthia's house. Jay's stomach sank, down past his knees. It was nearly impossible for him to accept what he was hearing. For yes, it was conceivable that the federal government knew about his relationship with Cynthia, that they had bugged her place as well as his. But he also, in this moment, had to acknowledge the possibility that Cynthia, who had been the first to point out Roger's suspicious behavior, who had chided Jay for not doing something about it, who had shown up at the rally uninvited,
had put the bug in the phone herself, had kissed his forehead, and walked out the door.
Chapter 21. He wakes up alone, about an hour before dawn, his wife somewhere way across town. He lies curled up on the couch, one hand lifted over his head, balancing a glass of whiskey on the arm of the sofa. His third, if you count the two he downed when he walked in the door tonight, before he collapsed on the couch into a few fitful hours of sleep. His dreams, a disjointed parade of faces. Lyndon Bumpy Williams and Marcus Dupree, Lloyd McKelvey and Alfreda Watkins, Charlie Wade Robinson and Natalia Greenwood, Lionel Jessup and Ronnie Powell and M.J. Frank, Carl Peterson, Cynthia Maddox. He woke up thinking about them all, marveling at the difference a decade makes between then and now, between their dreams and where they landed. From death to prison to the mayor's office, and the many cramped spaces in between. Of them all, Cynthia made the greatest leap. By whatever means. Jay may never know. The true pain of it, really. The not knowing. And the blinding confusion that brings. Jay rolls over and stares at his water-stained ceiling. He rests the half-empty glass of whiskey on his bare chest, feeling the cool ring of its bottom against his skin. He remembers the promise he made to his wife, the promise to himself, of a home, a man, one with moving parts, and a working heart. Because he can't sleep, he pulls the wad of folded-up copier pages out of the pocket of his pants. They are newspaper articles and such, part of Rowley's full report on Elise Lindsay. Jay glanced at them once in the dark cab of Rowley's truck. Now, alone in his apartment, he reads through the pages carefully for the first time, absorbing every detail of the life they describe. He reads about Elise Lindsay's high school track team, her mother dying, and the arrests that made it into the back pages of the Pasadena Citizen and the Houston Chronicle and the Post. Slowly, though, as he continues to read, a picture of the new improved Elise Lindsay emerges in the printed pages. Over the last 8 months, her name has been mentioned in both of the city's main newspapers as a contact for residential properties newly on the market. One of the real estate listings is for the empty condo at the Sugar Oaks plantation. The pages give Jay a picture of her current professional life. It is entirely possible that Elise Lindsay has made a good living selling high-end suburban homes, that she's turned her life around. The only really curious bit in the stack of newspaper clippings is an article from the Houston Chronicle that Jay has to read twice before he understands it. Or rather, what at all it has to do with Elise Lindsay. He runs his finger down the columns to find her name in print because he missed it the first time around. The article is several inches wide, with a large photo in the center, a picture of a craggy-looking man in his early 60s, wearing a baseball cap and overalls, one side of him held up by a large safety pin. From the first glance, Jay takes him for a working man, can almost see the dirt under his fingernails and smell the sweat off his back. In the picture, the man is standing on what appears to be his front porch. There's a Texas flag waving behind his head, and limp petunias in a box planter hanging from a kitchen window. In his hands, the man is holding an oversized poster board, 8 very distinct words printed on it. Jimmy Carter, give me my dang job back. Jimmy Carter has been crossed out with 2 dark lines, replaced by Ronald Reagan, whose name has been scribbled in an arc over Carter's. The caption beneath the photo reads, Erman Joseph Ainsley of High Point returns from Washington, D.C. The piece, from a Sunday Chronicle a couple of months back, is printed beneath a boldface heading called Cityscapes, where readers can find little tidbits of non-essential news, mostly local color and commentary. Stories highlighting a senior citizen beauty pageant or a preschool golf team, or a dog somebody trained to barbecue brisket. cute little stories about local eccentrics or pieces of neighborhood flavor. It's exactly the place you'd expect to find an article about Erman Joseph Ainsley of High Point, Texas, a man who had, according to the article, just returned from his second one-man march on Washington. Don't get Erman Joseph Ainsley started about the New Testament's David and Goliath. You're liable to get an hour-long lecture about the pitiful state of humanity, or about the big guns in Washington, who, he says, want to take advantage of your fears. They think they can get away with any damn thing, Ainsley, a former salt mine worker, says, speaking of the government. But not on my watch, not here in High Point. Ask anyone in High Point, Texas, a small community just outside Baytown, and they'll tell you that Erman Ainsley is not a man easily deterred. For the past 4 years, since he lost his job a few months short of retirement when the Crystal Smith Salt Company closed its 75-year-old factory in High Point, Ainsley has been working tirelessly to save his beloved town. I've lived here all my life, he says. I was born in this house. Ainsley looks young for his 60-plus years. He talks fast and rarely stops for a breath. My daddy worked the mine, my granddaddy before him. This is all I've ever known. When they took that, they took everything, what we got left. The closing of the mine was a crushing blow to a town with no other industry save for small coffee shops and a single hotel that served workers who came from as far as Beaumont and Port Arthur to work 2- and 3-day shifts at the mine. The hotel has since closed. 2 small cafes on High Point's Main Street are also considering closing. It just ain't enough people here no more, says Wanda Beasley, a woman in her early 50s who favors hot pink jogging suits and kid sneakers. She's been running her father's restaurant, the Hot Pot, for 20 years now. I've never seen it this bad. Most of the houses in Mr. Ainsley's modest neighborhood are boarded up. Ainsley's newest beef is with the real estate developers who are canvassing the town and buying up acres and acres of residential property. If somebody comes around offering me some money, you can believe I'm going to take it and get the hell out of here, says one resident in between bites of Wanda's famous Frito pie. It's this lack of town loyalty that gets under Ainsley's skin. They sold out, he says. His crusade started with the local city council, then his state representative, then his congressman, writing letters, calling their offices incessantly, demanding help for his struggling town. But these days, Ainsley directs almost as much of his energy toward his own neighbors. 2 or 3 days a week, he stands in front of Wanda's place and passes out flyers, warning people against talking to any real estate folks from Houston. Some people in the community consider him a menace. He's being blamed for a rash of strange late-night phone calls in town, lots of heavy breathing and abrupt hang-ups. A number of townsfolk think that Ainsley's making the calls to scare the residents he feels are contributing to the problem. But when presented with the accusation, Ainsley responded with a single harsh word: hogwash. He doesn't seem to care that he's alienating the very people he claims to be trying to help. He just wants the world to know what's going on in High Point. From his personal Rolodex, Ainsley offered this reporter the name and home address of the former owners of the Crystal Smith Salt Company, as well as the name of a real estate agent representing the Stardale Development Company based in Houston, which has already bought 20 homes in High Point. Pat Crystal and Leslie Smith offered a written statement thanking Mr. Ainsley for his dedication and years of service to their company, adding that the closing of the salt mine was simply an economic decision. Elise Lindsay, the real estate agent, could not be reached for comment. Through the floorboards, Jay hears Mr. Johnson's television set come on. A few seconds later, he hears the opening theme song to AM Magazine, a locally produced morning news show, which his neighbor often listens to at full volume. The song means it's 6:30. Jay is still drunk. In a minute, he'll get up, make a pot of strong coffee, and call his wife. For now, he remains sunk into the couch, staring at the article. He doesn't know which is more interesting: the fact that Elise Lindsay was at one point working for a well-financed real estate development company, or the byline at the top of the page. The name catches his attention right away. It's familiar to him, even before he can exactly place where he's seen it. When it finally comes to him, the name, it pushes him up out of his seat. Because the man who wrote the article about Erman Joseph Ainsley and the closed salt mine is the same man who left the note for Elise Lindsay at her doorstep. The note that Jay found by chance days before her arraignment, before her court case had even made the evening news. By the time he makes it into work, there are 2 cops waiting for him. Eddie May takes one look at Jay and, unsolicited, brings him a can of tomato juice from the vending machine by the parking lot. She sets the morning after elixir on her desk. Jay downs it in a single gulp, his hand shaking a bit as he returns the empty can to Eddie May. He steals a nervous glance through the open doorway to his private office, where the cops are waiting. Detectives, he can tell by their dress, the starched shirt collars and clean-shaven skin.
What in the hell happened to you anyway?
Eddie May asks, nodding at his bruised face. He knows he looks like hell, and his nerves are only making things worse. He dabs his damp forehead with a corner of his sleeve and straightens his tie. "Lock the door," he says to Eddie May, "and don't let anybody in."
Mr. Porter?
Jay buttons his suit jacket and walks into his office. One of the cops, in his late 30s, is seated in front of Jay's desk smoking a cigarette, Jay's ashtray resting on his thigh. The other cop, the older one, is standing next to Jay's filing cabinet, a few inches from the stash of dirty money. Jay wonders how much they know, how much trouble he's already in. The young one moves first, returning Jay's ashtray to his desk and moving quickly onto his feet. He shakes Jay's hand, the cigarette resting between middle and ring fingers. "I'm Detective Andy Bradshaw, Mr. Porter, and this is Detective Sam Widman, my partner." Widman is still lingering by the filing cabinet, his eyes scanning the stack of files on top. He appears to be reading the names on the labels. He glances at Jay and gives him a simple nod. The blinds in Jay's office are open. He takes a measured stride across the room, aware that the cop's investigation began before he even walked into the room. They're marking his movements. He pulls the string to close the blinds, then bends to pick up a stray stack of files on the floor, walking them to his desk as if this is all a part of his morning routine. "What can I help you with, officers?"
"What happened to your face?"
Widman speaks for the first time. He is still standing by the filing cabinet, the heel of his shoe practically touching the drawer where the money is hiding. He's staring at Jay, waiting for an answer.
"I fell down some stairs,"
Jay says. Widman cocks his head to one side, eyeing the shape and color of the bruises on Jay's face.
"You must have fallen pretty hard, Mr. Porter."
"Can I ask what this is about, detectives?"
"You know a man named Marshall Hennings?"
"Pardon?" Jay asks, because at first the name doesn't even register. Widman's partner, Bradshaw, stubs his cigarette into the ashtray.
"Mr. Hennings manned a boat you were on, Mr. Porter, the night of August 1st.
So, here we go.
"Yes, that's right," he says.
"Mr. Porter, Mr. Hennings died sometime shortly thereafter," Widman says. "He was found in his automobile in a ditch along Elysian, north of here. It was more likely than not a car accident, but in the course of our investigation, some questions came up. And, we have to look at every angle."
"Sure. That's why we're here," Detective Bradshaw says.
"About Marshall?" Jay asks.
"Yes."
Jay looks back and forth between the two detectives.
"Marshall?"
"Did Mr. Hennings seem all right to you that night?" Widman asks. "Did he seem well?"
"Well, I'd never met the man before, but sure,
he seemed fine. And there was nothing unusual about his behavior?"
"No."
"Nothing unusual about that night at all?"
Jay pretends to consider this.
"No, not that I can recall."
Detective Bradshaw makes a note on a tiny pad he lifts from his shirt pocket. Widman watches him, then glances down at his right shoe, the heel of which he taps lightly against the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet. Jimmy Rochelle, a relative of Mr. Hennings, said something about you asking if Marshall had talked to any cops, Widman says, looking up. Why did you imagine Mr. Hennings would have been in touch with law enforcement? Jimmy must have misunderstood me, Jay says, frightened by how easily the words come, the lie leaping from his lips. When Jimmy said Marshall hadn't been heard from, I believe I asked Jimmy if he'd called the police. He says you called looking for Marshall. 2 of his lady friends also said you contacted them, Bradshaw adds. Why were you trying so hard to get in touch with him? Jay doesn't want them to see him thinking. He goes with the first words out of his mouth. My wife lost a bracelet. We thought it might be on the boat. But you never spoke with Mr. Hennings? Detective Bradshaw asks. No. Then he adds, and anyway, my wife found it, the bracelet. Detective Bradshaw smiles. He and Widman exchange a glance. For the first time, Widman steps away from the filing cabinet. Bradshaw tucks his notepad back into his pocket. The 2 detectives thank Jay for his time. That's it? Jay asks, trying not to sound too relieved. Unless there's something else you want to add, Widman says. Not that I can think of, Jay says. Well, Detective Bradshaw says, thank you again, Mr. Porter. Sure thing, Detective. The cop's gone. Jay tells Eddie May to keep the front door locked. Then he shuts himself in his office and, alone, reaches under his desk for the phone book. He's got some questions of his own that he wants answered. The Chronicle's main line is busy. He gets a voice on the 4th try. He asks to speak to a Lon Phillips. The line is soon ringing again, 12 times, before someone finally picks up. The voice on the other end is thin and high-pitched for a man. He sounds young, Jay thinks. Green as a new blade of grass. Phillips! His tone is impatient, distracted. Jay can hear a typewriter clackety-clacking a mile a minute in the background. What is it? He barks. Jay clears his throat. Sir, I want to ask you about a piece you wrote a couple of months back. Late June, you wrote an article about an Erman Ainsley. The typewriter comes to an abrupt stop. I'm sorry, who are you? My name is Jay Porter. I'm an attorney here in Houston. There's a pause on the line. The old man got himself a lawyer, huh? The question strikes Jay as curious. What in the world does Ainsley need a lawyer for? No, Jay says. I'm calling you about someone else, actually. Well, I'm in the middle of a story right now. The typewriter starts up again at full speed. I'm on a 3 o'clock deadline. I'll be quick. Jay checks to make sure the door to his office is closed. Then he asks the million-dollar question. Why have you been trying to contact Elise Lindsay? The typing stops again. Jay can hear Phillips breathing through the line. She was a real estate agent you wrote. I know who she is, Phillips says. I know you've been by her house, Jay says. 2 months after your article went to print, you're still trying to reach her. And what I want to know is why. My work is my business, Mr. Porter, Phillips says. By the way he draws out the name, Jay gets the idea that he's writing it down. I guess I just want to know, Jay says, if this is something to do with the homicide in 5th Ward. You one of Charlie Luckman's boys? Phillips asks. I'm not doing anything illegal, just so you know. Your client is free to call me back or not. I think you've misunderstood me, Jay says. I don't work for Charlie Luckman, and I certainly don't work for Elise Lindsay. Well, who are you then? I said my name is Jay Porter. I'm a lawyer here in Houston, which in this case is somewhat incidental, he says. The thing is, I read your piece on Mr. Ainsley, and I was wondering about the connection to Elise Lindsay, why you're still following her movements. Is this about her court case? How do I know you're not a reporter? Phillips asks from out of the blue. To Jay, it's another odd question. I just told you I'm not. Phillips is quiet a minute, his typewriter completely still. Well, that's not good enough, he says. Jay hears a loud click. It's another second or two before he realizes the line is dead. The phone book is still sitting on his desk, sitting right on top of all the other work he should be doing. He picks it up and opens it to the S's. The Stardale Development Company maintains an office on Fountain View, out west of the Loop, just off the 59 freeway. Jay heads in that direction on his lunch hour, but not before trying the number that's listed in the phone book. He gets a recorded message 5 times in a row. The foolishness of this errand is not lost on him, but he feels reeled in by her, yoked by his own curiosity and his inability to take at face value Elise's promise to leave him out of her troubles. Somewhere deep down, he knows. It's his own fault. He knows what the weight of his past has cost him, then and now. He knows the places where he can't let go, where his faith falls short. His wife still out of the house, the dirty money still stashed inside his office, the man in the black Ford still at large, in possession of Jay's .22. He's not slept a solid night in days. Or is it years? He gets mixed up sometimes. Talk radio is hot on the strike. Almost every number on the Buick's AM dial has callers lined up, one after the other, happy to offer what little information they've picked up. From somebody's brother who works on the docks, or an uncle who's a project manager at one of the refineries. Jay listens to the parade of rampant speculation over a ham sandwich and a Coke as he makes the drive to the west side. One gal on 7:40 a.m. claims to know firsthand that the strike won't make it another week. She's got a girlfriend who answers phones over to the mayor's business development office, and according to this friend, the mayor and the unions and the business heads have already worked out some kind of an agreement. They're just holding out on this thing a little while longer so they can jack up the price of everything from gasoline to coffee. She advises a citywide boycott and protest, to which the next 5 callers reply that there is no way in hell they intend to live without gasoline or coffee, or any other goddamn thing they want to buy with their money. One man calls in to remind the listening audience, "You know, we got it good down here. They're paying near $1.50 for gas over to Arkansas and Oklahoma, $1.60 out in Arizona and California. We got nothing to complain about." Jay snaps off the car radio and balls the butt of his ham sandwich inside the wax paper it came in, stuffing the whole of it into a paper bag. He lights a cigarette as he pulls into a strip center parking lot across the street from 4400 Fountain View, which is a newly constructed, low-lying office building encased in walls of mirrored glass that painfully catch the afternoon sun. Jay yanks down his car's plastic visor, shielding his eyes. He smokes his Newport and waits. 20 minutes pass, then 30. In the whole time he's watching and waiting, no one that he can see has come in or out of the building across the street. When the heat in the Skylark becomes unbearable, he finally gets out of his car. Dodging lunchtime traffic, he crosses the street to the office building. The doors to 4400 Fountain View are locked. The building, as far as Jay can tell, is completely closed. He walks around to the parking lot and back. There are no cars anywhere. Not a stitch of litter, not a paper cup, or even a gum wrapper. The building's back doors are locked, too. Jay pulls on them a few times. Then, cupping his hands around his eyes and pressing his face against the glass, he peers into the building. Inside, he sees nothing. Not even a desk or a telephone. The Stardale Development Company is apparently no more than an empty building. Chapter 22. He has a dream about dead ends, streets in his hometown. He's a boy, 5, maybe 6 years old, dressed in a Roy Rogers vest and cowboy boots made of cheap plastic and dusty with red clay. He's got a toy holster on his belt. The matching gun is missing, has been for some time. He lost it, or let his sister take it, or some neighborhood kid ran off with it. In the dream, he can't remember. In the dream, he's looking for something else. He sets out early in the morning with 2 ham sandwiches and a knapsack and a small carton of milk. He sets out to find his father. He imagines his daddy tied up on somebody's fort, held captive by a general's army, or maybe taken in by Indians. Jay will be the one to save him, the one to bring him home. But in the dream, he's only a little boy, and scared of the dark sometimes. He doesn't have a horse, or even a gun. And he can't get out of Nigton. The streets ain't laid out right, not like he remembers. And seems like every road he tries starts out wide with promise, only to stop a few yards later at a point so narrow he can barely pass through. The road suddenly becomes thick with scrub oak and weeds, tall and thin as reeds, with points as sharp as needles. He thinks of snakes and chigger bites, and is too scared to venture forth. Each time he backs up the way he came, starts over again, down another road, until he finally accepts that he's going nowhere, only walking in wide circles, always ending up on the same street corner, stuck in the middle of an unworkable grid. The light behind the trees starts to fade. His food is almost gone. He feels himself getting scared. Jay turns and sees a kid not that much taller than he is. The kid says he's Jay's father. Says it more than once. Jay shakes his head over and over, stamps his little foot in the dirt. His daddy is a man, not no boy. The kid kicks a rock with his shoe, tells Jay he can believe him or not, but the truth is waiting for him if he can just get home. Just look under the house, the kid says. I'll be waiting for you, he says, kicking the rock all the way down the street. The way home is long and black and full of thorns and mosquito bites. Jay arrives hungry and tired, and without any satisfaction. His sister is hanging her feet off the porch, telling him he's in big trouble for staying gone so long. He asks her if she's seen a man come by, somebody asking for him. She shakes her head, swinging her matchstick legs in the air. The kid said his father would be waiting. Just look under the house, he said. In his good clothes, Jay crawls in the dirt, clawing his way under the house. He pretends he's an old-timey soldier, breaking into the enemy's fort after dark. There is no great rescue, though. He never finds his father. Only a nickel-plated .22 lying in the dirt. Friday, his other father calls. The Reverend and his wife invite Jay to dinner. He's told to be at their house by 7 o'clock. Yes, sir, he says. Sure, he'll be asked to explain himself tonight. Why he's got the man's youngest daughter staying at a house that is not her home. Jay's plan was to leave the office at 6, give himself plenty of time, maybe stop off for some flowers for his wife. But at 1:15, Rolly shows up at the office unannounced. Eddie May buzzes him past the waiting room. He strides by her desk with a wink and walks into Jay's office, moving his long legs like a man on stilts, everything slow and deliberate. He's wearing a Rolling Stones concert T-shirt beneath his usual black leather vest. When he smiles, plopping himself in the chair across from Jay's desk, his teeth are tobacco-stained. Guess who rented a gold 1980 Chrysler LeBaron from the Lone Star Rentals out near Hobby Airport on July 31st? Rolly asks, somewhat proud of himself. The day before the shooting that's got you wound up so tight. Jay shrugs and states what seems obvious by now. Dwight Sweeney. No, Rolly says, smiling, relishing the curious look on Jay's face. Try a man by the name of Neil McNamara, a man who I'm made to understand bears a striking resemblance to Mr. Dwight Sweeney. You think it's the same guy? Jay asks. The same car? Well, I can tell you this much. That Chrysler was never returned. Neil McNamara, Jay says, repeating the name. The guy I talked to at the rental place said 2 detectives come around wanting to look at the books. They told him the car was being impounded. Jay shakes his head to himself, wondering why he didn't think to call the rental place himself. So you think he was using an alias? Something like that. Elise said the guy told her his name was Blake Ellis. Jay remembers. 3 names, 1 dude. Sounds like trouble to me. Maybe he was married, Jay offers. You know, covering his tracks.
I can do you one better,
Rolly says, leaning forward in his chair, pulling out a couple of pieces of folded-up yellow legal paper, smudged with gray pencil markings on both sides. Rolly slides the pages across Jay's desk.
Dwight Sweeney has quite a colorful background, enough to rival that of the girls.
He pulls a pack of Camels from his vest pocket.
The name thing was a tip-off. It just ain't normal to be a Neil on Friday and a Blake on Saturday and come up dead and it turns out your real name is Dwight somebody. It frankly sounds shady. And trust me, I would know. It takes one criminal to spot another.
He lights the cigarette in his hand.
Turns out Mr. Sweeney did a couple of stints at my alma mater in Huntsville.
Jay gets a bad feeling about the guy almost instantly. He remembers the bruises on Elisa's neck, her cries for help. Rolly turns the pages upside down, trying to read his own handwriting.
Let's see. We got a couple runs for extortion here, a time or 2 for battery and making criminal threats, blackmail, the works. Plus, my man did 7 years for taking money from an undercover officer, all in a scheme to supposedly get rid of the guy's wife.
Rolly looks up from his notes, his expression quite serious.
You ask me, the dude sounds like a pro.
What do you mean?
He sounds like a hired gun.
Jay remembers the description of a struggle in the car, a crystal-clear picture forming in his mind. He mumbles it softly to himself. He came after her. He rented the car the day before, invited her to dinner. It was all a setup, Jay realizes. She walked right into a trap. He came after her, Jay whispers.
And he didn't know she was packing,
Rolly says, shaking his head to himself.
Fatal mistake, man.
Jay sits at his desk, somewhat dumbfounded. Here it is, a piece that finally makes sense. A new way of looking at this whole thing. And still he's confused.
I don't understand, he says out loud. Why not tell the cops he attacked her? Why would she keep that a secret? Scared, probably.
Which, to Jay, would explain why she'd been hiding out in Sugarland.
Just 'cause she took out the dude, Rolly says, don't mean the dude who hired that dude ain't still at large. Maybe she thinks it's best to keep her fucking mouth shut.
Why the hell would her lawyer go along with that, Jay asks, when he's got a good shot at a self-defense angle with this thing? Of course, as soon as the words are out of his mouth, Jay thinks he has the answer. Unless her lawyer's planning to get the whole thing thrown out of court, he says, thinking of Charlie's petition to get the contents of the police search tossed.
The real question, Rolly says, is why someone wanted to put a hurting on her in the first place. Of course, a girl like that, you know, been around the block once or twice. It could be anybody. Which Dwight Sweeney or whoever hired him must have known, Jay says. The guy tried to choke her and leave her in an empty field. The cops were supposed to find an ex-prostitute out there, a throwaway crime that might be traced to anybody.
Rolly scoots forward to the edge of his seat all the way, sitting himself eye to eye with Jay.
Look, can I offer something here, man? Some advice?
Yeah? If she don't want to tell the police about you, and you don't want to tell the police about you, what's the problem, man?
Rolly asks.
If I was you, I'd leave it alone.
That was, of course, Jay's entire plan, to stay out of it, which he has, so far, not been able to do.
This don't have a goddamn thing to do with you, man.
Jay sits on that a second.
I'm beginning to think you're right. And let me tell you what else. Whoever put Mr. Sweeney on the girl, I'm guessing he don't want it known.
Rolly adds, looking around the office, snooping with his coal-black eyes.
The reason for your sudden windfall, I imagine.
Jay understands the logic now. The real reason for taking his gun. All of it just to scare him away. And he, of all people, fell for it. He, of all people, had made the perfect mark. Roley looks across Jay's desk.
My feeling, whatever this is really about, it's bad, man. Real bad. I'd let it alone, Jay.
An hour later, the sight of his wife is breathtaking. In a bright yellow sundress, tight across her belly, she's barefoot, sitting on the Boykins' aging porch swing, using the meat of her big toe to push herself back and forth. She's holding a glass of iced tea, watching Jay come up the walk. "What are you doing out here?"
Waiting on you,
she says, sipping her tea. He was a fool, he thinks, to ever let her out of his sight. He can hear voices inside the house, the clinking of silverware and plates. He smells garlic and fried onions, stewed tomatoes and collards brewing on the stove. But he's in no hurry to leave this spot, this moment with his wife.
You're late,
she says. I know.
Everything all right?
He knows he will not lie to her. Not ever again. I don't know, B. I don't know. Bernie rests the glass of iced tea on the swell of her belly.
I'm tired, Jay.
Jay pulls gently on her toe. I want you home, B. I do. It's a humble proposal. More so even than his first. He sits at her feet, not even a bunch of flowers in his hand. His greatest promise, to keep her safe, an empty one at best. Bernie scoots herself to the edge of the swing, the wood creaking beneath her. Jay helps her to her feet. She kisses the tip of his chin, the place she can reach. He holds the screen door open for her, letting flies in the house. As she passes the threshold, she whispers in his ear,
Kwame is here.
Time he steps in the house, Evelyn wants to know about the girl. To her, the whole thing is like something off an old episode of Barnaby Jones. She wants to hear about the detectives and what they wanted with Jay. She gets all this out before they're even seated at the dining room table, before grace has been said. Jay looks to his wife for some guidance. But she's no help. She gives him no more than a light shrug, a suggestion that she will neither restrict nor sanction his storytelling. He can talk his way out of this one himself. Luckily for Jay, no one else at the table is even listening. They're hardly paying attention to Evelyn or Jay. The strike is the real guest of honor this evening. It has been invited to a place at the table along with everybody else, seated somewhere between the Reverend and Kwame McKelvey to his right. Soon as grace is complete and the meal officially commenced, Kwame and the Rev start in on the dock workers' plight and the fate of the strike, outlining between bites of roast chicken and greens which strategies have worked for the men and which ones haven't. Kwame is still hot on his idea for a citywide march. He traces the route plan on top of the linen tablecloth, using his silverware and place setting to lay out a mock-up of Main Street downtown. Jay is sitting way on the other side of the table near his wife, Roley's refrain running just under his breath.
This don't have a thing to do with you.
Bernie asks the men about the march, how they think it'll help. Kwame wipes at his mouth with his napkin, dismantling part of Main Street.
The Port Commission is holding an open meeting on Tuesday. They're getting all the parties together, see if they can't push a resolution on this thing.
Unions, stevedores, oil folks, the Rev jumps in. They're all gonna be there. That's the plan, at least, he says, adding, the press in the mayor's office, business leaders, they're gonna have the place full that night.
And that's the day we walk,
Kwame says, sucking down a belch.
We start downtown,
he says, placing his napkin back on the table, somewhere between the old Rice Hotel and the backside of Market Square Park, as far as Jay can tell by the crude map.
We start to the south by Foley's department store at 11, so that we end up here, he says, pointing to Mrs. Boykin's crystal salt shaker. At 12 noon, we want to be at City Hall. We want as many eyeballs on us as possible. We want the city to stop and take notice.
This is do or die for these boys,
the Rev says, his voice a husky whisper. He peels his black-rimmed glasses off the bridge of his nose, and for the first time, Jay notices the puffy half-moons under his father-in-law's eyes. The strain this is taking.
I'm just worried they won't hold on. A lot of these young ones, they don't remember what it is to fight.
The Rev looks up, nodding at Kwame and Jay, as if they're the sons he never had.
I'm talking about even before your time, boys. My time, you understand?
His voice cracks under the weight of it, the memory of harder times.
It was a fight day in, day out. It wasn't no choice.
The whole table has come to a standstill, all eyes on Reverend Boykins.
You okay, Daddy?
Bernie asks softly. The Rev manages a smile.
I'm all right, Bernadine.
The plan is to take this fight all away, Kwame says, continuing his rant. From downtown to the Port Commission meeting. You're gonna walk from downtown to the port? Evelyn asks, sounding exhausted by just the thought of walking anywhere in August. The Rev and I are working with some local churches to get the buses downtown, something to carry everybody the rest of the way. You got a permit for the demonstration? Jay asks. They'll nail you on that if you don't. They'll shut you down before you make it a block or two. How quickly it all comes back. I put in the application this morning, Kwame says tersely. I have done this before, you know. Yeah, Jay says, nodding. He folds and refolds the napkin in his lap. Kwame doesn't want his help anymore. This, after all, doesn't have a thing to do with Jay. Mrs. Boykin stands to collect their plates, carrying them into the kitchen. A few minutes later, she returns with a peach cobbler and a fresh pot of coffee. Kwame turns to Reverend Boykins.
You talked to Darren Hayworth about getting together before the Port Commission meeting?
Reverend Boykins nods.
We're asking the president of ILA to arrange a sit-down with Old Carl to get this whole Carlisle Minty thing sorted out for good.
What happened with the kid? Jay asks. Kwame and Reverend Boykins, their voices stopping short, lips drawn tight like heavy drapes, turn to look at Jay. His question, his very presence at the table, is treated with polite suspicion. Neither man answers right away. Darren, the boy in the sling, Jay says, thinking he needs to clarify. What about him? Kwame asks. What's going on with that? You moving forward on something? He looks back and forth between the two men, trying to follow what's not being said. But from his chosen place at the table, at such a distance, most of it is lost on him. Kid okay?
Darren's fine,
Reverend Boykins says, laying his napkin across his dessert plate.
He's handled all this pretty well, if you ask me.
I think it's terrible what they did to that boy, Mrs. Boykins says, dabbing at crust crumbs gathering at the corners of her mouth. Jay looks at Kwame. So what's your next move?
Clean up,
Kwame says. I don't follow, Jay says, again looking between Kwame and the Rev.
Well, your mayor came through with the police all right,
Kwame says. She did?
She did.
And because Jay still doesn't believe it, he asks again.
She did? Several officers have been assigned to investigate,
the Rev says.
We got cops coming out the sky now, Kwame says. Suddenly they're tripping over themselves to help. They came to take a statement from the boy, adds the Rev. Even drove out to the scene with him. And they interviewed Carlisle Minty, went and stopped him on his job at the coal refinery out on the channel. He denied everything, of course, Kwame says. The policemen have said they're going to turn over every stone.
Cynthia did this? Jay asks,
with an uneasy mix of doubt and hope. His whole adult life, he's wanted nothing more than to be wrong about one woman.
The problem, his father-in-law says, is now that the story's out, we're having a hard time controlling these men on the picket line. They feel lied to. They went into this thinking Okaw was backing them through and through.
What do you mean, now that the story's out? Jay says. They all turn to him and stare.
Where you been the last couple days, man?
Kwame asks. You don't want to know.
You didn't see it, Jay?
His wife asks.
Evelyn,
Mrs. Boykin says,
go bring your father today's paper. She went on TV, Jay,
Bernie says.
I watched it at Ev's.
The mayor held a press conference announcing an investigation into the beating,
the Rev says.
What?
Evelyn returns from the kitchen with a newspaper tucked under her arm. She hands the paper to her father and plops down into her empty seat, sucking on a slick sliver of baked peach. Reverend Boykins licks his fingertips, flipping through the newspaper. When he finds what he's looking for, he passes the article to Jay. Jay looks down at a photo of Cynthia Maddox at City Hall. The headline? Mayor pushes for investigation into union beating. The lines underneath? A high-ranking member of Okaw is under investigation for the beating of a black member of the ILA on the eve of the strike. Jay stares at her face in the paper. The pale eyes, the reassuring smile. It's a brilliant move, he thinks. She goes on television acting like an advocate for labor, a tireless defender of black men unfairly and unnecessarily beaten, when it's clear to him that the press conference's real goal is to undermine the power of the labor coalition and let business leaders in the city know that the boys on the docks won't hold out much longer. Just wait and see, her smile says.
She just told the whole city that we got a big, big problem,
Kwame says.
A lot of the men, Jay, white ones too, feel like they were led into the strike under false pretenses. If Okaw isn't really with them, they don't see a way to win this thing,
the Rev says.
And frankly, I don't either.
Why did this minty guy do it?
Bernie asks. The Rev shakes his head, shrugging his thin shoulders. Jay looks up from the article, the picture of the mayor. To his father-in-law, who once stood at Jay's side just as he stands by these workers now, Jay says,
I'm sorry.
Because he, of all people, should have known Cynthia better. Chapter 23. It's not until sometime after midnight that he starts to get angry. The mayor, his ex-girl, is only half of it. More immediately, it's the man in the black Ford who's still stalking through Jay's mind. It's the mystery of who was behind the threats on his life. He can't stand the idea of being played with, being treated like a dog thrown a bone. He resents the pull of the money, the power he assigned it, the ways he imagined the hand that dealt it held dominion over him. He's angry with himself for cowering, for not going to the police from the very beginning as a free man, an innocent man. He is so ashamed of the way he's behaved, so ashamed of his fear, that he feels actual rage toward a face he can't see. The one who sent the man in the black Ford, the one who wanted him scared, who was counting on it. The anger feels good, landing on his tongue, dissolving like a warm, bitter pill. He feels the rush, the high, and remembers anger's power, its ability to clear the head. Unable to sleep, he sits up in bed next to his wife, watching her breath rise and fall, thinking of the one thing that is perfectly clear in his mind, the one thing he's absolutely sure of. If he can solve the mystery of who tried to kill Elise, he will know the identity of the person who's after him now. More than once, the old man in High Point occurs to him as a possible suspect, though at least initially he couldn't tell you why. It's less logic or a story worked out in his head and more lawyerly intuition. He was, after all, a one-time criminal defense attorney. He used to deal in motive for a living. His suspicions about the old man are circumstantial at best. As a game, Jay presents the prosecutorial case in his head, the reasons why Erman Joseph Ainsley could have had a hand in the attack on Elise Lindsay's life. He rereads the article in the Chronicle, marking the highlights. There's the description of Mr. Ainsley's rage at real estate folks from Houston. There are the charges of harassment by Mr. Ainsley against members of his community, threatening phone calls and the like, indicating a propensity for violence, or at the very least a shaky mental state. And maybe most important of all, there's the fact, stated openly in the newspaper article, that Mr. Ainsley had obtained Elise Lindsay's home address, a sign that he either had contacted her or intended to. Then, just like the old days, Jay tries to tear down the state's argument, piece by piece, just to see if he can. Anger doesn't mean murder, else we'd all be in jail, this lawyer included. He would pause here, waiting for the jurors' smiles. The harassment mentioned by the prosecution, Jay would add, is no more than one neighbor's word against another's. The state has entered no evidence that law enforcement was called or legal complaints made against Mr. Ainsley. And as to Mr. Ainsley being in possession of Ms. Lindsay's home address, well, I believe some of you might likewise be in possession of that information, or anyone else who has a phone book for the city of Houston in their house. He would pause again, letting the jurors take in this last bit. But of course the strongest counterargument Jay can think of is that he doesn't know where a retired mine worker would get $25,000 to blackmail him. The old man sounds more like a kook than a criminal, a man more likely to take his fight to Washington than to an empty field alongside Buffalo Bayou. But then again, Jay knows firsthand what frustration with one's government can do to a person. Many people have taken up arms over far less. Maybe in the end, Ainsley decided Elise Lindsay, as a representative of the Stardale Development Company, was an easier target than Ronald Reagan. It may only be a circumstantial case against the old man, but absent any other workable theories about who wanted Elise Lindsay out of the picture, Jay comes back to Erman Ainsley again and again. He can't for the life of him get the Chronicle article out of his mind. He can't forget the phone call with the reporter, Lon Phillips, the mention of Ainsley getting a lawyer, or the empty building on Fountain View where Stardale's offices are supposed to be. He can't shake the idea that there's more to the story. So just a few days after Rowley's advice that he back away from a bad situation, Jay loads up the Skylark with 10 gallons of unleaded at $1.39 a pop and heads out toward Baytown, his .38 snug in the glove compartment. His only plan is to talk to the man. But if it comes down to it, Jay plans to make his message heard loud and clear. He and his family are not to be touched. He doesn't tell anyone where he's going. Not his wife or Rowley or Eddie May. And it's not until he's about 20 miles east on the I-10 that he starts to think that was maybe a bad idea. He is lately coming to the conclusion that secrets, in and of themselves, are dangerous. He makes a vow to call his wife when he gets to High Point. The town is a few miles southwest of Baytown on the Trinity Bay shoreline, which is north of Galveston Bay and Texas City and the Bolivar Peninsula. Baytown itself is a Gulf city of the classic model, balmy and thick with vegetation. There are rubber plants and banana trees, sandy-colored palms and butter-colored houses, arched high on stilts. They look like rows of startled house cats. The houses have whiter blue shutters, all weathered to a soft gray by the constant breath of warm, salt-cured winds, and almost every other house has a motorboat anchored in its front yard. People come to retire here, the ones who can't afford to live in Galveston, or just don't want to. Galveston, with its ancient town center full of bead shops and pubs, too closely resembles the tourist trap and liberal cesspool of New Orleans for some. Baytown is where good Christians come to retire. Cowboys and refinery workers who made good, saving 15% every 2 weeks their whole working lives. There are American flags waving hello to passers-by, and more crosses and more front windows than Jay can count. It's not a place he wishes to stay any longer than he has to. He passes through Baytown, turning south on Farm Road 219. A green highway sign puts him 8 miles outside High Point. 8 treeless miles of prairie and marsh, the land dotted every half mile or so by shallow ponds and snowy egrets lying in wait. The air is softer out here, more forgiving. It's a good 10 degrees cooler than it is in Houston. The first thing Jay notices coming into High Point is the rise in elevation. It's no more than a few hundred feet. But along this flat Gulf coastland, driving over an anthill can feel like climbing the side of a mountain. Jay feels the pull of gravity on the back end of his car as he drives over the swollen landscape. At the crest, he can see all the way to Trinity Bay, drilling ships and pleasure boats tiny in the distance. Main Street is easy enough to find. A simple turn off FM 219, and he's in downtown High Point, driving past the elementary school and a hardware store and a United States post office, which looks inexplicably closed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A lot of the storefronts are either empty or have their windows covered in cheap plywood. Jay has no trouble finding a parking spot right in front of the Hot Pot, which is sandwiched between a dress shop and a bait and tackle store with a handwritten sign in the window, "We sell guns, too." Erman Joseph Ainsley is not out in front of the Hot Pot restaurant passing out flyers. That would have been too easy, Jay supposes. He shuts off the car engine and steps out of the car, feeding 2 nickels into the meter before walking into the Hot Pot Cafe. Inside, he takes an open seat at the counter and orders from the pie case. A slice of lemon meringue and a cup of black coffee. He asks the woman behind the counter where he can get hold of a phone book. The directory, when it arrives, is thinner than a high school yearbook. Jay opens to the A's, trailing his finger down the inky columns until he comes across an Ainsley E.J. on Forrester Road. The house number is 39. He leaves $1 on top of the cost of the pie and coffee and asks the way out to Forrester Road. The woman behind the counter pinches her eyebrows together.
"You looking for Mr. Ainsley?"
The question catches Jay off guard. "Why do you ask?" The woman scoops the bills and loose change from the countertop, crumpling them all together and stuffing the money into the front pocket of her apron.
"He's the only one still left on Forrester. The only one left in that whole neighborhood, in fact. But I guess you already knew that," she adds, taking particular notice of Jay's suit and tie all of a sudden. She gives him a cool smile, letting him know that she's on to him, country girl or not. "I'm not sure I know what you mean," he says. "You ain't out here trying to get him to sell his place?"
"No, ma'am." The woman mumbles, studying Jay. He can tell she hates to be wrong about things.
"What do you want with Ainsley anyway?"
Jay pointedly ignores the question. "Is there a map somewhere that I can look at?" he asks. "Or maybe you could point me to a gas station?"
"Personally, I wouldn't listen to a thing that man has to say, but some people are hard-headed, so—"
She sighs and points out the front windows of the cafe, beneath the gingham curtains.
"Take Main back to 219 and head south like you're heading to the water. The next exit you see, get off and go to your right. There's a line of houses out that way right off the highway. That's where Ainsley stays. You can't miss it," she says. "He's out by the old mine."
The exit sign for the Crystal Smith Salt Company is still by the side of the highway. Its lettering is cheerful, red, white, and blue, and a contrast to the otherwise drab surroundings. There are tufts of weeds growing around the buildings at the salt factory, which Jay can see from the highway. The exit Wanda instructed him to take leads him onto a street called Industry. The factory, or what's left of it, empty buildings and crabgrass and a couple of shabby-looking trailers, sits to the right. The mine itself, Jay understands, is below ground, beneath the black asphalt he's riding on now, deep below the Earth's surface, where briny seawater sloshes inside underground caverns and rock salt practically grows on the walls. The salt caverns, or salt domes as they're sometimes called, are a natural part of the Texas coastline, where the Gulf and land meet. Just across the street from the old factory is a neighborhood of modest one-story homes. The houses are older white clapboard structures with pitched roofs and wooden porches. Jay imagines this is where the first workers at the Crystal Smith Salt Company settled nearly 100 years ago, and where Erman Joseph Ainsley has taken his last stand. Forrester Road is marked by a small street sign that looks like it was peeled off a tin can, rust creeping around the edges. Jay makes a right, taking note of the house numbers, counting down from 63. He passes empty driveway after empty driveway. Number 39 is the second-to-last house on the right, the only one on the whole street with curtains in the windows and grass clippings in the front yard. Jay recognizes the front porch from Ainsley's picture in the paper. He remembers the American flag and the petunias in the box planter. Jay takes the .38 from his glove compartment and tucks it into his waistband at the small of his back, pulling down his suit jacket to cover the bulge. The window above the box planter is cracked open. Jay hears a television playing loudly inside the house, tuned to a game show if he had to guess by the constant stream of canned applause. There are pale yellow curtains in the front window and a few oddly shaped tomatoes or apples resting on the windowsill. A Chevy pickup at least 15 years old sits in the driveway next to a station wagon. The homey feel of the place doesn't sit right with Jay. For some reason, it makes him uneasy. He wants to get this over with. Standing on the front porch, Jay wipes his slick palms on his pants legs, then pulls back the screen door, holding it open with his foot. He knocks on the front door, twice. Through a glass window cut in the wood, Jay tries to get a glimpse inside the house, cupping his hands against the glare of the South Texas sun and pressing his face against the glass. On the other side, he sees a pair of eyeballs staring back at him. Jay, startled, pulls back from the window. The screen door slips from behind his foot and slams hard against the door frame. Then the door to 39 Forrester opens. From behind the mesh wire of the screen door, Erman Joseph Ainsley pulls a baseball cap low over his weathered forehead, a hood over his cool blue eyes. He stares at Jay a long, long time, one hand on his hip, the other leaned up against the wooden door frame. Jay can hear a television behind him. Wink Martindale is calling for another X on the board. Ainsley keeps his hand on the door, protecting his property, his little piece of something in this world.
Who are you?
His voice is phlegmy, moist with age.
My name is Jay Porter.
He waits to see if the old man recognizes the name.
I'm an attorney, Mr. Ainsley, from Houston.
The old man moves in for a closer look, coming so close to the screen door that the bill of his baseball cap makes a line of indentation into the netted mesh. He narrows his blue eyes in Jay's direction.
A colored lawyer?
He asks. Because it's the easiest answer, and because he doesn't have time to rehash the entire civil rights movement on this man's front porch, Jay says, yes. The old man nods, as if this is perfectly acceptable to him. He pushes the screen door open in a wide arc, opening the house to Jay.
Well, come on then,
he says.
I guess you're as good as any other.
He turns then, motioning for Jay to follow, before disappearing into the house. The darkness inside is disorienting. It takes a frightening amount of time for Jay's eyes to adjust. He can make out Ainsley's shadow moving through the house, but little else. He doesn't know where he is or what the old man has in store for him. Jay, on instinct, reaches for the .38 at his waist. He walks down a long hallway, wandering into the blue light of a television set. It's streaming in from a nearby room where, to Jay's surprise, a woman sits in a seashell-scooped armchair, a pile of yarn in her lap. She glances up from her knitting needles, studying Jay over the half-moons of her reading glasses. He angles the gun in his hand so that it hides in the shadows behind his back. Whatever she makes of Jay, this stranger in her home, her expression is impassive or uninterested. She nods her head to the left.
He's in the kitchen.
The applause on the television reaches a fevered pitch. The woman goes back to her knitting. Jay backs into the hallway, sliding his hand along the wall, feeling his way around to the other side of the house. In the kitchen, he finds Ainsley standing in front of the open door to the refrigerator.
"I guess you want some water, glass of tea or something,"
the old man says. The air in the kitchen is thick and unair-conditioned. The room smells of mentholatum and vanilla extract. There's a can of postum resting on top of at least a week's worth of newspapers, spread out across an oval-shaped formica table. "I'm fine," Jay says, hanging in the doorway. The old man shrugs. From the plastic drain board, he picks up an empty jelly jar. He fills it with tap water, then empties the entire glass into his stomach in just a few gulps. He wipes his mouth with his sleeve.
"How'd you find me?"
he asks finally. There's something in the old man's demeanor that Jay doesn't quite comprehend. From the time Ainsley opened his front door, he has seemed to Jay to be, well, relieved, as if he'd been waiting for Jay to show up at his doorstep for hours, days even. "I read about you in the newspaper," Jay says. It's just enough to set Ainsley off.
"That idiot,"
he barks.
"I told that ding-dang reporter what the deal was, what's really going on here, but, some people got to have every goddamn thing handed to them. You see that piece of shit they put in the newspaper? You see how they lied on me? They gonna miss the whole story."
He shakes his head in disgust. His neck is the color of a mottled peach, dotted with sunspots and flush with color.
"But you wait," he says. "When all this comes out, they gonna be the ones that had their asses handed to them."
Then he notices Jay's gun. The muscles in the old man's neck stiffen. His jaw rocks back and forth in its joint. He takes a sudden sharp gulp of air.
"Boy, put that up," he says.
He crosses to the window over the sink, yanking on the curtains.
"You better believe they got somebody watching."
The old man's eyes are frantic. He's not making a lick of sense. Jay slides the gun into the pocket of his suit coat, tucking it away. "Mr. Ainsley," he says calmly, "do you have any idea who I am?"
"Thought you said you was a lawyer."
He says it quite matter-of-factly, as if he takes this to be the whole reason for Jay's stop at his doorstep. The old man starts for the door.
"Come on,"
he says.
"I want to show you something."
He walks Jay along the fence line. Jay can see the old salt factory from Ainsley's backyard. The old man rests an elbow on top of the metal fence and looks somewhat wistfully across Industry Road.
"They let us all go in 77,
he says, his voice barely above a whisper, as if he's speaking of a death in the family.
"A year after Carter started with that petroleum program. I didn't vote for the man personally," he adds as an aside. "Old Ford would have been all right with me."
He takes off his cap and rubs the dome of his balding head, which is startling white. He feels around his skull with his fingertips, as if he's looking for something he's lost.
"And this one they got up in Washington now,"
which he pronounces Washington.
"He ain't a whole hell of a lot better. All business, that's how they do now. That's all these fellas care about. That George Bush got people in oil. So you see how it works. They making hand over foot, crying OPEC this and market forces that, and all the while they got a shitload of black gold running right underneath your feet."
He settles his fingers into the rings of the chain-link fence.
"I'm short a pension now. I got a wife in there, son. I got to eat."
He looks at Jay as if he expects him to do something about it. Jay, lost in this whole conversation, isn't sure what he's meant to say. His silence seems to anger Ainsley, or maybe embarrass him. The old man slides his worn baseball cap back onto his head and looks back at the buildings and run-down trailers on the other side of Industry Road.
I gave my life to the mine, he says. You have any idea what it's like to work 200 feet below ground, boy?
He eyes Jay's suit and tie, then shakes his head to himself, answering his own question.
Hours at a stretch, in the dark. The air is so tart it burns through your goggles, burns right through your eyes to the back of your skull. And that white salt does, so fine, like a mist, getting everywhere, in your clothes and your hair and your lungs, so you can't hardly breathe.
He nods his head in a slow, steady rhythm, as if he's counting one by one each working day of his life, every hour spent underground.
I'm not trying to complain. I'm just saying, I don't think it's right, that's all. To kill off a working man so somebody else can make $1.
Mr. Ainsley, what does this have to do with Elise Lindsay?
Who?
The real estate agent from Houston, Jay says, waiting for a flicker of recognition in Ainsley's eyes. Do you know who I'm talking about?
There's the faintest smile on Ainsley's lips. He clucks his tongue.
Don't think she ain't in on it, too. Buying the land, see? That's just a cover.
Jay thinks of the empty building on Fountain View in Houston, where Stardale's offices are supposed to be. The image comes to him unbidden. And once it's there, he can't easily get rid of it. It lends a sudden weight to this whole conversation, Ainsley's conspirational ranting. The old man steps back from the fence. He nods his head toward the backside of his house and waves one hand for Jay to come on.
It's over here.
There are 3 short cement steps leading up to the back door of the house. Ainsley stands with his hands stuffed in his pockets and one foot propped on the bottom stair. He's staring at something on the ground.
You ever have any contact with Miss Lindsay?
Jay asks him. I mean, other than her coming around your place trying to get you to sell. Ainsley's eyes are firmly on the ground at his feet.
Take a look.
Jay turns to see what Ainsley is pointing at. It's coming up around the foundation of the house. Black, like raw sewage. Jay immediately takes a step back, wanting to protect his shoes.
Looks like you got a plumbing problem there,
he says, almost gagging at the thought.
No, sir,
Ainsley says calmly.
That's crude.
Jay looks up at the old man. Pardon? Ainsley nods at the ground.
That's oil, boy.
He stands back with his hands in his pockets, as if he's daring Jay to come take a closer look. Jay steps forward, bending at his knees. He touches the stuff with his right hand. It's loose, but thick, like melted gelatin. It slips and slides between his fingertips.
They call it creepage,
Ainsley says.
Last year's just a few spots, mostly places where the grass stopped growing. I had little bald patches coming up everywhere. My neighbors, too. See, that oil down there floats on brine water. And when the water level changes for some reason only God can account for, the oil gets pushed up to the top, right up through the ground. It didn't start to get this bad until the last month or so, he says, pointing to the clumpy pool of oil and dirt. If I'd sold my house when everybody else did, I guess no one would have ever known about it. Now would they?
Jay stands, still rolling the oil around on his fingers, rolling this whole thing around in his mind, trying to get a good hold on it. Elise acted as a liaison, getting people to sell their homes. But to whom? The federal government?
They've had explosions at petroleum reserve sites in Louisiana, Ainsley says. They don't know if all this is really safe. They don't even care. They just buy up the salt mines, buy off the people. But I'm making a stink, you hear me?
Jay remembers the old man's relief when he showed up at the front door. And now it dawns on him that Ainsley wasn't waiting for Jay so much as he was waiting for someone to come see this mess for themselves.
"Did you show this to that reporter from the Chronicle?" Jay asks.
Not that I trust the press any more than a fox in a hen house, but yeah, I called them when this come up, he says, pointing to the oil. I called everybody I could think of. The Department of Energy, even a goddamn White House.
"Did the reporter come back out?" Jay asks, thinking of the strange phone call with Lon Phillips, and Phillips wondering if Jay was another journalist.
Yeah,
Ainsley nods, his voice sour.
And I ain't heard a word back since. The government telling me the whole time they can't do nothing. But I know they trying to get rid of it now. You can hear the tanker trucks coming through in the middle of the night. Always at night, just the way they brought it in. Dot used to couldn't sleep through the night for hearing the trucks come through. You see, they pumped the oil in over at the old factory site. Now they're trying to pump it out. Always at night, mind you, he says, lowering his voice. And your tax money is paying for this, you understand. If this is government business, why ain't it out in the open, huh? Well, I'll tell you why, son. 'Cause this is a cleanup part. The shit they don't want nobody to know about. See, they know I'm watching now.
The old man nods his head toward the fence line.
It's been real quiet over there, about a week or so now. Suddenly there's no more trucks. Nothing coming in, nothing going out. They know somebody's watching.
Jay still has the stuff all over his fingers. Ainsley offers him a rag from the front pocket of his overalls. Jay wipes the oil as best he can, but finds that it coats his skin completely, covering his pores, clinging like a parasite that has found an unsuspecting host. He wants to go inside and wash his hands. He wants to sit down somewhere. He wants to know who exactly wanted Elise Lindsay killed. There's a knock on the back door. Jay and Ainsley look up at the same time. Dot, Ainsley's wife, is standing inside the house, in front of a window, a somewhat grave expression on her face. She taps the glass, pointing at something over their heads. Ainsley is the first one to turn around.
Here we go again,
he says. Jay turns and sees it too. Just over the fence line, on Industry Road, between Ainsley's backyard and the old factory, there's a black Ford LTD parked in the middle of the street. The man in the driver's seat is smoking a cigarette, watching the house. Jay is over the fence in a matter of seconds. He lands hard in a muddy ditch on the side of Industry Road, his ankle turning underneath him. Still he runs. He pulls the .38 from his jacket. Behind him, he hears Ainsley hollering, but can't make out the words. He thinks the old man is yelling for him to stop. The man in the black Ford lets Jay get within a few feet of the car. "You're a fool, Porter," is all he says before swinging the car in a wide arc, turning it around in the middle of the street. Jay has to leap off to the far right side of the road to keep from getting run over. He ends up in the ditch on the factory side of Industry Road. The bones in his knees crack and moan. He scrambles up the small incline, slipping in the mud more than once. By the time he's back on his feet, on top of the hot asphalt, the Ford is a good 30 yards down the road. Jay points his gun at the back of the car, his finger on the trigger. Sweat drips into his eyes, stinging and blurring his vision, fucking with his aim. He shoots wildly, shattering the Ford's back window in a crystal rain of glass that scatters across the pavement. The car swerves, its back end swishing left and right like an animal's tail. But the driver never stops. Jay watches the car turn back onto FM 219, heading toward downtown High Point and Baytown. He hops across Industry Road, back to Ainsley's house. He cuts his right hand on the fence and tears a hole in the seat of his pants.
He runs through the old man's backyard and through the back of the house, past Dot in the television room and Tic-Tac-Doe. He runs all the way to his car, Ainsley at his heels. Dot peers out from behind the curtains at the kitchen window. Ainsley hisses at her to get back inside, to shut the windows and lock the back door. "You know that man?" Jay asks.
He started coming around a while back, letting me know he's kind of watching things.
The old man is breathless from the run, coughing every other syllable.
He's come up on me only once, out back while I was in the yard. He told me to stop talking to newspapers, looked me in my eye and said it.
Jay thinks he can catch the Ford on the highway, maybe find out where the man's going or where he came from. Jay struggles to open his car door. The car keys slip in his bloodied hand. By sheer force of will, he gets the door open.
"You coming back?"
the old man asks. Jay starts the car. Ainsley wisely steps back to the curb. At 60 miles an hour, Jay tears down Forrester Road. Down I-45, halfway to Houston, Jay has a sudden panic about his wife, at home alone, remembering that he never called her from the cafe like he said he would. He never told her where he was going. He pulls off the freeway and into a Shell gas station to call home. He's relieved to hear Bernie's voice. She actually sounds chipper this afternoon, telling Jay she's going to roast a chicken for dinner and wanting to know would he pick up a bag of white rice. "B, listen," Jay starts. "I want you to hang up the phone now and go make sure the doors are locked, the windows too, and I don't want you to answer the door for anybody but me."
We went over all this, Jay.
"Just do it, okay?" he says firmly. "I'll be there as soon as I can. If you have any problems, somebody tries to mess with you or get in the apartment, I want you to call Rolly Snow. He can get there faster than I can."
Why in the world would I call him?
"Then call the police, B." Bernie's voice comes back soft, frightened.
Jay?
"Don't argue with me, B. Just do it."
Jay, there's a police officer here right now, sitting in the living room,
his wife says.
He said you called the station, wanting somebody to come out and check on me. He just got here. I mean, not 2 minutes before you called.
Jay feels his knees give. "Bernie, I never called any cop."
But he's sitting right...
Her words stop short. Jay can picture his wife in the apartment, on the kitchen phone, turning her pregnant body to take a second look at the white man in her living room, realizing that something is indeed off about his appearance. The suit that's just a little too nice for city work, the gold on his finger, and the scotch on his breath. Over the phone, Jay hears his wife whisper,
Oh, God.
"Are you on the kitchen phone?
Yes?
His back to you?
Yes?
Then get out of there, B.
Should I call?
There isn't enough time.
What is this, Jay? What's happening?
Just hang up the phone and walk out the door and don't look back." He tries hard not to picture his life without her. As he pulls into the alley behind his apartment building, Jay tries to convince himself that there's still a life before him that's worth living. A life with Bernie in it. A few feet from his building, he jumps from the car with his .38, leaving the engine running. He ducks under the carport and races for the stairs. The back door is open. It's the first hint that maybe, just maybe, his wife got out okay. The sun has set by now, and the apartment is dark. Jay steps inside, hardly able to see more than a few inches in front of him. He moves blindly through his apartment, feeling along the walls, calling his wife's name. The silence is unsettling. The stillness in here is all wrong. Jay feels a terrible ache down to his bones, a painful premonition that behind the cloak of darkness that surrounds him, something awful awaits. It's then that he hears his wife. Her voice, a soft, gurgling whimper, a sound choked with tears. Jay turns and flips on a switch in the hallway. A path of light falls into the living room, where Bernie is curled up on the floor, her back against the wall. He flies to her side. Bernie! She is staring blankly across the room. Jay reaches over her, turning on a lamp by the couch. The barrel of the .45 catches the light first. Jay sees the gun, is able to comprehend it, before he sees the man's face. He quickly raises the .38 in his hand, but the man from the black Ford shoots first, taking out a chunk of plaster just a few inches from Bernie's head before aiming the weapon at Jay. "Drop the gun," he orders. Jay refuses. The two armed men stand face to face. "Don't be stupid, Porter," the man says. He aims the gun at Bernie again, daring to take a step closer. On the floor, Bernie stuffs her hands over her mouth, stifling a scream, tears streaming down her face. The man from the black Ford looks at Jay. "You really think I'd miss twice? Drop the fucking gun." "Let it go," Jay demands. "You're fucking this up, Porter," the man says, his words clipped as if he's out of patience, and Jay is out of time. "I'd like to keep things neat, understand? That's my job. Now you're making 2 more problems for me to clean up." "You got me. Let her go." "Drop the gun." "Let my wife go, and I'll do whatever you want." The .45 is still aimed at Bernie's head. The man from the black Ford looks between her and Jay's .38. Then, deciding something, he looks at Bernie and barks, "Get up!" Bernie looks at her husband.
Jay?
Jay steels himself when he thinks of what he's about to do, the script he's already written in his head. He looks into his wife's eyes. He wants her to understand what he's asking of her, that he needs her to trust him completely. He wants her to see the way out. "Go on, B. Get up." The man from the black Ford orders her to stand next to him, on the other side of the room.
"I have to go to the bathroom,"
Bernie says weakly. "You're not going anywhere," the man says. "She's 8 months pregnant, man. Let her go to the fucking bathroom." Jay lowers his gun finally, placing it at his feet. He kicks it across the matted carpet toward the man from the black Ford. "Let her go." The man picks up Jay's .38, a gun in each hand now. He nods to Bernie, who takes one last look at her husband. She looks frightened, unsure of herself and what comes next.
"Jay?"
"Go on, B," he says. He watches his wife shuffle slowly out of the room. The man from the black Ford calls after her, "And leave the door open so I can hear you." Then he turns to Jay, who raises his arms in a grand show of surrender, counting the seconds in his mind. How many steps to the closet door? "I'm losing faith in you, Porter," the man from the black Ford says. "You got about 5 seconds to tell me why I shouldn't shoot you right now." Out of the corner of his eye, Jay sees her enter the room, leading with the long nose of his shotgun, the rifle he keeps in the hall closet. He tells her to shoot and don't think. The man from the black Ford sees Bernie and the rifle and reacts quickly, pointing his .45 at her. Bernie holds her breath and shoots. The blow knocks them both to the floor, the kickback pushing Bernie into the wall behind her. The man from the black Ford falls to his knees, blood oozing from the place where his right hand used to be. The stump at the end of his arm is almost unrecognizable as a feature of the human body. Bernie, aiming God knows where, blew the thing clean off. The man, howling in pain, raises Jay's .38, shooting weakly with his left hand. The bullet whizzes past Jay's right ear, but misses him completely. Jay grabs the shotgun from his wife, slides a bullet into the chamber, and points the barrel of the rifle at the intruder. The man sits up at the waist. Jay has a clean shot at the center of his forehead.
"Jay!"
The sound of his wife's voice ricochets inside his skull, lighting up the place where his reason still has a hold. A breath away from pulling the trigger, he moves the gun 6 inches to the left and shoots a hole through the man's right shoulder. The man's eyes go blank. The .38 falls from his one good hand, and he collapses completely, his body crumpling onto its side. For a moment, the air in the room is perfectly still. Nothing moving but gun smoke winding in the air.
He's still breathing,
Bernie whispers. He passed out. Which means they don't have a lot of time. Is Mr. Johnson home? He asks. Bernie stares at her husband, confused by such a simple question.
Not yet, I don't think,
She stutters.
His wife doesn't get off work until 9.
Jay sets the gun against the television. The sight of this man incapacitated on his living room floor does not relieve his fears about the mess he's in. This guy was only ever a messenger, moving on instructions from someone else. This is not the end of anything, Jay suspects. He turns and looks at his wife. You'll have to help me move him. They drive to Riverside in silence, listening to the whistle of the man's breath in the back seat. Bernie rests her head against the passenger side window. Jay stares straight ahead through the windshield, following every traffic law of Harris County, Texas to the letter. When they get within spitting distance of the hospital, Jay turns off his car lights and puts the Buick in neutral, coasting in darkness to the rarely used service entrance around back. Riverside is a county hospital, its patients mostly black and poor. The hospital staff is used to treating gunshot victims, and they are not known to ask a lot of questions. Jay leaves the man from the black Ford on his knees, a few feet from the service door. As they pull away from the hospital, Bernie starts to cry again. Jay reaches for his wife's hand and trains his eyes on the road ahead. Chapter 24. Jay lost track of Cynthia sometime after his trial. She simply vanished from his life, disappearing without explanation or apology, without a word to him, or even a kiss goodbye. She was just gone. The rumors on campus were rampant. Cynthia Maddox was a Fed. No, she'd gotten picked up on drug charges in Matamoros, Mexico. LSD, somebody had heard. No, she was living on a commune in Oregon. Or she had run off with a married sheriff's deputy and was living down in Corpus. Somebody said she'd transferred to George Washington University. Somebody else said it was UT. He waited for her to come back. He quietly finished out his final semester, skipping meetings at the Scott Street house and dropping his global equality crusade. He kept his head down, got a job somewhere. He took his old room at Miss Mitchell's boarding house, renting by the week. Most nights, he played cards by himself in his room, listening to the radio. And he waited. 1 month passed, then another. She never came. She never called. Every hour he waited was just another brick in the wall he was building at his feet to shield himself from what he could no longer deny. Cynthia Maddox had betrayed him, plain and simple, one way or another. If she had not sold him to the feds, then she had loved him and left him. If she had loved him at all. He still longed for her in a way that made him sick to his stomach. How could he love someone he hated, or hate someone he loved so completely? So he decided he would do neither. He would neither love her nor hate her. He would simply put her away. It was a beginning for him. He learned that other things could be put away too. Whatever hurt could be hidden, if only he willed it so. He set about quietly packing up his life, piece by piece, like heavy luggage, trunks put in storage. Until, slowly, he remade himself. In July of 1970, the Houston Police Department Central Intelligence Division shot and killed Carl Hampton, shot him dead from the roof of a Baptist church. When Bumpy Williams, Jay's oldest friend, was killed a month later, Jay walked away from the movement for good. He never looked back. He went, of all places, to law school. It kept him out of Vietnam. that and his felony arrest record, and it gave him hope. There could be a life on the other side. He got married, and he pretended to forget all about Cynthia Maddox. She didn't start showing up again until sometime in the summer of 1976, campaigning for Senator Benson. She was running the senator's Houston office, and the Post did a big spread about the little gal from Katy who wanted to put Lloyd Benson in the White House. Jay had stumbled across the article by accident. Someone had left a newspaper behind in one of the orange vinyl booths in the cafeteria at South Texas College of Law, where he was in his second year. The day Cynthia came back into his life, he'd been in the cafeteria for hours, reading contract law for so long that his eyes were starting to cross. He had picked up the discarded newspaper as a mere distraction during lunch. Her picture was on page 3. A girl he once knew. He pushed his sandwich across the table, left his coffee to get cold. The article listed Cynthia Maddox as a graduate of George Washington University and an aide in Benson's D.C. office, working closely with him on legislation he was drafting in the Senate's Economic Growth and Transportation subcommittees. There was no mention of her time in Texas, her years at the University of Houston, or her early, more radical political activism, other than to say she was born and raised in Katy, a local girl. She had remade herself as well. Jay spent that summer on edge. Just knowing she was in the city was a terrible imposition, a burden on his soul. It interfered with his ability to study, to sleep, to even eat some days. Everything in his life had come to a sudden stop. Somewhere deep down, he was still waiting. She never came to him, though. She never called. In the end, Benson lost his bid for the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. His campaign office downtown was closed by the fall, and Jay went back to his studies. Cynthia presumably went back to D.C. By the time she returned for midterm elections in '78, this time running her own campaign for local office, she was a stranger to him. The hair was blonder, the clothes stiffer, the politics, save for a few perfunctory nods in the general direction of equality and justice, were unintelligible to him. He found he could see her picture daily in the newspaper without a quickening of his pulse. It no longer mattered that she was in his city. He was no longer waiting. He might have left it at that, if his father-in-law hadn't called on him to get involved with the mayor again, to break their 10 years of silence. If he hadn't needed to get his hands on information about the shooting by the bayou, and if he hadn't stayed up till 2 o'clock in the morning last night cleaning blood off his living room floor, trying to make sense of Ermin Ainsley's rant against the government. He might have left Cynthia Maddox alone for good. But the mess he's in now is bigger than his past, bigger than his aging feelings for a woman he hardly knows anymore, a woman he may have never known. He showed up at Cynthia's office this morning unannounced. There were no smiles from the mayor's secretary this time. She has, in fact, spent most of the 45 minutes Jay has been waiting with her eyes to the closed double doors that lead into the mayor's private suite, where Kip is standing, likewise waiting, put out of whatever business is going on just on the other side of those doors. The phone is rung exactly 23 times, and each time the secretary looks helplessly at Kip, asking, "How much longer, you think?" It's 11:15 when the door is finally open. A group of men emerge from the suite first, followed by Cynthia, who is smiling broadly. The men dwarf her, some by as much as a foot. They encircle her like a fresh kill in the bed of a pickup truck, like they're trying to decide which one she belongs to, who landed the final shot. Jay recognizes a few of them from their pictures in the paper. Pat Bodine, president of the Longshoremen's Union, Wayne Kalin, president of the Oil and Petrochemical Workers Union, Hugh Boland of the Maritime Association, and Darwood Becker, a commissioner with the Port of Houston Authority. The man to Cynthia's right, the one who's got a hand on her elbow, standing firmly beside her even as the others begin to disperse, is Thomas Cole, whom Jay has seen in person only once before, at the lunch with Luckman and J.T. Cummings. As usual, Cole is the only one in the room who doesn't look particularly frightened. Cynthia is clearly smitten with him. As the others say their goodbyes, moving on toward the elevators, Cynthia and Thomas stand facing each other, Cole bent over to catch the mayor's every word. It appears the two are whispering to each other. When they pull out of their semi-embrace, Cynthia flashes Mr. Cole a girlish smile.
"We'll do fine," Cole says, patting her low on the back. "We'll be just fine."
As he turns toward the elevators, Cole catches a glimpse of Jay standing just a few feet away. His expression is flat. He is, after all, looking at a stranger. Still, Cole holds Jay's gaze a hair past what is universally considered polite. "Can I help you with something?" Jay asks. Cynthia turns, noticing Jay for the first time. She looks nervous, eyeing the two men, sensing a tightness in the air. Cole never utters a single word. His eyes soon glide over Jay, like a stone skipping on water. He nods goodbye to the mayor and walks to the elevators alone. Once Cole is gone, Jay feels the energy in the room shift into a lower gear, as if the others had all been holding their breath in the presence of Texas royalty. No one more so than Cynthia. She quickly waves Jay into her suite without a bit of inquiry, as if she had invited him. Inside, she pulls a Carlton from her purse and lights it. She kicks off her black pumps and tells Kip twice to shut the door. She takes a hard pull on the cigarette, inhaling deeply and blowing the smoke through a toothy smile. She receives Jay without ceremony or politesse, treating him as an old friend.
"I know what you're thinking,"
she says, misreading his expression.
"but I'm telling you, this is going to work out better for everybody."
She offers Jay a cigarette. He declines, hands in his pockets, keeping himself at a safe distance.
"There is a way out of this mess,"
she continues.
"A way everybody can win."
She pushes herself off the front edge of her desk.
"We just need the right person to present it,"
she says, throwing her voice in a wide encircling arc, inviting Jay into that we. As if they're in this one together. Comrades again. He remembers this Cynthia. The girl who could get a hold of an idea and work it over and over in her head till you could see sparks in those blue-gray eyes. He can tell by the look on her face now, the bright flash in her eyes, that she's sitting on something big.
"Are you going to the Port Commission meeting tonight?"
she asks.
"We could really use you on this thing,"
she says.
"I could really use you, Jay."
The phone on the mayor's desk rings. From his perch at the back of the room, Kip answers the line. Jay hears him whisper into the receiver, the words lost in the distance.
"I don't see why you and I can't put a lot of shit behind us, Jay,"
Cynthia says calmly, almost casually, as if they were talking about something as mundane as an old card game that went sour.
"If you came out tonight, if you stood with us, it would send a message to those men, to the Brotherhood camp in particular, that we're not, I'm not out to hurt them. 'Cause I'm not, Jay. I'm not. And you, of all people, should know that."
She lowers her voice to a sweet drawl.
"If you stand with me on this thing, Jay, maybe I can help you out, too. You know, maybe get you out of that shithole of an office you call a law practice. I mean, you got a lot of talent, Jay. You just never figured out how to channel it."
"Fuck you, Cynthia."
"People listen to you, Jay."
She says it softly, almost wistfully, as if she's never forgotten in all this time what drew her to him in the first place, as if she's carried it with her a long, long way.
"You just got to remember to speak up."
You giving me advice now, Cynthia?
"I know you, Jay. Better than anybody. Don't forget that."
He can smell her perfume from here, woodsy and strong. It makes him think of pine needles and red clay, nights in the back of her pickup truck.
"You haven't forgotten me, have you, Jay?"
she asks.
If only it were that easy.
Behind him, Kip hangs up the phone, and they have an audience again. The mayor is dry and businesslike all of a sudden.
I could really use somebody like you in this administration, Jay, as a liaison to some of the more diverse communities in the city.
Jay smiles bitterly at the offer, almost charmed by the audacity of it. So that's what this is all about? She wants him to be her blackface?
If you stand with me,
Cynthia, I don't stand with you on anything.
Oh, come on, Jay,
the mayor says, quick to her own defense.
You know me. You know where I'm coming from.
I know you sold out those men with that press conference, he says. You got management hovering like vultures, just waiting for the whole thing to collapse. That's about all I need to know about where you're coming from. Cynthia shrinks away from him, her voice suddenly stern and cold, that of a woman refused.
Whether you understand it or not, Jay, I'm doing what's best for those men. Because what's best for this city and this city's economy is what's best for those men. When business wins, we all win,
she says, Reagan smiling over her shoulder. Jay can barely resist laughing out loud.
A strike, Cynthia says, is not helping anybody.
She plops down into the wingback chair behind her desk. The phone rings again. Behind him, Jay hears Kip pick up the line. Cynthia rests her elbows on the mahogany desk.
We're losing tens of thousands by the day. Another month we'll be losing millions. You understand? This has got to stop.
Cynthia, Jay says, trying to slow her down.
This is one of the most prosperous times in this city's history,
she says, shaking her head somewhat incredulously, as if she's only of late discovered that running a city isn't nearly as much fun as she thought it would be.
And I'll tell you what, the shit ain't gonna fall apart on my watch. I won't let it, Jay.
I didn't come here to argue with you about this, he says. He pulls his hands from his pockets, runs his fingers along the dark stubble that's come up in patches along his jawline over the last few days. He's shy with his words, which makes him seem more nervous than he intends.
Is this something to do with the girl?
Cynthia asks. Jay ignores the question, having decided before he walked in here that he would not say any more than he had to. What do you know about the federal government storing oil underground? He asks. In salt cabins on the coast. Cynthia leans back in her chair.
What in the world are you asking me about that for?
You were in Washington in the 70s. You were in Benson's office. It feels odd to say it out loud. The first time they've acknowledged to each other this part of her life, the years after she disappeared, the years after him. I figured if anybody would know something about it.
Well, it's not some big secret,
she says.
Not in the least.
This was Carter's deal?
I'm guessing you're talking about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve?
Jay nods.
Sure.
Well, what do you want to know?
She says with a shrug.
They passed a law in '75 after all that bullshit with the Arabs. The point was to have the stuff on hand so we wouldn't run into another crunch, you know? So, yeah, Carter's administration had to implement it. The Energy Department started buying up oil in rather large amounts. And the question was where to put it. The salt caverns, Texas and Louisiana, they won.
She pulls her black pumps from the side of her desk and slides them back onto her feet.
This is all old news, Jay.
The phone on her desk rings again. I didn't know that much about it, he says.
Well, you were in law school at the time.
He hates that she knows this, that she knows the facts of his life. You know anything about them closing down salt mines? He asks. Or buying up real estate? The phone lines on her desk start lighting up, one after another.
Well, if barrel prices keep dropping like they are, I'm sure they're trying to buy up as much as they can and store it wherever they can.
Right. Jay nods absently, trying to think how this all adds up.
Why are you asking?
You hear about any problems with this? Like structural problems? Underground? Cynthia is still waiting for him to answer her question. Then, realizing his silence is all she's going to get, she sighs.
The technology's not that new, Jay. But the thing is, no one's ever tried to store this much oil in salt caverns before. Not in a program this extensive. There were some problems in the beginning. I mean, I heard some things.
Like what? She hesitates for a breath.
There were explosions.
Leakage?
Something like that,
she says. Her words slow all of a sudden, as if she's not sure how much further down this road she wants to travel.
But look, if anybody gets hurt, if there's any property loss, the government pays. Somebody always gets a nice big settlement. That's the way I understood it, at least.
Jay thinks of the old man in High Point, the government telling him there was nothing they could do. He thinks of Elise Lindsay and the threat on her life, the Stardale Development Company and its empty offices, the man in the black Ford and the hush money, the spirit of secrecy running underneath this whole thing.
What is all this, Jay?
The mayor asks.
What are you into?
She stares at him a good while, her blue-gray eyes narrowing slightly. She seems to take him in for the first time since he walked through the door, noticing the bruises on his face and neck. She rises slowly behind her desk and crosses the room to stand before him.
My God, Jay,
she says softly, tilting her blonde head to one side. Gently, she reaches out and touches the marks on his face. Her fingertips are cool and dry.
You're in something bad, aren't you? Is it the girl?
Cynthia.
Don't worry,
she says quickly.
I said I wouldn't give your name to the DA, and I won't,
she says, adding,
but you got to do something for me, too.
Jesus, Cynthia.
Help me with this union thing, Jay.
She's desperate, beyond any sense of shame.
I need a win, Jay. Something that says I can do this goddamn job. Or else they'll make this bigger than it is. They'll make it about my hair or my clothes or what I got between my legs, as if that's got a fucking thing to do with anything. They'll tear me to pieces, and you know it. I need to win, Jay.
The phone has not stopped ringing. Kip is now standing at his desk. His expression is grim. Miss Mayor? Cynthia looks past Jay to her assistant. The phone lines are all blinking, calls coming in on top of each other. Just then, the double doors to the suite swing open. The mayor's secretary walks in from the waiting room. She looks at Kip first, then the mayor.
I think you ought to come see this,
she says. Outside the mayor's suite, most of the staffers on the third floor are standing together in front of a wall of windows facing east. As the mayor approaches, Kip and Jay behind her, the staffers part and make way for her. They nudge each other and whisper. They glance at Cynthia, and they wait. She looks out the window at her city and lets out a single ragged gasp. Jay, behind her, elbows his way through the crowd, edging for a view to the east. At first, he doesn't get it. He sees blue sky, the white sun. He sees the larger-than-life COLE letters on the buildings across the street. He sees the top of the public library, a piece of the federal courthouse, the city skyline that he knows so well. Then he looks down at the street below. There must be 300 people on the street, maybe 4. As good a turnout as he ever had years ago. From a distance, they move as one, like a river, a living, breathing stream pulsing through the heart of the city. They are coming right for City Hall. At the sight of Kwame's march, Jay cannot help his smile. It wells up from some place inside him he didn't know was still there. He can almost hear them through the glass. Clap, clap. The hands in the air. Clap, clap. The march of feet on pavement. Clap, clap. The rhythm that is in his soul. Cynthia, the girl he knew, would have been down there too once. But the mayor, the woman standing beside him now, looks absolutely panicked. She turns to Kip and asks how fast they can put something together on the mall in front of City Hall. She asks him to call the Post and the Chronicle. She uses the word pronto more than once, barking orders at some of the other staffers. Before long, it seems that everyone on the third floor is on the phone. Cynthia turns to Jay.
If you had anything to do with this, I swear.
Kip calls from a nearby desk, informing the mayor that the city news editor from the Post is waiting on the line. She shakes her head at Jay, giving him a look of reproach or terror. He can't quite tell. Either way, she's furious with him. Jay, on the other hand, is still smiling, watching as the mayor turns and runs back to her suite, skittering across the beige carpet in her high heels. Chapter 25.
No one understands discrimination more than I do,
the mayor says from behind the podium. Outside in the August heat, she's removed her red jacket and rolled up her sleeves just in time for the camera crews.
As a woman working in politics, I have certainly had to knock down my fair share of doors.
Click, click. The news photographers snap away on the mall in front of City Hall, where the mayor, to her credit, has managed to pull together a press conference in less than 20 minutes. She stands behind the podium, baking under the August sun, sweating through her makeup and the pits of her white blouse. Jay stands down below, on the grass with the other marchers. He stands with Reverend Boykins and the kid Darren, with Darren's father, Mr. Hayworth, with Donnie Simpson and his wife and their 3 kids, the 2 girls in matching halter tops, the little one asleep on her daddy's shoulder. Jay stands with the dozens of dock workers he met along the way. He stands with his old friend Lloyd. If Kwame McKelvey is surprised to see Jay here, he keeps it to himself, offering Jay a brotherly nod and a place down in front if he wants it. Jay, feeling a part of something again, weaves through the crowd, feeling its restless energy. The men are almost punch-drunk with it. The crowd rocks back and forth, shifting its weight every few minutes, relieving aching feet. Someone is passing around an army canteen of cool water. Jay peels off his jacket and tie in the heat. Traffic has slowed to a standstill on Bagby. Rubberneckers leaned out of their front windows, exhaust fumes choking what little oxygen hangs in the humid air. The mayor's coiffed helmet is drooping by the minute, and Jay gets the feeling that she's courting this disheveled image, that she wants to let the longshoremen and the news cameras see that she is not putting on airs here or concerning herself with her appearance. She is, Jay guesses, betting on the fact that when it comes to women, people often mistake homely for earnest. He is beginning to think she's a better politician than he gave her credit for.
I want to let you know, first and foremost, that I stand with you,
she says.
Since this whole overtime issue came to light down at the port, I have been working tirelessly to see how this conflict can spin us all in a new direction. 'Cause as the city's first woman mayor and a longtime supporter of civil rights, I will accept nothing less. We will move in a new direction, or history will move all over us and leave us behind. We stand still at our own peril.
Click, click, click. Early in, the cameras are the mayor's only applause. The marchers down below listen with their arms firmly crossed.
I don't know about you,
Cynthia says,
but I want more for this city.
Behind her, Kip smiles on the dais. Jay wonders which words are his.
And I am not alone,
the mayor says.
The Maritime Association and the Port of Houston, the unions and the oil companies. We all want to see an equitable resolution of this thing, a way that everybody can win. I want us to reach Dr. King's dream, where race doesn't matter, where black men and white men can get equal pay and benefits, overtime, and a chance at management.
Jay doesn't remember that part of King's speech. But it's no matter. The mere mention of Dr. King's name causes a knee-jerk reaction in the mostly black crowd. There's a sudden smattering of hand-clapping and head-nodding, an amen or two. Here it comes, he thinks. Here comes the seduction.
And the only way for us to get there,
the mayor announces,
is to get rid of preferential treatment once and for all.
The applause in the crowd grows from a smattering to a swelling wave.
For as long as the stevedores are hiring and promoting on the basis of race, as long as anyone anywhere is picking people on the basis of their skin color, we all lose,
the mayor says.
As long as we continue to see race, we lose.
The wave of applause spreads through the crowd on the mall, reaching such a fevered pitch that Cynthia actually has to wait for it to die down before she can get out her next words. She plays the moment for all its dramatic effect, waving her hand in the air like a conductor, driving the people where she wants them to go.
If we play into that Southern stereotype, we run the risk of the world seeing Houston as backward and unsophisticated. We run the risk of driving away business. The future of this city depends on putting our best face forward, to let people know that Houston, Texas is first class all the way.
She pauses to look down at the print reporters scribbling in their notebooks, as if she wants to make sure that no one misses a word of what she's about to say next.
The answer, then, as I see it, is to remove the lens of race altogether,
the mayor says.
Now, just this morning, Pat Bodine of the ILA, your union president, as well as Wayne Kalin from OCAR, some members of the Port Commission and the Maritime Association, and Thomas Cole, they were all in my office. We were hammering something out, trying to come up with the right solution. And I'm happy to report that we reached some common ground in there. I proposed a resolution I think we can all be proud of. And it starts here at City Hall,
Cynthia pronounces.
I am proposing to the City Council, as early as next week, that the City of Houston adopt an official policy of race-blind hiring. There will be no more skipping over people because of their race, putting one group of people over another. That's where we've gone wrong in the past.
Oh, she has 'em now, Jay thinks. This is what they've been waiting for. The words they came all this way to hear. He hears whistles in the crowd, sees a few women waving handkerchiefs in the air. The men clap and stomp their feet. Jay, at the head of the crowd, holds up a hand as high as he can manage. He waves for them to stop, everything in his body telling them to wait. Just wait.
And, the mayor says, there will be no advancing people because of their race either. We will judge people by their merits, no more, no less.
It takes a moment for the crowd to get it, for the catch to catch on, for the dock workers to understand what the mayor is really saying. That her plan is to simply wipe the slate clean from this moment forward, to wipe out 300 years of racial discrimination in a single afternoon. The mayor's solution? Let the problem self-correct. Out in the crowd, the hand-clapping stops short. The faces grow long. Cynthia is so proud of herself she's dangerously close to being smug.
Now, when I proposed this idea to the unions this morning, to the stevedores and representatives from the port,
she says,
it took them no time to come to the conclusion that this was the right thing to do, that this was the right solution at the right time for this city.
She pauses, waiting for applause that never comes.
So it falls to you men now,
she says, putting the onus of this labor problem squarely in their calloused hands.
If the stevedores and the union leaders can come to a consensus on this, then the only question left is, when do you boys want to go back to work?
She looks directly into the TV cameras on the mall and smiles broadly.
The city is waiting, y'all.
When Jay calls home about an hour or so later, Bernie complains that Rolly's got his feet up on her sofa.
Some bodyguard,
she mumbles under her breath. Jay asks if she wants him to come home. She says no.
I know they need you there.
He asks how she's feeling, if everything's all right. Rolly, she says,
has been watching stories since this morning.
But she's glad she's not in the apartment alone. Jay tells her to hang in there, tells her that he loves her. Outside the ILA Union Hall, he hangs up the payphone. Then he heads back inside, where a labor fight has been raging for at least an hour already, the men more divided than ever. The white ones came here today right from the picket line, their clothes pocked with sweat marks. Everyone in the room is hot and tired on their feet. Jay and the Brotherhood camp came here straight from the mayor's press conference at City Hall. Jay driving his father-in-law and Darren Hayworth because the kid had asked him to come along. Reverend Boykins is still hoping for a sit-down with the union president and Okaw, and the kid, looking at Jay, said he wanted a man with him he could trust. It had been impossible for Jay, despite himself, to say no. This ILA meeting was thrown together hastily at Pat Bodine's suggestion. There's no microphone set up on stage today, no coffee or refreshments. The union president is up on the stage, alone, in a damp and wrinkled shirt. He waves down the hand of a white man right onto the stage, saying, "No, I got to you twice already. Let's get some other voices in here." Another white man in front raises his hand in the air. He's leaning his weight against the stake of his picket sign, which reads, "Union stands for Brotherhood." When Pat Bodine calls on him, the man turns to face his union brothers, black and white. "I don't exactly see what there is to talk about," he says. "I thought this is what we was looking for from the get-go." The applause in the room comes from the picketers, from the white dock workers, who, by their own choice, stayed far away from today's march. The picketers clapped their hands and stomped the posts of their handmade signs onto the meeting hall's linoleum floor. The marchers, the men of the now defunct Brotherhood of Longshoremen, shake their heads vigorously. "This don't make nothing right," one of the black dock workers says, followed by catcalls and claps from his fellow marchers. "This just puts us right back where we started." "Look," one of the white picketers says, "if the stevedores say they'll stop hiring foremen on the basis of race, I don't get it. What more do you people want?" "We want an equal shot, same as you," Donnie Simpson says. "I think what the mayor is saying is that a policy like this would level the playing field for everybody," Bodine says. "There's never been an official policy like this on the books. It'd be a huge step forward." Then, sensing he's maybe offered too much of his own opinion, he adds, "In theory." "But see, that's the problem, Jack," Donnie Simpson says from the floor. "I can't eat on theory. You understand me? I can't send my kids to school on theory." There's an explosive response from the Brotherhood camp, men calling out, "That's right, brother," and whistling loudly. Pat Bodine on stage tries to call on someone else to speak, but the marchers are slow to die down. Bodine puts his hands on his hips, exasperated at having momentarily lost control. Reverend Boykins raises a hand next. This gets the black marchers' attention. They shush each other and wait politely for the Rev to speak. "I think what the men are trying to say is that the policy put forward by the mayor does not redress the wrongs that have already been perpetrated against them." "I'm sorry, Pat, but I gotta say something here," one of the white picketers says, a man in a dirty T-shirt, sleeves rolled up to his shoulder bones. "This is what I don't like about this," he says, pointing to Reverend Boykins. "Y'all are listening to people who don't have a damn thing to do with this union. Y'all are getting into all this political crap when the rest of us just want to go back to work." "We want to work too," one of the black marchers says. "But we got to get some black men in management right now," Kwame McKelvey says. The white union men turned to stare at this interloper in a colorful dashiki, a black man who invited himself into the dockworkers' broken family.
Now look,
Kwame says, writing policy off the top of his head.
if the stevedores were willing to say that the next, say, 20 or 34 men they hire over the next year will be black, or, hell, Mexican even, then that's one thing. If there was something in place that said these companies had to hire so many blacks, well, wait a minute now, the man with the rolled-up sleeve says. Why should y'all get promised something we ain't guaranteed? Putting some of us in management right now is the only way to make it equal right now, Donnie Simpson says above the buzzing crowd. Y'all had your time. It's our time now. Let me see if I'm getting this straight, the man with no sleeve says. We stuck our necks out for you, walked out on the docks for you, and now you're saying that this whole time what you really wanted wasn't to be treated equal, but to be treated better than everybody else? Fuck that, one of the white picketers hollers. I got 8 years on the job, 8 years toward management. I'll be damned if I'm gonna stay on strike so a black man can come take my job, one of the picketers says, letting his white poster board slide to the floor in defiance. You'd think people who say they're always getting discriminated against wouldn't want to turn around and do that to somebody else, No Sleeves says. Well, I don't think it's right. I didn't think it was right when white folks was doing it, and I don't think it's right if blacks are the ones doing it either. The white men in the room applaud him loudly. Across the union hall, another man boldly drops his sign to the floor. 2 more follow. It starts to catch on around the room. One by one, the white men drop their signs. The black dockworkers seem stunned, hurt even. Pat Bodine waves his hand over the crowd. I will say this, man. It will not be easy to go back into that negotiation room and push for more than what's already been offered. He looks out at the black dockworkers, talking as if the debate were already over. This doesn't have to be a bad thing. Getting the stevedoring companies out of the habit of automatically putting whites first is not a little thing. We can build on that. Now look, we dragged Okal into this with us. I don't know how much longer those men are going to walk with us if we're turning down what could be a workable solution. One of the white longshoremen down front climbs onto the stage without invitation, startling Bodine, who immediately looks into the audience for somebody to come physically remove the guy. We got to go back to work, y'all, the man on stage yells. For all of us, the whole union. If we hold out for too long, they're going to have them machines down there running everything. And then ain't nobody gonna have a job. They saying they ain't gonna judge us by what we got inside, he says, speaking directly to the black men now. If y'all can't live with that, I mean, if you don't think you got what it takes to be management, then hell, don't apply. But don't keep the rest of us from going back to work. The black men wave him off the stage, booing loudly. The whites clap and laud the man's plain-spoken sense. At the back of the room, there's an ILA officer dressed in slacks and a button-down. He motions to Bodine, then points to a wall clock overhead. The Rev nudges Jay. It's time, he says. On stage, Pat Bodine tells the men they'll have to put this proposal to a vote before the whole union, no matter what. Something the officers will organize in short order. In the meantime, they'll need to hear more from the Maritime Association on what the stevedores are willing to put in writing. He reminds the men about the Port Commission meeting at 5 o'clock. Those that want to join us might want to think about heading that way in the next few minutes or so. Get yourselves something to eat, as the thing is likely to run long. Public officials do love to talk, he says, which elicits universal soft chuckles throughout both sides of the room. Also, you boys remember now, they gonna have cameras at this thing. They're talking about getting press from up north. You boys make sure and represent this union well. As the dock workers make for the double doors, Bodine walks across the room to where the ILA officer has been waiting for him, next to a door marked private.
Both men look up as Reverend Boykins, Darren, and Jay approach. Pat Bodine takes one look at Jay and asks,
"Who the hell's he?"
"I'm the boy's lawyer," Jay offers, which in this instance means nothing more than the fact that he's not going to let the kid walk into this situation unprotected. Bodine, upon hearing the news of an attorney in their midst, sighs and shakes his head. They follow him down a long and dimly lit hallway. This part of the building smells like stale coffee, tinged with the metallic edge of cigarette smoke so thick that it's gotten into the curtains and the carpet on the floor. The union officers' private offices are at the end of the long hallway, the vice president, secretary, and treasurer all sharing one large room to the right, and the president housed in a dim windowless room to the left. 2 men are already waiting inside: Wayne Kalin, president of OCAW, and Carlisle Minty, vice president of the same union. Jay remembers Minty's picture from the paper. He's thinner in person. He's wearing glasses, and behind them his eyes are like 2 white clouds, pale and shape-shifting. At first sight, Jay doesn't like the man. The way he's got himself leaned against Bodine's desk. The way he doesn't even bother to stand up straight and off the man's property when Bodine walks into the room. He acts as if this whole meeting is beneath him. Jay immediately looks at Darren to see if there's some recognition there, now that the 2 men are face to face again, to be sure once and for all if this is the same man who orchestrated the attack on Darren from the cab of his pickup truck. Minty isn't wearing a baseball cap today, and he hardly looks twice in Darren's direction, as if the boy were a stranger. Still, Jay can see the kid's back stiffen in Minty's presence. Darren turns and looks at Jay and the Rev. He nods. It's him. "You sure?" Jay asks. The kid nods again. "I'm sure." Minty is staring long and hard at Jay. The enmity, it appears, is mutual. There's not enough room in this tiny office for the men to sit down. The only available chair is buried beneath cardboard boxes, phone books, and 2 poster boards. Union stands for brotherhood, and justice for one is justice for all. The quarters are so close, Jay can smell Kalen's aftershave, and from here could probably make an educated guess about what kind of beer Carlisle Minty had with lunch. It's hardly the most decorous place to hold a sit-down of this sort, but maybe Jay thinks it's fitting for the sometimes down and dirty nature of union politics. Maybe Minty deserves no better courtroom than this.
"Let me just say off the top,"
Bodine starts,
"I don't stand for labor violence. That's not my way of doing things."
He looks at each and every one of them, making sure they get that point clear and out of the way. Then he adds,
"But this little incident is causing us a lot of fucking problems. We're on the verge of making some real headway on this equal pay issue, and this shit ain't helping at all. It's goddamned unprofessional, for one. And I can tell you what, this strike wouldn't be worth shit without OCAW's participation,"
he says, to which Wayne nods assent.
"It's the oil that's got people scared shitless. It's the shutdown at the refineries that's got the fucking Washington Post coming around, the New York Times, reporters from out east. This is all about the oil."
He sighs, maybe sensing his own reduced position in this labor fight. The dock workers might have started the strike, but like almost every other thing in America, it's being fueled by petrol.
"The alliance between the 2 unions is too important to piss it away on some bullshit like this, and I, for one, don't want to see this drag on much further."
"Me neither," Minty says.
"And let me say this to you, Carlisle,"
Bodine adds, poking a hairy finger in the air.
"I've known you a long time, and if you did this, you ought to be goddamned ashamed of yourself."
"Hold on," Wayne says. "Let's not jump to any conclusions here."
"I never touched that kid,"
Minty says.
"My understanding," Jay says, not letting him get away on a technicality, "is that the beating took place on your instruction. I never seen this kid, okay?"
Minty turns and looks Darren in the eye.
"You got that?"
He takes a step in the kid's direction.
You got it all wrong.
Wayne grabs Minty by the arm, pulling him back.
Why don't you tell us what it is you want here? He asked the men. What makes this go away? If Mr. Minty apologized, Bodine starts. I'm not apologizing for a goddamn thing.
Wayne tightens his grip on Minty's arm. Reverend Boykins clears his throat.
An apology is one thing, yes. The other is that we want to make sure our men aren't putting their lives in danger just for standing up for themselves, you understand? And as this thing goes forward, I, for one, need to know that these men are going to be protected.
It's my understanding that the strike ain't going forward, Wayne says. My men are ready to go back to work. Let's make that clear right now.
He looks at Bodine.
You said we were close, Pat.
Bodine sighs and says to Reverend Boykins and Darren,
If I'm being real with you, there's no way for us not to take seriously the mayor's proposal. If the stevedores adopt a viable program for race-blind hiring, I think there's a very real possibility that the strike will reach a resolution shortly.
And I'm telling y'all, the Rev says, pretending people aren't black is not the way to equality. It's not even possible, first of all, any more than I can pretend you aren't who you are. I thought this is what you all wanted, Bodine says sincerely. I think the hope has always been that you see what you see and you take us anyway for who we are, the Rev says. Not that we all go around pretending we're the same. I don't see how that helps anybody.
Carlisle Minty lets out an exasperated sigh.
And let me tell you what else, the Rev adds. You will never let those men out there know you're serious about setting things right if you let this man get away with what he did. It will hang over this union for a long, long time.
Why'd you do it?
Darren asks, looking squarely at Carlisle Minty.
Why'd you do this to me? I don't even know you, man.
God damn it, Pat. Are you gonna listen to this bullshit?
Minty asks.
It ain't a bad question, see?
Aw, hell.
Minty waves his hand in the air like he's waving away the smell of horse shit.
You're the vice president of the damn union, Bodine says. If you didn't want to walk out, you should have talked to Wayne, or me for that matter. It wasn't necessary to pull a kid into it. He is one of mine after all. I never touched that fucking kid,
Minty yells, his face growing red at the jawline.
Jesus, Wayne, you want to jump in here?
He says to his union brother.
I mean, for one, he says, speaking to Bodine again, we're talking about 10 o'clock at night. How in the hell you gonna tell me this kid saw me on a dark street in a truck somewhere? That don't make a lick of sense.
How did you know it was 10 o'clock at night? Jay asks. I mean, if you supposedly don't know anything about it.
Well, Mr. Smart fucking lawyer,
Minty says, ignoring a taming hand on his shoulder from Wayne Kalin.
I got cops coming to my house, to my fucking job. They were real clear on what this kid thinks he saw me do. And I'm gonna tell you what I told them, and then I ain't gonna say nothing more about it. It couldn't have been me, okay?
He says, looking Darren in the eye.
I was at work. It's on the fucking books. You can check it just like the cops did.
Jay looks to the Rev, who shakes his head. This is news to him, too.
And I can do you one better,
Minty says, cooling his tone now that the facts seem to be turning in his favor.
Thomas Cole and a couple of suits from downtown were doing a site visit at the refinery that night. I had a cup of coffee with the man myself. He told the police as much already. Unless he's lying, too.
You were working at Coal Oil when this happened? Jay asked skeptically.
10 o'clock at night? I was working the late shift, as a matter of fact.
The story checks out, Wayne says to Bodine. I mean, legally, the cops don't know what to do with it. They got the kid's statement,
But Minty was at work, Pat. It's on the books. He clocked in for the night shift at 7:55 p.m. and didn't clock out till morning. And as far as the police are concerned, if a man like Thomas Cole says he saw Minty at work, then it's enough for them. Look, kid, I'm sorry about what all happened to you. I am, Minty says, not sounding sorry in the least. But it wasn't me, okay? He looks around the room at the others. And even if it was, he says, suddenly smug, as if he's just dying to admit that it was him, as if he's daring them to do anything about it, what with the law and Thomas Cole on his side. Don't matter much anymore. You got your strike in the end, and now it's done. We can all get back to work. Let me get this straight, Jay says, still stuck on one thing in particular, one thing that seems mildly incredible to him, or just plain odd. You're telling me that Thomas Cole, the CEO of Coal Oil Industries, CFO, Minty corrects him, bragging kind of, as if it were his job. You're telling me that the CFO of Coal Oil is your alibi? Minty eyes Jay coldly. He seems to take the question as a personal attack. I'm not just some peon down there. I put in nearly 30 years at that refinery. I've earned the respect of a lot of people. And yes, Thomas Cole is one of them. I do an important job for him, not that you would know about it. He's a production coordinator for Cole, Wayne says, backing him up. Senior supervisor, Minty corrects him. I keep track of the crude. Is that right? Jay asks. Yes, that's right. I'm the one seeing to the tankers out there, Minty says, still bragging. I mark the levels down in the books when the oil comes in off the ships and the tanker trucks. I keep track of how much or how little we got on hand, what sets the prices, you know? So I'd say I'm pretty important down there. Somebody Mr. Cole might want to say hello to once in a while. Jay all of a sudden feels something hot behind his ears. He's had this sensation before, like two live wires touching. Something in his mind getting ready to ignite. It's something about the mention of Thomas Cole that doesn't sit right. Minty just happened to be working the late shift that night, and Thomas Cole just happened to be by the refinery at the exact time Minty needed corroboration for his whereabouts. There's no doubt that Minty is lying. The real question is, why would Thomas Cole play along? Why would the CFO of Coal Oil lie for a man like Carlisle Minty? Why help him get away with a crime? Unless, of course, Jay's reading it all wrong. Backward, in fact. He stares at Carlisle Minty, the callous look in his eyes. Who keeps track of the crude during the walkout? He asks. Nobody, Minty says. The plant's dark. He says it like he thinks Jay's an idiot. The strike, of course, has shut down everything. Nothing going out, Jay says out loud, rolling the words around in his mind, then finishing the thought. And no workers to bring any oil in. That's right, Minty says. Jay gets a sudden image of oil tanker trucks in High Point, the old man's description of them secreting away oil in the middle of the night. The cleanup, he called it, and said it stopped short just about a week ago, right about the time the strike got started, when the coal refinery in Houston went dark. Pat Bodine looks down at his watch. So what are we doing here? Are we in a place to put this behind us? He asks Reverend Boykins and Darren. 'Cause I'd like to make some statement to that effect as soon as possible. So that's it, huh? Darren says. Look, if the police investigation says it wasn't Minty, I just don't know what else I can do here, Bodine says. The sooner we put this behind us, the sooner I can go out and negotiate the best deal on your behalf. And that's what we should really be focused on. I'm on your side with this thing, I really am.
Jay's got his eyes on Carlisle Minty still, taking in the gold watch on Minty's left wrist and wondering to himself what a production supervisor makes in a year, how he got himself a watch like that. When the meeting breaks up a few minutes later, Jay sees Pat Bodine drive out of the parking lot in a 15-year-old Chevy, while Minty climbs into a late-model Cadillac. Coal oil has apparently been very good to Carlisle Minty. Darren tells the Rev he's not going to the Port Commission meeting. As far as he's concerned, this whole thing is over.
You got to see it to the end,
the Rev keeps saying over and over. Darren shakes his head.
It's over, man. They got us in a corner now. There's no way we can win.
And anyway, he's tired. Jay offers to give the kid a ride home. After he drives to Kashmir Gardens and back, he heads home to his wife, and Rolly, laid up on his couch. Bernie is reading a paperback at the kitchen table when he comes in. He kisses the part between her two French braids. Rolly, in the other room, is watching a Western on television, Jay's .38 resting on his thigh.
Didn't you tell me Elise Lindsay used to work for Coal Oil?
Jay asks him. Rolly stretches his lengthy arms overhead.
She was a secretary, I said. For Thomas Cole. They had a relationship, you said. Something like that.
Well, Jay whispers, that's some fucking coincidence.
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna need those phone records, man, Jay says. I need you to go back as far as you can, and I need you to do it as soon as you can.
Rolly sits up on the couch, wiping at the corners of his mouth.
I guess you're not gonna take my advice, then, he says.
What's that?
I guess this means you're not gonna leave it alone.
Chapter 26. By the time Jay makes it to the Chronicle's offices the next day, he's had time to work out a few things in his head, after spending part of his morning in the Government Records Department at the main library of the University of Houston, asking the librarian on duty for anything related to the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The librarian was an older white lady, in her 70s maybe, with hair dyed black as midnight. She brought him congressional funding records and maps, even newspaper articles, and told him she remembered him from his time on campus, when he used to spend days on end sifting through government records looking for legislative ammunition. She told him that back then she'd been happy to help him find whatever information he needed, that it was her little way of being a part of things.
You at it again, son?
She asked, pulling at the thin sleeves of her cardigan. Jay smiled awkwardly, embarrassed that he couldn't place her, that he didn't remember her at all, in fact. He'd had a kind of blindness back then, too, he thought. In the middle of his political struggles, this woman hadn't even registered to him, no matter her kindness. Of course, it's no secret he didn't trust a lot of white people when he was younger. And the one he did trust, with everything, turned out to be a crushing disappointment to him, personally and politically. The mistake of trusting Cynthia Maddox had cost him his sanity and his sense of safety with himself. It's partly why a woman like Elise Lindsay had the power to shake him to his core, why he so easily let his fear get the best of him, mislead and confuse him. The whole world around Jay might have changed in the last decade, but his freedom, his true peace of mind, is not yet at hand. The librarian at U of H left him in a carrel with a hot cup of tea and a stack of papers and offered to bring him anything else he needed. He looked at the maps first, SPR sites going all the way back to the beginning. Bryan Mound in Freeport, Texas, was the first government storage site, and according to the congressional paperwork in front of him, the records of government contracts and checks cut, the Bryan Mound site was initially managed by Coal Co., an engineering division of Coal Oil, which meant to Jay that Coal Oil either taught the government the technology of storing oil in underground salt caverns, or parallel learned it themselves on taxpayer money. But of course the most interesting thing about the maps of SPR sites located throughout the Gulf Coast was something that, by the time he saw it in print, came as no surprise to Jay. The maps, some dated as far back as 1976, showed no strategic petroleum reserve facility in High Point, Texas, at all. And in all the pages and pages of Department of Energy records handed to him, there was not one mention of a purchase payment to the Crystal Smith Salt Company. There was no record, in fact, of the government being involved at all. Which explains, Jay thought while sitting in the library of his alma mater, why the government so insisted they couldn't help old man Ainsley with the closing of the salt mine, or the crude coming up in his backyard. It was never their oil to begin with. He takes the maps and a stack of papers with him to the Chronicle's offices on Texas Avenue downtown, where he's in for his first real shock of the day. Lon Phillips is a woman. Lynette K. Phillips, actually, according to the roster of employees covering a whole wall of the first-floor lobby. Jay calls up to her desk 3 times from the payphones by the elevators, and each time an answering service picks up the line. He would leave a message, but what would be the point? Phillips hasn't returned a single one of his calls in the past 24 hours. And anyway, he has no way of knowing if she's even in the building. The security guard posted by the elevators is no help. He won't say whether he's seen Lon Phillips come through for the day, nor will he let Jay past without an express invitation. In the end, Jay tries a different approach. Near the building's front doors, there's a young woman in her 20s sitting behind a wide U-shaped desk made of glass and steel, whose job it is to answer the Chronicle's main phone line and patch calls through to the offices upstairs. She does this while flipping through a thick catalog filled with motorboats and RVs advertised as condos on wheels. The catalog company offers easy financing in bright yellow writing. The receptionist, when Jay approaches, is looking longingly at a Leisure Mobile V100, which is really just an oversized van with the back seats taken out and a full bar put in instead. I guess we all have a dream, Jay thinks. For $10, the girl behind the desk is happy to report that Lon Phillips is indeed in the building.
I saw her myself this morning,
she says. For another $10, Jay asks her to call up to Lon Phillips' desk, or to get somebody on her floor to tell Ms. Phillips that there's a man downstairs with flowers for her, and that he's demanding she sign for him herself.
Make it 20,
the girl says. He has a smoke in the lobby, and he waits. It's nearly 20 minutes before Ms. Phillips comes down. He spots her by the purposeful gait, the way she impatiently marches to the receptionist's desk, wanting to get whatever this is over with, and by the fact that, on her approach, the girl behind the desk nods her head in Jay's direction. Sniffing a ruse, Phillips puts her hands on her hips.
What the hell is this supposed to be?
She's probably 95 pounds wet and barely 5 feet tall. Her hairdo, a Dorothy Hamill sweep puffed up with lots of teasing and hairspray, looks like it weighs more than she does. And her voice, which Jay took to be soft and somewhat fey for a man, actually sounds gruff and salty coming from this slip of a woman, who for some reason is wearing a man's flannel shirt in August. Jay thinks she may be only a few years older than the receptionist.
I don't have time for a bunch of games,
she says, looking back and forth between Jay and the girl behind the desk, waiting for one of them to come clean. Jay finally takes a step forward. My name is Jay Porter. Phillips looks him up and down, her eyes narrowing slightly.
The lawyer,
she says. Then,
that is, of course, if you're telling the truth.
You want to see my bar card? Jay asks, half-jokingly.
Yes.
It takes him a moment to fish it out of his wallet. When he does, Phillips grabs the card and the wallet, inspecting them both, making sure to get a good look at his driver's license, too. Jay sneaks a look at the receptionist and the security guard. Do you think we could go somewhere and talk? He asks.
No,
Phillips says.
I'm on a deadline as it is.
Still, she seems unable or unwilling to leave the lobby just yet. She can't help her reporterly curiosity, it seems. It's the very thing Jay was counting on.
Let me ask you just one thing, then, he says. Are you the reason Elise Lindsay got in trouble?
Am I the reason she was arrested? What, are you kidding me?
That's not what I'm asking, Jay says carefully, inching a little bit closer. Are you the reason someone came after her? Is it because she talked to you?
Philip stares at him a long time, saying nothing.
Did she talk to you about the situation in High Point, Miss Phillips?
Lynette's hands fall from her hips. She actually looks frightened by the prospect of missing a huge part of her own story.
What do you mean, the reason someone came after her? She asks. What are you talking about?
So Jay knows something she doesn't. Good. He asks a second time, reeling her in.
Can we go somewhere and talk?
Phillips turns and looks over her shoulder at the receptionist, who has long since gone back to her motorboat and RV catalog, now $30 closer to her dream.
Tell Jerry I'm going out for a bit, Phillips says, but only if he asks.
She then turns and walks out of the building without a purse or a wallet, letting Jay pay for lunch at a taco place around the corner, which for her consists of 2 beers and half a pack of cigarettes. She munches on a few nacho strips, but only when she's not smoking or sucking on jalapeno peppers floating in a pool of oily cheese on the plate between them.
Sweeney was an ex-con,
she says to Jay, lighting a Virginia Slim, one with pink curlicues printed around the filter. She waves the lit matchstick in the smoky air before letting it drop on top of the table, which is sticky with lime juice.
He was into drugs or some shit like that, I heard. That gal over to the DA's office is sweating, trying to connect this guy to Elise Lindsay. That's the only thing they got for motive. A bad buy or some trick who got rough with her, maybe somebody from her past. Elise Lindsay wasn't exactly a Girl Scout. But I'm sure you already knew that,
Philip says, pulling on her thin cigarette. She exhales slowly, staring at Jay through a white cloud of smoke.
You think they got it wrong, is that it? You think it was about something else?
She asks. He thinks she's got a pretty good idea as to what this something else is, only she wants to hear him say it first.
Did she talk to you about the old man in High Point?
He asks. Phillips doesn't answer. He gets the sense she hasn't decided yet how much she's willing to share with a complete stranger. He needs her to know he's not trying to upstage her. This isn't some newspaper story to him. He lays his cards on the table.
I know about the oil, Jay says. The mess in Ainsley's backyard.
Phillips leans back in her chair, her pink and white cigarette frozen an inch or 2 from her lips. She watches Jay closely, silently, giving him the impression that she is, as of yet, unmoved, that she's going to need to hear a lot more. From his lap, Jay unrolls the government maps from the library. He spreads them across the sticky table, pushing the nachos and the beer bottles off to one side.
And I know the old man is barking up the wrong tree, he says, pointing on the map to an inland spot along the Texas coast. The federal government maintains petroleum reserve sites in Freeport, Texas, and 3 other places along the Louisiana coast. But they did not buy the salt mine in High Point. I don't believe they had a thing to do with it.
Phillips barely glances at the map. She doesn't have to. None of this is news to her, it seems.
I know the Stardale Development Company was probably a shell, set up to move those people away from the old salt mine before the walls of that cabin collapsed, before what was hidden came bubbling up to the surface. And I know in my gut that Thomas Cole and Cole Oil had a hand in it, he says.
Phillips cocks her head to one side and smiles. It's a look to suggest she's maybe just the tiniest bit impressed.
All I want to know from you, Miss Phillips, Jay says, is did Elise Lindsay talk to you about any of this?
You can call me Lonnie.
I just need to know if she went on record with you, he says, and if this, God forbid, put her life in danger. And mine.
Lonnie stares at him across the tabletop. They're early for lunch. It's maybe 11:15. There's one girl working the bar. She's watching a soap opera on a 13-inch black and white set on the countertop. The only other customer in the joint is a man in a booth by the front door. There's a newspaper open on his table, and the man, in his 60s maybe, has laid his head on it like a pillow. He's snoring softly like a baby.
No,
Lonnie says finally.
I never talked to her.
She motions for the girl behind the bar to bring her another beer.
Not for lack of trying, though. I guess by the time I got to her, she was all talked out.
You think she was talking to another reporter or something?
More like the Federal Trade Commission.
She pops a jalapeno pepper into her mouth, cooling the sting of it by sucking air through her front teeth.
They've been looking at coal oil for about 6 months now.
How do you know that? She smiles, sly and prideful.
I am a reporter.
I don't get it, Jay says, shaking his head. Why are you sitting on this? Lonnie rolls her eyes.
It ain't all that simple,
she says. She leans across the table, propping her elbows on top of the maps.
What you gotta understand is, this was a joke assignment. That piece you read? It wasn't supposed to be much of nothing. I mean, look, I'm barely 2 years out of the University of Missouri, she says. I've had maybe 2 bylines. I'm a girl and untested. To send me out to High Point, it was a joke, you understand? Write a little something about the kook by the water, an old man shaking his fist in the air. Write it cute, my editor said. I mean, that is literally what he said. This was never meant to be more than Sunday morning filler.
So what happened?
Well, it started with the fact-checkers downstairs,
she says, letting out a soft burp.
I mean, nobody could corroborate any of it. Except for the obvious, the factory closed and the old man was pissed, driving everybody around him crazy. But this shit about the government, none of that added up, she says. Of course, to my editor, this only added to the character of the piece, you know, because it only made Ainsley sound crazier, which to him was the story. I mean, one man marching on Washington, it's a joke, right?
How did you get to the FTC? Phillips nods her head, as in hold on, and reaches for another chip.
I kind of knew from the beginning that there was something missing from the story, but we had a slot to fill, so at print time we went with what we had, what you read. Then about a week later, I get a call returned. A guy from the Energy Department, who's been there since Ford. And lo and behold, just like you said, the U.S. government has only a handful of SPR sites in the country, and High Point, Texas ain't one of them. Therefore, he cannot comment. But then he starts asking me a lot of questions on what I know about the whole deal. In the course of my work, had I had any contact with an Alexander Baker or Elise Lindsay? Questions like that, you know? And then he asked if I had spoken with any other current or former employees of Coal Oil.
3 beers, and the heat is starting to catch up to her. She peels the flannel shirt off her shoulders, revealing a rather frilly camisole underneath.
You get those sometimes, she says. The ones behind a desk, the type that don't want to make an official statement but got a lot of shit they want to say anyway. He was dropping hints left and right. I mean, this whole thing might not have gone anywhere if this dude hadn't called me back.
Who's Baker? He asks.
A lawyer.
I thought we were talking about the FTC.
We are,
Lonnie says.
But it started with the DOE. They were looking at the big oil companies, your Exxons and Shells and Coals, as early as '74. The Carter administration, what I come to find out on my own, launched a full-fledged investigation around about '77, looking into charges of hoarding and price gouging while the whole country was in the midst of a major crisis. And it's not just this deal with the salt caverns, of which I would venture to guess there are many, all along the coast, filled to the brim and effectively hidden underground,
she says, pointing to the geological maps on the table.
That even half the shit they've been pulling.
She rests her cigarette in the ashtray, freeing up her hands to punctuate the story, accenting every other word with a 2-handed flourish in the air.
But it was a half-assed investigation from the start, never fully funded. So my guy on the inside tells it. I mean, hell, half of the Energy Department's policy was written by oil industry analysts, guys who used to work for Coal and Shell and Exxon and Gulf Oil. You understand? Shit went nowhere. And when Reagan and Bush came in, the investigation was officially closed. Big fucking surprise, right? She says. Especially with all the friends the Coals got up in Washington. The whole thing just went away.
A few more customers trickle into the restaurant. The man in the booth lifts his head once, looks right at Jay, then lays it back down. Jay can smell onions and fried corn coming out of the kitchen, chicken mole and cilantro.
And then, here comes Mr. Ainsley, walking on Washington.
Lonnie smiles at the imagery, the sheer lunacy of it.
And somebody in the energy department, and even I don't know who, passed some of their information, shit they put together along the way, over to the FTC. All of a sudden, the word gets passed along. Those boys down in Texas are setting prices like they ain't got enough to fill a fucking Toyota, when anybody with their eyes wide open can see what's really going on in this industry.
She starts to whisper, as if she fears just speaking this out loud might cause a panic right here in the restaurant.
Barrel prices dipping lower than Elizabeth Taylor's neckline. Industry analysts predicting a worldwide oil glut. A glut, Mr. Porter,
she says with a caustic smile.
You understand what that means, don't you? It means this whole city's economy is built on a lie.
She picks up her cigarette from the ashtray and takes a long drag, blowing the smoke through her tiny nostrils, waving it away from her hair.
And the party's about over. They can't sustain this, and they know it. Hiding the oil, that's just one tactic of many, to keep the supply and demand balance the way they want it. If the shit hadn't started coming up in Ainsley's backyard,
Lonnie says,
wouldn't nobody have ever known the difference. You see?
Jay thinks about the petrochemical workers out on strike alongside the longshoremen and the shutdown at the coal refinery. The strike, he realizes, would have made it impossible to move the oil that was leaking out of the cavern, to tuck it safely away somewhere else, like back on the oil drums at the plant. The strike, therefore, made it impossible for the company to hide its crime, which was by then starting to come up in plain sight, like black water rising in the streets. Jay wonders aloud why, if the Houston refinery was dark, they wouldn't have just moved the oil somewhere else, like another cavern, if they were in possession of one. Lonnie shakes her head at the notion.
Those caverns hold only so much, and apparently not so well. Not long-term, at least.
Why not move it to another refinery, then? Jay asks. Don't these big companies have processing plants across the coast, in Louisiana, too?
The coal boys closed their refineries out in Iberia and St. Bernard parishes sometime last year, claiming supply shortages and the need to cut back on operating costs. The same year they made something like $950 million in profit. In profit,
Lonnie says.
You understand the game, right? It's just another way they fuck with supply. It's how they keep the prices up at the pumps.
Stick-up artists, Jay thinks. No better than the meanest thugs on the streets of Fifth Ward. Dudes who'll jack you for the few dollars in your pocket.
The truth,
Lonnie says.
Cole didn't have anywhere else to put the oil.
Jay's head has started to ache, his palms suddenly moist. Just the mention of a government investigation and he feels unsteady, short on oxygen, as if he's afraid the mere association with any of this shit is enough to get him in deep, deep trouble. He thinks of the hush money in the envelope. He should have cut it loose a long time ago. His own greed makes him look complicit in a crime much bigger than the one he'd first imagined. He remembers the shootout in his apartment, how close he came to losing everything. Where does Elise Lindsay fit in all this? He asks Lonnie.
Why don't you tell me?
She says, sitting back in her chair, letting Jay know that it's his turn now.
And start with the dead guy in the Chrysler.
He attacked her.
How do you know that?
I just do, he says, deciding in that moment that he will leave his wife out of it for now. The boat trip and the screams they heard on the water. She told me as much anyway.
You talked to her?
Jay nods. She said she barely knew the guy. They met in a bar, maybe a night or two before the shooting. He got rough with her in the car. I'm guessing that's why she shot him. She never said word one about a drug buy.
Would she?
I got good reason to believe she's telling the truth.
I don't buy it,
Lonnie says, looking out the front window briefly at the cars passing by on Travis.
I mean, the girl's got a pre-trial hearing in a day or so, she says. If this was all self-defense, why isn't that coming out? Why would Charlie Luckman bother with a hearing? Why not jump to trial? And why the hell didn't he bring all this out in front of the grand jury?
You can't mount a defense in a grand jury hearing.
Right.
Lonnie nods, though Jay can kind of tell this is news to her.
And anyway, Jay says, I don't know how much she's told him.
Her lawyer?
Jay nods. Come on, Lonnie says. Maybe she's afraid no one will believe her. What with her past and everything.
Lonnie stares at him over the beer bottles and maps.
How do you know this girl again? Where are you getting all this from, Mr. Porter?
And I'll tell you what else, Jay says, trying to distract her with new information. Dwight Sweeney, the guy in the Chrysler, also known as Neil McNamara, also known as Blake Ellis, among others. He's an ex-con, all right, but it's not drugs. He did a 7-year stretch in the late 60s for taking money from an undercover cop in some kind of murder-for-hire scheme. So you see what kind of guy I'm talking about.
Lonnie leans forward.
You think someone hired him to take her out?
That depends.
On what?
On whether or not somebody had a reason to.
Jay watches her stab the girl pink and white cigarette into the armadillo ashtray. Smoke and the smell of chilies flow in from the kitchen. Somebody in the last few minutes has turned up the music.
You tell me, Ms. Phillips. Do you think Elise Lindsay talked to the Federal Trade Commission about coal oil?
Lonnie shrugs, twirling the beer bottle in her hand, swirling the last little bit of juice inside. She seems bothered by the pieces of this story she can't put together with any real precision.
I know her name's come up one too many times for it not to mean something. I mean, I know they were looking at her, you know, as somebody from outside the coal organization who might know something. But I can't get anyone in Washington to say much more than that. I can't get anyone to even admit to an official investigation.
She presses her mouth into a frown.
I couldn't guess what she would have told him anyway. Far as I can tell, she was just the face on that Stardale thing. The one who went and knocked on doors and smiled and looked pretty for the folks, you know? I don't know what all they would have told her about what was really going on.
She had a relationship with Thomas Cole, you should know.
I do.
Well, I'm just saying. Cole might have said more than he should have, or even more than he meant to. Two people get together in the dark, there's no telling what might come out.
True,
Lonnie nods.
But her name's not on any of the paperwork. None of it I've seen. I talked to some of the high pointers who moved out of Ainsley's neighborhood, and all of the real estate papers these people got came out of a law firm in Dallas. Everything signed by an Alexander Baker.
What's his deal?
He's a former D.C. lobbyist. Used to work at a firm that had coal oil as one of its biggest clients. But we're talking 10, 15 years ago. I've been chasing this story on my own for months now, and that's as close as I can put Baker to coal industries.
That's pretty close.
Not close enough. Not for my editor to take on the Cole brothers. They're fucking hometown heroes. I mean, these people got schools named after them, for God's sake. They built parks and art centers and all that kind of crap. Not to mention they employ, with all their satellites and subsidiaries, something like 20% of the workforce in the entire county. Nobody wants to take that shit on unless you're talking about something real serious.
Price gouging isn't serious? Jay asks.
Not unless you can prove it.
What about the oil coming up in Ainsley's backyard?
Prove it's theirs,
Lonnie says, setting her bottle down hard on the table. It lands somewhere south of Brownsville on the map.
Trust me, I've been round and round on this one.
The music in the restaurant changes. It's something slow and bluesy now, a single woeful guitar and a woman's words in Spanish that Jay doesn't understand.
You think Elise Lindsay had any idea what she was getting herself into?
Lonnie shrugs again.
Don't matter no way. She's in it.
Jay looks out the front window of the restaurant. There are clouds moving in, blackening the sky. It's going to storm again, he thinks.
He used her, and then he tried to get rid of her.
You really think Thomas Cole tried to get this girl killed?
Lonnie asks softly, careful not to let the words drift past their table. They seem to both know that their whole conversation has been leading to this one question. Jay shrugs. What the hell does he know? Really? He turns his head toward the window again, watching the changing light in the sky, wondering how long before the clouds break beneath their own weight, how long before the storm hits.
I'll tell you what, though, he says, his eyes still pointed toward the window in the charcoal sky. If you can put Dwight Sweeney and Thomas Cole together, find some connection between the two of them. He turns to look at her. There's your story.
Chapter 27. Rowley's girl at the phone company can give them 60 days, going back to sometime in June, but any records beyond that are stored on the 11th floor, she says, on a mainframe that she does not in any way have access to. By whatever romantic or pecuniary arrangement he and the girl have worked out between them, Rowley is able to get the phone records in hand by Thursday, the day Judge Rowland had set for the pretrial hearing in Elise Lindsay's case. Rowley brings the printed pages by Jay's office around lunchtime. He comes in smelling like a chili dog and drinking a Dr. Pepper out of a paper bag. He takes an open seat across from Jay, lights a cigarette, and stretches out his long legs. Jay flips through page after page of phone calls to and from Elise Lindsay's West Side townhouse, marking the numbers that show up repeatedly, careful to note any calls to or from Washington, D.C., of which there are quite a few. He asks Rowley how many of the phone numbers he was able to identify.
"It's whatever the girl could give me," Rowley says.
Jay starts with the D.C. calls, 6 to Elise's place through June and early July, and 2 calls from her place to the same 202 number in late July. The most information the girl at the phone company could get, Rowley reports, is that the calls came from a phone line within a telecom network run by the U.S. government. To get more specific about who or what office the 202 number belongs to was a phone call the girl was not willing to make without knowing why Rowley was asking in the first place. Jay makes a note to turn the number over to Lon Phillips. The Houston calls are easier to identify. Jay recognizes one of them on his own. He's called Charlie Luckman's downtown office enough to be able to recite the digits in his sleep. According to the phone logs, Elise Lindsay made her first call to Mr. Luckman's office on August 3rd, the day the discovery of Dwight Sweeney's body made the paper. That she did not call a lawyer right away, on the night of the shooting even, is not all that surprising to Jay. What is interesting, though, is the fact of who she did call at 1:27 in the morning, early Sunday morning, August 2nd, not 2 full hours after the gunshots they heard on the boat. The phone number, 713-247-4475, appears on nearly every page of the computer printout, showing up once, sometimes twice a day, for months. The correlating address, Rowley tells Jay, is a residence located at 1909 Willow Wick Road, not even a stone's throw from the River Oaks Country Club. According to Rowley's girl at the phone company, 247-4475 is one of 2 residential phone lines belonging to a Thomas P. Cole. Jay thinks again of the night of the shooting. Elise, bruised and nearly beaten, came within an inch of her life. Twice. He pictures her in the back seat of that car, how she fought, shooting her way out of a bad situation. He remembers pulling her from the bayou, barely breathing, and dropping her off in front of a police station. Somehow, she had survived it all. And the first person she called was Thomas Cole, the very man Jay suspects of having orchestrated the hit on her life. My God, he mumbles to himself. She has no idea. From the pocket of his ever-present leather vest, Rowley pulls out a bundle of papers, folded over lengthwise and rolled as tightly as a good cigar. He rests the papers on the edge of Jay's desk. "What's this?" Jay asks, opening the pages somewhat tentatively, as if he were opening a present he's already sure he won't like.
"Calls from the condo," Rowley says. "Out on the plantation."
Jay spreads the papers across his desk. Of all the phone numbers printed, calls coming in and going out, one number leaps out at him, over and over, page after page. 713-247-4475.
"He's been talking to her this whole time," Rowley says.
Jesus, Jay says, whistling at the wonder of it, the devilry it implies. He shakes his head to himself, feeling a pinch in his chest, an unexpected tug in this woman's direction.
Somebody's got to say something to that girl,
he says, looking up and pausing at the same time, as if he were waiting, hoping even, for that somebody to walk into the room and volunteer. But Jay and Rolly are the only two people here, and Rolly is keeping his mouth shut.
She's gonna be on trial for her fucking life, man. And got a snake right up under her, Jay says. Somebody's got to tell her what's really going on.
You're all right, dude, man. I've always known that about you, Jay. But might I remind you that it was running to save this girl that got you in all this trouble to begin with?
This is bigger than the girl.
All the telephone activity out at the condo stopped a couple of days ago, Rolly says. You even know where she is?
No,
Jay says.
But I know where she'll be.
There are some things in life that can't be avoided. Death, for sure. Taxes. And court dates. The pretrial hearing for the matter of the State of Texas v. Elise Lindsay, case number HC-760432, is already underway by the time Jay makes it to Judge Rowland's courtroom that afternoon. There's a cop on the stand, a detective. Jay can tell by the awkward pairing of a camel-colored sports coat and navy trousers. Charlie Luckman is standing behind a podium set up between the state side and the defense table, where Elise Lindsay, in a moss-green blouse and black trousers, is sitting primly, her back stiff and at almost righteous attention. Jay takes an open seat on the bench directly behind her. By Charlie's posture, the way he leans his weight on the heels of his alligator boots, one hand in his pocket, the other relaxed at his side, Jay thinks he sees something familiar in Mr. Luckman's self-assured demeanor. It's the look of a lawyer with all his ducks lined neatly in a row, the cocksure stance of someone who believes the facts are on his side. Any theatrics, at this point at least, are down to a minimum. Charlie speaks in an even, respectful tone, asking the judge if he might approach the bench as politely as if he were asking her if he might refill her glass of iced tea. He walks 2 stapled papers to the bench and asks that they be entered in as Defense Exhibit A. Judge Rowland peruses the pages briefly, then hands them to the cop at her right. The detective barely glances at them. He seems to know already where this line of questioning will start. "Detective Stone, do you recognize the papers in front of you?"
"Yes, sir,"
the detective answers, though the "sir" sounds perfunctory and not at all sincere. Jay wonders if the two men knew each other in Charlie's other life as a prosecutor.
"That's my signature on the second page,"
the cop says, stepping on Charlie's next question. From behind the podium, Charlie smiles, cool as a snow cone in January.
"Very good, Detective Stone. You want to tell us, however, what exactly you're looking at?"
"Your Honor,"
the prosecutor, the same bull terrier from the arraignment, stands behind the state's table. Her suit is navy and 2 sizes too big.
"the search warrant has already been entered into the record. We've all read the thing. Do we have to go through a whole dog and pony show with it, too?"
Her tone is so defensive, so pushy and unladylike, that Charlie is right to simply keep his mouth shut. The judge levels a disapproving gaze on the prosecutor.
"I can assure you, Counselor, I don't take any of this to be a show, and I will allow the detective to answer Mr. Luckman's question."
"Thank you, Your Honor," Charlie says. "Mr. Stone?"
"It's a search warrant," the cop says, "for 14475 Oakwood Glen, last known residence for the defendant." He nods toward Elise. "Yes, and as you've already mentioned, it's a search warrant that you yourself signed, along with a Judge Paul Lockhart. Is that correct?"
"Yes."
"Judge, may I approach again?" Judge Rowland nods, waving him forward at the same time. Charlie approaches the bench with a single typed piece of paper in his hand. He offers it to the judge, calling it Defense Exhibit B. Jay leans forward in his seat, waiting, hoping for Elise to turn around. From his jacket, he pulls a slip of white paper, a receipt from the taco place on Travis. He scribbles the words, "We need to talk," on the back, then folds the piece of paper into a tight square, clutching it in the palm of his hand. Then, he waits. "Detective Stone," Charlie says, "this new thing we got here, will you let the court know what it is you're looking at?" "It's an inventory," the cop says, "what we took from the townhouse." "All right, then," Charlie says, tucking both hands in his pockets, looking down briefly at the tips of his alligator boots. "Let's start with the warrant." When Charlie has the detective read through the warrant, the list of court-approved items that police detectives, one Detective Harold Stone and a Detective Pete Smalls, were legally allowed to remove from 14475 Oakwood Glen, last known residence of the defendant, Elise Lindsay, includes a .22 caliber pistol, bloody or soiled clothing, shoes, ladies size 6.5, possibly soiled, high-heeled, with a zigzag pattern on the sole. The detective lays the warrant on the wood veneer ledge in front of him. Charlie has him pick up the inventory next, the list of what the cops actually pulled as evidence from Elise Lindsay's townhouse during their search. "If you would, Detective, why don't you go ahead and read through it?" "The whole thing?" "The whole thing." Detective Stone looks at the judge, who nods. The detective clears his throat. "Ladies' shoes, white, size 6.5. 2 pairs of shoes, brown, size 6.5. 3 pairs of shoes, black, size 6.5. Sandals, brown, size 6.5. Boots, burgundy, size 6. Sandals, red, size 6.5. 2 pairs of boots, black, size 6.5. Shoes, silver with some kind of rhinestones on them, size 6.5. Shoes, pink with rubber soles, size 6.5. 2 pairs of tan loafers, ladies size 6.5. 3 pairs of sneakers." He looks up from the piece of paper. "Size 6.5. "That's a lot of shoes," Charlie says. "Yes, sir." "Let me see. Did I count?" Charlie says, making a rather exaggerated show of incredulity. "Was that 18 pairs of shoes?" "That's what I read." "And those 18 pairs of shoes are the only things listed on that inventory sheet? The only pieces of evidence that you and Detective Smalls pulled from Ms. Lindsay's townhouse on Oakwood Glen?" "Yes." "No gun? No bloody clothes?" "No, sir," Detective Stone says to Charlie. "It's just the shoes." 18 pairs of shoes. "All size 6.5, the detective says. "Well, now, that warrant you signed was asking for shoes with blood on 'em and dirt. And more important, it was talking about high-heeled shoes with a zigzag pattern on the sole. So which of the shoes on that piece of paper matches that description?" "None of 'em." "Well, am I to understand, then, that you and your colleague did not find any shoes in the defendant's home that had blood on them or dirt from the crime scene, nor any shoes with a zigzag pattern on the sole? Is that right?" Detective Stone's jaw tightens ever so slightly. "That is correct." Jay remembers Elise's bare feet on the boat the night of the rescue. He thinks of the black bayou water, the bits and pieces of this story it has swallowed whole, the deeds it washed clean. He thinks of the shoes, the gun, the prosecution's whole case, sunk all the way to the bottom of Buffalo Bayou, hidden in the muddy earth, washed over 10, 20, 100 times a day. But where, then, is his gun? Elise Lindsay, seated before him, holds her head remarkably high, following the action in front of her. Jay clutches his handwritten note. He scoots to the edge of the bench he's seated on, not 3 feet behind the defense table. He coughs lightly, once, then a second time. Elise Lindsay never turns around. Out of the corner of his eye, Jay senses some movement in the gallery. He turns to his right and sees a new face in the courtroom. Among the courthouse looky-loos and beat reporters, there's a man wearing a tailored charcoal gray suit. He's taken a seat to the right of Jay, on the bench behind him, positioning himself closely enough that Jay can see the sea-green color of his eyes from where he sits. The man keeps his jacket buttoned, his hands in his pockets. Unlike the others in the gallery, he's not watching the lawyers or the defendant or the witness on the stand. He keeps his eyes on Jay. "Might you explain to the court then, Detective," Charlie says, "why you saw fit and legally justified to take every shoe in my client's closet?"
They were in plain sight.
"So was the woman's furniture. Did you pack that up, too?"
The law gives police officers some leeway here. I believe that the shoes were relevant in terms of putting the defendant at the crime scene. The shoes were in plain sight, so, yes, my partner and I picked them up as evidence.
"And do you still believe the shoes are relevant, Detective?"
"Inasmuch as they establish the defendant as a size 6.5, the cop says,
looking at the judge briefly before eking out another piece of information.
The shoe prints we found around the car at the crime scene were a lady's size 6.5.
"And one more time," Charlie says, "did any of the shoes you took from the defendant's residence match the zigzag shoe print at the crime scene?"
"Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered," the state's attorney says.
"Nothing further, Your Honor," Charlie says. Jay steals another glance at the man in the charcoal suit. He is still, at this moment, staring at Jay, who gets the distinct feeling that the man is no casual court observer. He wonders again if he's being followed. Jay swings back around in his seat. He closes his eyes and tries to recall every detail of the man's face. He wants to know if he's seen this man before. The prosecutor is soon on her feet for the cross. Detective Stone sits up in his chair, looking as if someone had just brought something to the dinner table that he might actually be able to stomach. He's careful not to go so far as to smile at the prosecutor, but everything in his posture says that this is the part of the process he's been waiting for.
Detective, you and your partner, Detective Pete Smalls, interviewed the defendant in the days after Mr. Sweeney's body was found, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. We interviewed her twice. The day the body was found, we interviewed her at her home that evening, and then again a couple of days later, the following Tuesday, I believe.
The prosecutor nods.
Can you tell us what led you to the defendant?
We found her fingerprints inside the vehicle in which the deceased, Mr. Sweeney, was found. We were operating under the assumption that Ms. Lindsay was possibly the last to see Mr. Sweeney alive.
I see, the prosecutor says. And what did Ms. Lindsay tell you, Detective, in your initial interviews with her?
Charlie makes no objection to the breadth of the question, no motion to stop this whole line of inquiry on the basis of relevance. Instead, he's set back in his chair, legs crossed comfortably, his demeanor completely unflappable.
Ms. Lindsay said during both interviews that she had had dinner with the deceased at a Mexican restaurant in the Heights. She said they parted company around 10:30 that evening and she went home.
How did she explain to you her fingerprints in the victim's car?
Ms. Lindsay said that she and the deceased had met at a Church's Chicken parking lot and that she rode out to the Heights in his car. She claims Mr. Sweeney dropped her back off at her car when the date was over.
Did you ask her if she was with Mr. Sweeney on Clinton Road at any time on the night of August 1st, 1981?
She maintained repeatedly to both me and Detective Smalls that she was never at any time on Clinton Road or anywhere near the field in which Mr. Sweeney's body was found on the night of August 1st or any other night for that matter. She was real clear on that.
He looks across the courtroom at Elise. Jay turns once more in his seat. The man in the charcoal suit is staring straight ahead now, watching the prosecutor's cross, his elbows resting casually on the seat back behind him. He's chewing a piece of gum, Jay can see, and more than once he glances at the headlines of an abandoned sports page resting beside him on the bench. He seems to have completely lost interest in Jay. And Jay wonders again if his mind is playing tricks on him. A moment ago, he was sure the guy was here because of him. Another man with a gun on his tail. But the man in the gray suit hasn't so much as glanced back in Jay's direction.
Okay, Detective,
the prosecutor says, quite courteously. She looks down at her desk and from a mess of papers pulls a 4x6-inch photograph. Elise sits up, nervous-like, in her chair. Charlie puts a reassuring hand on her forearm. The prosecutor asks the judge if she can approach the bench.
What am I supposed to be looking at here?
The judge asks when she has the photo in hand. She squints at it, turning the picture this way and that. Charlie stands. You think I might get a look at that, too? Judge Rowland waves Charlie to the bench, and Jay sees his chance. The judge, the prosecutor, and Elise's attorney are all huddled at the bench. The cop is watching them from the witness stand, which leaves only the bailiff to worry about. Jay waits for a moment when the bailiff isn't looking toward the gallery. Charlie, at the bench, says something to the prosecutor. It's a mumble at this distance. Then Jay hears, quite clearly, "You can't even tell what this is."
Well, if we can let the man testify,
the prosecutor says. Jay makes a leap forward, reaching out until his fingers almost touch the silky fabric across Elise's shoulders. He drops the tiny white slip of paper, watching breathlessly as it dribbles down her side, landing on her right thigh. He waits for her to pick up the paper, to notice it even. Only once does he look back over his shoulder, surprised to find the man in the gray suit watching him again. Jay holds perfectly still, caught in the man's gaze. He saw me, Jay thinks. He had to have seen me. The man's cool eyes narrow slightly. Then, suddenly, inexplicably, he stands and walks out of the courtroom. At the bench, the prosecutor asks to enter the photograph as State's Exhibit A, and Charlie returns to his seat.
Detective Stone, the prosecutor asks, did you take that photograph?
No, it was a crime scene technician who took this one, but I was present at the time it was taken, yes. It was a few inches from the car at the crime scene. That spot of black right there, he says, pointing to something in the photograph the rest of them can't see. That's a piece of the tire wheel right there.
Why don't you tell the court what that is a picture of in specific?
It's a footprint, ma'am. Measured as a woman's size 6.5. He points at the picture again. That mark right here, that's the heel dug in the ground.
Jay's note is still resting on Elise's thigh. At this point, it's likely that Charlie will notice it before Elise does.
And what relevance did this footprint have for you at the time?
Well, we'd already deduced from the condition of the body that Mr. Sweeney was with a woman in the minutes or so leading up to his death.
The condition of the body?
The prosecutor asks.
The man's pants were undone. He was parked in an out-of-the-way place, Seemed like a lover's lane type deal.
Which leads us to Ms. Lindsay and the search of her townhouse on Oakwood Glen,
the prosecutor says.
Would you explain to the court why you and your partner believe Ms. Lindsay's shoes to be relevant to the case?
Well, it was kind of a credibility issue, ma'am, the cop says. I mean, here she is saying she wasn't at the crime scene, and we got a lady's footprint size 6.5, and it turns out Ms. Lindsay is a 6.5.
Did you believe the defendant was lying about being at the crime scene?
Well, she'd already admitted to being on a date with the man.
Yes or no, Detective?
Yes, I thought she was lying, he says. I mean, we found him with his pants down. A woman's footprints all around the scene of the crime, same exact shoe size as Elise Lindsay, he says. It just all added up.
Charlie is on his feet in seconds.
Objection, Your Honor.
I have nothing further.
The prosecutor resumes her seat.
Fine,
Judge Rowland says. Charlie returns to the podium, jumping right in.
Detective Stone, do you know if the deceased was a homosexual?
Pardon?
As soon as Charlie's back is turned, Elise picks up the slip of paper in her lap. She glances at the note, but never once turns to look for its sender. Do you know if Mr. Sweeney was a homosexual?
No, he says.
Do you know if Mr. Sweeney had any medical issues with his prostate or his urinary tract? What might make him pull off the road from time to time to relieve himself?
The cop purses his lips, answering in one terse syllable. No.
Then you couldn't know for sure why that man's pants were down. Isn't that right, sir?
Oh, I think I got a pretty good idea.
You can't be sure, can you, Detective Stone?
No.
The county coroner put the time of death for Mr. Sweeney at around midnight, is that correct? Charlie asks.
Yes.
And your officers arrived on the scene the next day, was it?
August 2nd, Sunday, yes. It was sometime after 10 in the morning.
So between midnight and 10 a.m., how many people were at the crime scene?
I wouldn't know.
So in theory, anybody could have walked all up and down that crime scene, thrown a party out there between the time Mr. Sweeney was shot and when the police showed up the next day. Is that right?
Yes.
So those footprints that you took such care to photograph, they could belong to anyone. Is that it?
Detective Stone answers with a smile. Any woman wearing a size 6.5.
Or any person in possession of a woman's size 6.5 shoe.
The prosecutor raises her hand.
Is he making a statement or asking a question, Your Honor?
That's all right, Judge, Charlie says. I'm done.
He resumes his seat next to Elise. She turns and whispers something in his ear. Out of the corner of her eye, she glances back at Jay for the first time. There's no outward reaction or acknowledgement of any kind. When the prosecutor returns to the podium, Elise lets her eyes fall away, as if she had been looking at only a stone or a tree, a thing with no meaning for her. It's so convincing that Jay almost believes she never saw him at all. The only other witness is Detective Pete Smalls, Stone's partner, who essentially repeats the same exact information as the first witness. The whole thing is over in another 15 minutes, Charlie taking a pass on cross. It's nearly 4 o'clock when the judge calls for closing statements. Charlie's argument is simple. If the cops had wanted every shoe in his client's closet, then they should have asked for it in the warrant, repeating as many times as he can what the police officers did not find. No gun, no bloody clothing, and no shoes that matched the footprints at the crime scene. The prosecution is left with a shouldn't we all trust the instincts of law enforcement argument, citing the detective's homicide investigation experience and summing up the reasons why the shoes in Elise's closet were relevant, enough for the cops to take them from the defendant's home outside the legal protection of a warrant, which is a fancy-pants way of admitting that they took the shoes illegally. At 4:45, Judge Vroland wraps up the court's business for the day, announcing that she will make a ruling on the evidence shortly. Jay waits for Elise by the payphones, the ones by the ladies' washroom. When she comes out of the courtroom, walking toward him, a leather clutch bag pinched under her arm, Jay sets the phone receiver on its cradle, hanging up on a call he was not actually making. He steps to the side, blocking her path in the hallway. She passes him with 2 little words.
Not here.
A whisper, and then she's gone, slipping into the ladies' room. He waits, keeping an eye over his shoulder, wondering how worried he ought to be about the man in the gray suit. Finally, he smells her perfume behind him. She presses something into his hand and tells him not to turn around. Then she's gone, walking past him down the hallway, which is quickly emptying at this hour. Jay ignores her instructions and turns around anyway. Just in time to see Charlie Luckman place a guiding hand on Elise's back, leading her toward the elevators. Mr. Luckman looks up briefly. His eyes lock on Jay's. There's a 10, maybe 15-second delay. Then an odd smile gathers on Charlie's face, as if he can't quite place Jay, but knows that his presence here is remarkable in some way. Charlie wrinkles his brow.
But soon the elevator doors open, and the moment is over almost as soon as it happens. Mr. Luckman and his client slip through the sliding doors and are gone without another look in Jay's direction. He is left alone in the hallway with the janitor and the muffled sounds coming from the man's transistor radio. Jay looks down at the thing in his hand. It's the receipt from the taco place. His note to her has been scratched out, and over it, in a sharp, left-leaning print, a new message has been written expressly for him. Chapter 28. The Blue Bayou is a bar on the north edge of downtown. Across the water on McKee, it sits on a rough corner out by the railroad tracks, between a uniform supply house and a boarded-up storefront. The bright lights of downtown fade on this side of the bayou, where industry stops short and developers seem to have lost their imagination or patience with this raw urban landscape. The only bright light out here is the neon sign hanging at an angle in front of the bar, a blinking guitar, blue with yellow strings. The note said 9 o'clock. Jay was early. He's had a couple of beers and made 2 phone calls. He called his wife first, over to her mother and father's place. She asked if he'd heard word about the dock workers' vote on the settlement offer, saying her daddy was asking. He told her no, and to please stay out that way till he could come get her. Then he called Lon Phillips. He told her about the phone records, the calls to D.C., the fact that Elise has been speaking with Thomas Cole almost daily since the shooting, and Jay's belief in her ignorance of his involvement. Lonnie said she'd check on the D.C. phone number and offered some new information of her own, telling it with a reporter's finesse, starting the story back nearly 30 years, when Johnson Cole, family founder and oil industry pioneer, made his 3 sons and heirs, Thomas being the youngest, start work at the very bottom of the family empire. Every last one of the boys spent time working at the company's Deer Park refinery in their teenage years, and they'd all at one point taken part in a rigorous 2-week training seminar for aspiring roughnecks, what some men have likened to boot camp for the Marines. Some of the friendships formed in these training camps last a lifetime, she said.
The paper did a profile on Thomas Cole a few years back when he was made CFO. We interviewed his former classmates, men in the same 1954 training class as him. You know, the whole how has the big man changed kind of story. Well, one of the men interviewed for the story, you'll be interested to know, was a young Carlisle Minty, future vice president of the Petrochemical Workers Union.
No shit.
It's all here on file, Lonnie said. And you know who else was in that training seminar way back in 1954, according to a caption under the class photo?
Jay can hear the delight in her voice, the almost giddy sense of discovery. Who?
Dwight Sweeney.
Jay is silent for a moment. Sweeney worked for Coal Oil? He had thought of Sweeney only as a career criminal.
I don't think he was a lifer at the plant or anything. He might have put in a couple of years or a couple of months, I don't know. They're not too hot in handing out personnel records down at company headquarters, she said. But hell if the whole thing ain't interesting, you know? That Cole and Sweeney knew each other way back when? I mean, it's some goddamn coincidence.
Yeah, Jay said.
Somebody ought to tell that girl's lawyer, Lonnie said. If this stuff starts coming out in open court, it'd be a hell of a lot easier for my editor to give a nod on a story. You know, like, look at what old Charlie Luckman said in court today, as opposed to the newspaper reporting this kind of coincidence on its own, muddying up Thomas Cole's reputation and taking down Coal Oil, one of its biggest advertisers, in the process. You see what I'm getting at? She said. This shit gets put out in open court, though, and it's a different story.
Yeah. Well, Jay said offhandedly, thinking of the day's hearing and the weakness of the state's evidence. She'd have to have a trial first, and Charlie Luckman is doing everything in his power to keep that from happening.
Well, I'll keep picking at things on my end,
Lonnie said. They hung up, saying they would talk sometime tomorrow. 20 minutes later, he's ordering his 3rd beer at the bar. When Elise comes in, Jay stands off his stool at once, more wobbly on his feet than he would like. He can't tell if it's the liquor or the sudden bout of nerves breaking out across his whole body. The words are already in his mind, but to tell her to her face, to tell a woman she's been lied to, that she's been betrayed, her life threatened, he does not relish being the bearer of such news. He knows personally what a blow to the knees a betrayal can be, that after this moment she will never be the same. Elise sees him and smiles, as if she were relieved he actually showed up. She walks at a clipped speed, her size 6.5 high-heeled shoes clicking on the concrete floor underfoot. She seems in a hurry to get this over with. The seat next to Jay is taken. He offers her his bar stool, standing to the left of her once she sits down. She's wearing the same clothes from the courthouse this afternoon, though her hair has fallen now, down around her shoulders.
Can't say that I expected to see you again,
she says, pulling a pack of cigarettes from her purse, a shoulder bag he notices larger than the one she was carrying earlier.
I was under the impression we had an agreement.
You're in a lot of trouble, Elise, Jay says, cutting to it.
You think?
She says, the smile on her face edged with something he may have earlier mistaken for nerves. On closer look, Jay thinks he sees something cagey in her expression, something hard in her brown eyes. When the bartender approaches, Elise orders a shot of tequila and a beer back.
I don't know,
she says to Jay.
I thought it went pretty well in there today.
I'm not talking about your case, Elise.
Aren't you, though?
She says, laying a $5 bill on the bar top when the guy returns with her drinks. She downs the tequila shot and lights the cigarette in her hand.
Last we talked, I remember you mentioned something about money, so, you want to tell me what this is going to cost me, and we can be done with it?
This isn't about money. She laughs then, a girlish trill at the back of her throat. She waves her cigarette in the air, almost wagging it like an extra finger, as if she were scolding a young boy for wasting her time.
Listen to me, Elise, he says.
I'm not going down on this,
she says, cutting him off, her voice hard and cold as gunmetal.
Not for anything. You understand?
Then you ought to know,
Jay says, feeling a fire in his belly as the words come up through his throat,
that Thomas Cole knew Dwight Sweeney.
The light in Elise's eyes dims dramatically as the words settle around her. For a moment, Jay actually feels sorry for her, and his pity, it's clear, infuriates her. The skin around her neck, where she was once scratched and bruised, glows bright pink, the color climbing up her throat to the jawline.
I'm not sure I know what it is you're getting at,
she says.
The man who tried to kill you, Thomas Cole, knew him.
Then, because she says nothing, he asks,
You understand what I'm saying?
Elise looks at him and smiles darkly.
Whatever you think you know about me and Thomas Cole, Mr. Porter,
she says,
trust me, you don't.
I know he had a very good reason to worry about you talking to the FTC.
Thomas knows I would never tell them anything,
she says.
You so sure?
You know, I have to say I find your concern for me to be a bit uncalled for. Frankly, the details of my personal life are none of your fucking business.
This is not just about you,
he says, almost hissing at the girl.
Those men at Coal Oil have committed a crime on a massive scale, and you have helped them. Buying up that land out there, keeping their secrets. You cannot stay quiet about this unless you want to get yourself dug in deeper. You're already looking at serious jail time over some shit that didn't even start with you. You could go to prison. You understand that, don't you?
Oh, that's not gonna happen,
she says rather confidently.
I told you, it was going good in there for me today.
She has no idea what she's up against,
he thinks.
What if you get subpoenaed by the federal government, huh? What then?
She shakes her head at the notion.
That investigation is taken care of.
What's that supposed to mean?
Elise picks up her empty glass and motions for the bartender to refill it.
And anyway, Thomas and I have come to an understanding. He knows I won't say anything about his business dealings,
she says, taking a long drag on her cigarette.
And I know the line he won't cross. Not ever again.
On the bar in front of her, the bartender pours another shot of tequila. Jay watches Elise throw back the shot, swallowing the heat and the sting of it, a look of bitter resignation in the dim light that's left in her eyes. "You knew," he says, turning the words over and over, as if he were trying to get a better look at them, to get a better understanding. The one piece in this he had never really considered. "You knew it was him this whole time?" Elise does not deny or confirm this. She downs her beer without looking at him. "Why are you protecting him?" he asks softly, as if he were afraid the strength of this sort of basic logic might break her in two.
Thomas has done a lot for me,
she says unapologetically.
He paid for my real estate license, you know that? I wouldn't even have a job if it weren't for him. Be back in a shithole club somewhere. And I am not going back there.
Elise, the man tried to have you killed.
And look how that turned out,
she says with a sharp, caustic smile.
I got a 45 and a 12 gauge that says he won't try that shit again.
Here she is, the girl from Galena Park. The tough little pistol who's not taking shit from nobody.
You're a fool, he says.
I told you. He and I have come to an understanding.
You really think Cole is going to protect you over his money? If you're the only thing that stands between him and a federal indictment, you really think you're the one who's going to come out all right in the end?
Mr. Porter, I'm not the one who ought to be scared of Thomas Cole.
If the scene were playing in a movie, in one of Jay's boyhood westerns, the timing wouldn't have been better. Out of the corner of his eye, Jay sees the door to the saloon open. Elise slides off her stool, leaving a few dollars on the bar.
I'm sorry,
she says, the very moment Jay makes out the face at the door. A white male in his 40s, with close-cropped hair. One side of his body looks completely deflated, making his walk an exaggerated swagger. He wears a black glove over what's left of his right hand. Jay feels his stomach drop, like a stone down a well.
If you had asked for more money, I had it all here to give you.
She pats her oversized purse.
I told Thomas I didn't know a red-blooded American who couldn't be bought. I begged him not to hurt you,
she says, shaking her head at Jay, the look on her face one of disappointment.
But you seem bent on doing this the hard way.
She turns and looks at the man from the black Ford, who was by now walking directly toward Jay at the bar.
I'm sorry, Jay,
she whispers. The man from the black Ford never says a word, but the look in his eyes terrifies. He raises his one good hand, and Jay sees the tiniest flash of light. The glint off the barrel of a .45. Jay turns and runs. Behind the blue bayou, he covers the length of an alley, heading in a southerly direction. The gravel beneath his feet cuts through the soles of his cheap dress shoes. He feels every stone, every sharp edge. He never looks back. The alley spills out on Providence, maybe 20 yards from his car. He's behind the wheel in a matter of seconds. He starts the engine, peeling the car away from the curb. At the intersection of Providence and McKee, he slows, looking to his right. The only two people standing in front of the blue bayou are a man and a woman he does not recognize at this distance. They appear to be arguing. Jay turns left, heading for the bright lights of downtown. He peers into his rearview mirror, taking in the empty street behind him. He feels a sudden stab of relief hitting him in the chest, thinking for one grateful moment that he's lost the man in the black Ford. But as he crosses a narrow bridge over Buffalo Bayou, heading to the south, a pair of headlights suddenly appears across his windshield, momentarily blinding him. Jay slams on his brakes, shielding his eyes. The driver never stops. The car is coming straight at him. Caught in the angry blast of white light, Jay thinks of death, the certainty of it, waiting for him on the pavement ahead, a few precious heartbeats away if he doesn't act fast. He slams on his brakes, churning up smoke. There's little room to maneuver on the bridge, so Jay throws his car into reverse. At nearly 50 miles an hour, he drives the Buick backward, weaving all over the street. He drives some 200 or 300 yards, forcing other cars to the side of the road, the same bright headlights pursuing him from the front, burning straight through his car. At Providence, Jay swings in a wide arc, switching the car into drive. He heads to the west, thinking he can meet up with Main Street. In his rearview mirror, he sees a black Ford LTD make the same turn onto Providence, picking up speed on his heels. Jay takes it up to 60, then nearly 70 miles an hour. He almost clips the bumper of a station wagon as he tries to pass it, pulling onto the wrong side of the road and dodging a city cab. The Ford inches up on the Buick's tail, tapping Jay's bumper. Jay gets turned around in a tangle of streets by the railroad tracks and somehow ends up on San Jacinto instead of Main. Driving south, cutting across on Allen Street, he's fairly certain he hears police sirens in the distance. As he makes a left onto Main, the sirens sound so close they could be coming from his own car radio. He looks in the rearview mirror and sees not the white headlights of the Ford LTD, but the swirling blue and red of a squad car, 50 or 60 yards back. Jay slows to a decent law-abiding speed, pulling off to the right, hoping that the squad car will pass, on its way to some other emergency. He wonders to himself where and when the Ford fell off. He slows the car on the bayou overpass, waiting for the cop car to pass, pulling the Buick all the way to the right, under a street lamp. It's only then that he sees his gun. It's been sitting on his front seat this whole time. A nickel-plated .22. His missing gun. His illegal, unregistered missing gun. It must have been placed in his car sometime while he was in the bar with Elise, laid across the passenger seat as gently as a sleeping baby. The blue and red police lights fill his rearview mirror. The squad car pulls in right behind Jay. So this is the plan, he thinks. The way they intend to shut him up. He wonders which one made the call to police. Elise or the man in the Ford? Behind him, he hears the doors of the squad car open. He quickly pushes the .22 onto the floor, reaching his right foot across the floorboard and kicking the gun under the passenger seat. It disappears into the shadows on the floor. In his side view mirror, he sees one of the officers coming up on the driver's side. The other cop, a flashlight in his hand, is walking on the raised curb to the right, which stretches from the street to the edge of the bridge. Jay can hear the water down below, lapping against the bridge posts beneath them. When the first cop arrives at his door, Jay sees the gun at his waist, the metal cuffs. He wonders what would happen if he laid his foot on the gas, if he just drove away. How long before another squad car picked up his license plate on the radio, how far he would get, and what he would have to leave behind. "Can I see your license and registration, sir?" the cop says. Jay obediently produces a wallet from his back pocket. Through the open driver's side window, he hands his license to the cop. The cop shines his flashlight in Jay's face. Jay is careful not to make any sudden moves. He steals a glance in the right side view mirror. The second cop, white like his partner but younger and thinner, is hanging in position at the right rear of the vehicle, one hand on his flashlight, the other at his holster. He's watching Jay closely, as one might eye a cornered animal, a thing whose behavior is dangerous and unpredictable. The cop seems edgy, his hand inching toward his gun. Jay lets his eyes drop, scanning the ripped carpet along the floorboard. He thinks he sees the nose of the .22 peeking out. My God, he thinks, they cannot search this car. The first cop, tall, with reddish-blonde hair and thick jowls, shines the flashlight into the whites of Jay's eyes. "Where were you headed to tonight, sir?" "Home," Jay says, squinting against the light. "Where you coming from?" "A restaurant." He tries to remember how many beers he had. The cop waves over the roof of the car to his partner, signaling him to move in closer to the vehicle. The second cop raises his flashlight. He shines the beam through the back window first, taking even-paced steps along the right side of the Buick, moving closer and closer to the 22 under the front seat. Jay feels a burn in his stomach.
They cannot search this car.
"You had anything to drink tonight, sir?" the first cop asked Jay. His partner shines his light through the rear window, skimming along the back seat, the trash and empty soda cans piled up on the floor. The beam of light climbs over the front seat, landing in a pale pool in the empty seat next to Jay. "I asked you a question, sir," the cop at Jay's window says, tapping Jay on the shoulder with the butt of his flashlight. His partner is inches from discovering the illegal weapon. Trapped, Jay makes a sudden brash decision to go for broke. He opens the driver's side door, forcing the cop on the other side to stumble back a few paces. "What the hell you think you're doing?" the cop yells. Jay swings his feet onto the pavement beside the car and puts his head down between his legs. "I feel sick," he says, hanging halfway out of the Buick. "Get back in the car, sir." Behind him, Jay hears footsteps along the right side of the car, the cop's partner moving into a new position, as they're suddenly in a situation here. Jay starts to stand. "I said get back in the car, sir." "Please, I feel like I'm going to be sick," he says, wobbling on his feet. The first cop has his hand firmly on his weapon. The second cop has already dislodged his from his holster. "Sir," the younger cop says, "you need to get to the side of your vehicle and put your hands on the back of your head." Jay clutches at his stomach, staggering in the street. He looks up at both officers with a pitiful hangdog expression on his face. "Jesus," the first cop says, somewhat irritated. "How much have you had to drink anyway?" "Get your hands on your head, sir," his partner yells. There's a pickup truck coming down Main from the north. Jay takes a chance, stumbling out in front of the truck, the cops yelling behind him. The young cop raises his weapon, leveling it at Jay. Behind him, Jay hears his partner say, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" The truck slams on its brakes, coming within inches of Jay's legs. The driver, a woman, leans out of the cab, screaming. Jay runs to the other side of the bridge. He throws himself against the concrete railing, the line of it jabbing against his ribs. What comes out is real. Dark and bitter, flecked with blood, his insides pouring into the bayou below. Within seconds, he feels his arms yanked behind him, the bones in his shoulders turned at an unnatural angle. He feels the pinch of metal cuffs on his skin. He knows what comes next. "You're under arrest," the first cop states. Jay lowers his head to show that he means to cooperate. They walk him to the squad car, shoving him into the cage and back. As the squad car pulls away from the curb, going north on Main, Jay turns around in the locked back seat and steals a last look at his car, still parked on the side of the road, the nickel-plated 22 resting peacefully beneath the front seat. Chapter 29. He said he would never be back here. Behind bars an inch thick. His feet aching on a filthy linoleum floor, a pool of urine in one corner, dried vomit in another. Men sleeping on the floor like dogs. No place to relieve himself with dignity. No place even to set himself down so he can think straight. 10 paces by 15. He's lived his whole life in this tiny cell, it seems. Lived in fear of it, at least. Which it turns out is exactly the same thing. As being in the sweat and shit of it, the I can hardly breathe of it. The stench in this place, the way the walls start to pinch at his insides. It's never left him. He's spent the last 10 years right here on lockdown. Keep your fucking mouth shut. Isn't that the law he's lived by? Keep your mouth shut. Speak only when spoken to. And what good did it do him? The silence. The freedom he marched for a lifetime ago. The speeches he made. The dreams he had. What good was any of it, really? If he can't get free in his own mind. So he can eat at a lunch counter. Drink warm water from a fountain.
and he can vote. So what now? Jay is not a praying man, not really. But some moments in a man's life beg for a little magic, a faith beyond what the eyes can see. The morning his verdict came down, he prayed, alone, in a cell smaller than this one. They kept the lights on 24 hours a day. The cell was drenched in white light and hot, not a comforting shadow in sight. He got on his knees next to the bed, elbows on a mattress so thin it looked like somebody had laid a cracker across the springs. He closed his eyes, and he tried to picture God the way other people did. As a father. One who might watch out for him, lay a comforting hand. He carried that picture in his head and into the courtroom that day. And he made a bargain with God.
You cut me loose, set me free out of this mess I'm in, and I'll lay it down, he said.
It was a promise to walk away from the armed rhetoric, from the political shitstorm he was forever stirring, from a way of life that had consumed him. It was a promise to lay his voice down, to silence himself, which turned out not to be freedom at all. Not even nowhere close. And standing now in a urine-stained corner of this jail cell, where he paid a toll of 6 cigarettes to be left in peace, he strikes a new bargain with himself. There is a way out of here, he knows, out of this prison in his mind. It requires only the courage to speak. It's nearly 2 hours before he's allowed to make a phone call. To Bernie, of course. She's still out to her parents' place in 5th Ward, waiting on word from him. Still up at nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. She answers the phone in a low whisper, then, hearing his voice, curses him repeatedly, softly so her daddy won't hear. When he tells her where he is, the gist of what has happened, his wife lets out a jagged little gasp that breaks his heart. The payphone to his ear, Jay can hear Bernie shuffling around her parents' house in the dark, looking for her purse and shoes. He tells her to stay put. He passed a sobriety test at the station, and there are, as of yet, no charges being filed against him. He's remained remarkably calm, considering. He's kept to himself, tried to keep his mind clear. There have been 4 fights, 2 of which drew the attention of the guards, but not to the degree that they were willing to open the cage and break up the commotion themselves. Instead, they yelled threats from the safe side of the bars, tapping their clubs against the hard metal and chipping black paint onto the dirty floor. 2 of the fights were territorial. Somebody sat in somebody's spot. Or maybe it was somebody looked at somebody wrong. The other 2 fights were about some girl named Thelma who stays over on the north side. Of the 9 men locked in the small cell, 2 of them apparently knew each other on the outside, and both laid a strong claim to this little gal who, it sounded like, is still in high school. Jay has stayed out of all of it. Except for the 2 minutes the guards let him out to make his phone call, he's done his time in one solitary corner, in a tiny sliver of space down in front by the bars. At 2:30, they start calling the first of the men out of the cell. One by one, the news comes down the hallway. Somebody's mama or sister or girlfriend managed to pull together bail money, dipping into next month's rent. Each time the guards call an inmate's name, the man in question stands righteously and gives the rest of them the finger. A final salute before the cage opens. Just for him. By 3:15, there are only 3 men left in the cell. One of Thelma's beaux, Jay, and an older black man in his late 60s, wearing a soiled undershirt and high-water black pants with white socks. He's having a one-sided argument with himself about how he knows his gal ain't gonna leave him in here, that she'll bail him out, if only so she can get a ride to work the next morning. He goes on, complaining about the fact that she don't cook and bake chicken no more, always sending him from McDonald's. Until finally, Thelma's boyfriend asked the old man rather politely to please shut the fuck up. It's a little after 4 o'clock when the guards call for Jay. He hasn't seen the 2 cops who arrested him. He's had almost no communication with anyone, in fact.
When Jay asks the guard what, if anything, he's been charged with, he gets a grunt for reply and is marched to another room down the hall. Processing, it turns out, where his jacket, watch, and wallet are returned to him, his belt and tie, and he's told that he's free to go. He's slow to move, and the clerk, a chubby girl in her 20s, ponytail cocked to one side, asks Jay if he's gonna need a goddamn escort out of the building. "You can go, you know," she says. When Jay asks her about his vehicle, she only shrugs. He walks out of the police station about an hour or so before dawn, hungry and tired, his feet blistered and burning through the soles of his dress shoes. He stands briefly at the foot of the cement steps, the same spot where he left Elise Lindsay so many nights ago, and he wishes for the 100th time that he'd listened to his wife that night, that he'd gotten out of the car and gone at least to the door of the police station, told the truth as he knew it. This time of night, the sky is somewhere between black and blue, the dying night is tender as a bruise. The air is moist and mercifully mild. Jay starts walking to the east, cutting through his city. He walks along the railroad tracks that run just to the north of downtown, chasing the sun, it seems, and its early morning peek into the sky, the pre-dawn scene of peach and violet, the wispy streaks of white clouds, thin as a whisper, a secret. He walks east until he hits Main Street and the bridge over Buffalo Bayou. The Buick is still parked by the side of the road. At the sight of it, Jay breaks into a weary, lopsided trot. He lays his cheek across the dewy roof of the car. He is bone-tired, but deeply grateful. The keys are still in the ignition, the doors unlocked. Overhead, the amber street lamps shut off one by one. In the pre-dawn light, Jay looks both ways, up and down the street, watching for any traffic on Main. Then, on his hands and knees by the curb, he reaches into the car and beneath the front passenger seat, feeling along the frayed carpet on the floorboard. When he hits something hard, the metal of his .22, he claws the gun out from under the seat, holding it in the pinkish palm of his hand. For the life of him, he can't remember where this little thing came from. If the gun was Bumpy's first, or Marcus Dupree's, or if it was the same .22 caliber pistol that Lloyd McKelvey pressed into Jay's palm on Highway 71 the night they outran the Klan, the night Stokely said they were going to change the world. Jay swings his arm in a wide arc, sending the gun sailing through the air and over the bridge's concrete railing, watching as it pierces the skin of the water. Maybe it'll find its twin somewhere along the muddy bottom of the bayou, he thinks. Either way, it doesn't matter. He doesn't need it anymore. At 7:30 sharp, he's standing inside Charlie Luckman's office on Milam, his dirty shoes sunk into the plush caramel-colored carpet, the grime and sweat and rank funk of the jail cell still staining his clothes, clinging to his skin. He stands at the front desk, looking like some half-dead shit the cat dragged in. The receptionist, an alarmingly thin woman in her 60s, her neck somewhat shrunken beneath the weight of a blonde bouffant, does not appear to understand Jay, even after he gives his name 3 times. She keeps looking down at the same piece of paper, anything to avoid looking this filthy black man in the eye.
"I'm sorry," she says, "but Mr. Luckman has a full schedule. He's got clients, you know, and he's due in court for a ruling just this morning."
"Ma'am," Jay says, "I can guarantee you he's going to want to talk to me before he goes into that courtroom. This is about his client, Elise Lindsay."
It's the name that does it. The receptionist finally picks up the phone receiver on her desk and dials the extension to Charlie Luckman's office.
"There's somebody named Porter here to see Mr. Luckman,"
she says to a voice on the other end. He's led down a long hallway then, past the conference room. Charlie's secretary, a pretty brunette in a navy blue wrap dress and flats, smiles through clenched lips when she sees Jay coming down the hall, when she gets a good look at his soiled clothes and knotted hair. She offers him a seat, tells him Mr. Luckman is on a call. Jay nods politely and walks right past her, He opens the door to Luckman's office. Charlie is indeed on the phone. He looks up when he sees Jay.
What the hell is this?
He's behind his desk, his collar unbuttoned. There's a blue and red striped tie hanging across the back of his leather chair, a glass of milk on his desk.
I'm going to have to call you back,
he mumbles into the phone. Charlie's secretary steps in from the hallway.
I told him you were on the phone,
she says.
What the hell is going on here?
Charlie says. He looks at Jay, screwing up his face at the sight before him. Or maybe the smell.
I don't know how you run your business, Mr. Porter, but I don't respond to ambush tactics. You got something you want to say on the Cummins thing, you can call a meeting or wait till we get in front of a judge. You can't just barge in here, not today, he says, reaching for his tie. I'm not doing this today.
And then, because he can't resist,
that girl gonna take the $5,000 or what?
Charlie asks, spontaneously shaving $2,500 off his last offer. That's not why I'm here, Jay says. Charlie lifts up the white collar of his shirt, nods to his secretary.
Get him out of here, would you?
I know where the gun is, Jay says quickly. The office, which is beige and mahogany and smells faintly of butterscotch, is suddenly stilled, the air tight, as if somebody took the whole room in a chokehold, knocked the wind out of them all, especially Charlie. With the loose ends of his red and blue tie in his hands, he stares at Jay Porter. Maybe just now remembering Jay's face in the courthouse yesterday, and what little sense that made to him at the time. He's putting something together in his mind. The gun that killed Mr. Sweeney, Jay says. I know where it is. Charlie clears his throat.
Gail, shut the door,
he says. The secretary pushes the maple-colored door closed with her hand. Charlie sighs.
Might you kindly put your behind on the other side of it?
Behind him, Jay hears the door open and close again with a carpet-padded whoosh of air, soft as a baby's breath. The room is starkly, almost painfully quiet. Charlie steps from around the corner of his desk, moving toward Jay slowly, tentatively, as if he were actually physically afraid of Jay, of what he has to say, but feels forced to close the gap between them anyway, if only to keep their voices at a minimum, down to a whisper.
How do you know my client?
Why don't you ask her?
Don't you dare play games with me, Charlie says. Don't come in here and say something like you just did and play games with me.
Why don't you ask her how she got those marks on her neck, Jay says. Why don't you ask her why she really shot that man?
How do you know?
Charlie asks, almost stopping himself before he gets the words all the way out.
How do you know she shot him?
Because I was there. There. He said it. The words, once out, are like a locomotive on the tracks, with too much physical strength behind them to stop on a dime. He cannot, will not stop the truth. He tells the whole thing. The ride on the boat, the gunshots, the screams, the water rescue, the late-night drop in front of the police station, the black Ford and the money, Elise's cagey behavior, the news from High Point, the old man and the oil, the cover-up, the real estate buys, the government's sudden curiosity in Ms. Lindsay, the calls from D.C. He runs the story all the way to its breathless end, plopping the meat of it at Thomas Cole's doorstep. He ends grandly on the link between Thomas Cole and the deceased, the man who tried to kill Mr. Luckman's client. This is his mess, Jay says, speaking of Cole.
And somebody ought to do something about it.
Charlie walks to the office's one window, which covers an entire wall. There's a small bar parked in the thick carpet in front of the window. It's got a mirrored tray on top, a pitcher of water and a coffee carafe and 3 different types of scotch. Charlie pours himself a glass of water, downs it, then pours a scotch. He looks up at the view in front of him, the green spread of Allen Parkway, cut in half by the Serpentine Bayou, the city's main vein.
What do you want?
He asks.
I want to testify."
Jay has never been on a witness stand in his life. He didn't even speak at his own trial. His court-appointed attorney said they'd tear him to pieces, getting into his reputation as a rabble-rouser, a troublemaker, a man with no love for his country. Jay was silent throughout the whole thing. But not anymore.
They set her up. Let me get on the stand. Let a jury hear what really happened that night. Who wanted to harm this girl? And, more important, why?
"Mr. Porter, this case is not going to trial. They don't have the evidence. Emily knows that," Charlie says, calling the judge by her first name. "And I wouldn't put you on the stand no way. My client says she was not at the scene, and the state has yet to provide any substantial evidence to say that she was. So why the hell would I ever put up a witness who says she was right there? Especially if you're telling me that gun's buried and gone, somewhere at the bottom of Buffalo Bayou. As far as I'm concerned, they got nothing."
"I could go to the other side," Jay says.
"You could have done that this morning, but since I'm looking at you right now, I'm going to guess that's not the way you wanted to handle things." He cocks his head to one side, regarding Jay from a distance. "I don't think you want to see that girl hurt. The state, though, they got other plans for her."
"Thomas Cole is the one who belongs behind bars," Jay says.
"I don't have nothing to do with that. I don't want to know nothing more about it," Charlie says. "My job is to keep that girl out of jail. That's it."
"That's it? You're just going to ignore the rest?" Jay asks, mildly incredulous. "You're sitting up in this big firm, got all the resources in the world, and you're just going to let this guy get away with what he did?"
Charlie tucks his hands in his pockets, studying the tips of his boots. He's trying to find the right way to put this. "I don't think you understand what's really going on here. You really think a girl like Elise Lindsay? Oh, forget the clothes, the diamonds, and all that. You really think a girl like that can afford me?" The words hang in the air for a minute before they finally settle in.
"Thomas Cole hired you,"
Jay says, finally getting it. "Look, I'm going to do us both a favor, Mr. Porter," Charlie says, his boots already gliding to the door. "I'm going to pretend like we never had this conversation." He opens the door to his office, pausing at the threshold where the two men pass each other only inches apart. Here, Jay gets the closest look yet at the downward turn of Charlie's green eyes.
"You're afraid of him,"
Jay says. Then,
"You're a coward."
the insult washes right over Charlie, as if Jay had been stating something as matter-of-fact as the color of the drapes or describing the carpet on the floor. He pats Jay on the back and actually manages a smile. "Mr. Porter, I wouldn't spend another minute worrying over any of this," he says, holding the door open. "This whole thing will be over by lunchtime anyway. You'll see." Lynette Phillips sits on the bench directly behind Jay. Just before the judge comes in, she puts a hand on Jay's shoulder, leans forward, and whispers,
"The call's from D.C. to Elise Lindsay, that number you gave me. It was a Martin Burroughs, an employee with, surprise, surprise, the Federal Trade Commission. He was in their Consumer Protection Division."
Jay has not been home or changed his clothes or showered since his arrest. Lonnie is mercifully silent about his haggard appearance in Judge Vrolin's courtroom this morning. She's in another flannel shirt, rolled up to her elbows.
"Was?"
Jay says.
"Mr. Burroughs is no longer employed by the FTC,"
Lonnie says flatly, repeating the information she received.
"He was terminated 3 weeks ago."
Jay stares straight ahead. Elise and Charlie are side by side at the same table they occupied yesterday afternoon. He in the same suit he was wearing in his office only an hour ago, and she in a white pantsuit, a thin gold belt at the waist. They're facing straight ahead, passing the time in silence, not speaking to each other.
I guess Cole really did it, huh?
Lonnie says to Jay.
The son of a bitch made a whole federal investigation go away.
When the judge comes in, they all stand. Lonnie whispers over his shoulder,
What happened to you anyway?
Because there is no quick answer, Jay doesn't even try. Judge Vroland takes her place at the bench. Jay looks back and forth between the prosecutor, nervously fidgeting at the state's table, and Charlie Luckman, whose legs are comfortably crossed, his hands resting in his lap. The whole thing plays out exactly as Charlie said it would. First, the judge offers her ruling on the search. The shoes are out. They were out of the bounds of the search warrant and therefore out of any trial in her courtroom. Second, she asked the prosecutor if the state can proceed with their case without the shoes.
I mean, tell me you weren't hanging this whole deal on every shoe in this young lady's closet. Tell me you got something else to work with, she says. To which the prosecutor, standing at her desk, responds, We've got her fingerprints in the car, Your Honor, the very car they found the victim in. If I'm remembering it correctly, the defendant has admitted to being in the man's car, out to dinner or something like that.
Charlie, following the action from his seat, nods his head. The judge leans forward in her chair, her eyes focused on the state's attorney.
Do you have anything that puts the defendant at the scene of the crime? An eyewitness? A murder weapon? No, Your Honor, the prosecutor says.
Charlie, on cue, stands and asks for a dismissal of the case, based on a supreme lack of evidence. Judge Vroland announces to the room that she's inclined to agree with Mr. Luckman. She doesn't seem particularly pleased by this fact. She looks at the prosecutor as if her hands are tied, advising the attorney to pull together some more evidence and take it back to a grand jury.
I just can't see you mounting a case with what you got now.
Behind him, Jay hears Lonnie whisper,
Oh, boy.
A moment later, Judge Vroland makes her second ruling of the day, granting defense counsel's motion for a dismissal of the case. In less than 12 minutes, it's all over. Elise is free to go. The gun and the truth still buried beneath the surface. She kisses her lawyer on the cheek, looking only once over his shoulder. She spots Jay in the gallery. Across her thin pinkish lips, he sees something he takes for a smile as the clerk calls the next case on the docket. Lonnie puts a hand on Jay's shoulder.
What now?
She asks. Jay says the only thing he can think of. I have to go pick up my wife. He stops in the washroom on his way out of the building. For 5 whole minutes, he stands alone over an empty sink, watching water run. When he feels he has the strength, he splashes cool water on his face, wiping at his eyes with his sleeve. Behind him, one of the stall doors opens. A man, taller than Jay, glides to the row of wash basins. Jay catches a glimpse of him in the bathroom mirror. The man is lean, his features seemingly cut from stone. The face is instantly familiar. Thomas Cole is standing at the sink right next to him. Jay stands perfectly still, watching Cole admire his own reflection, smoothing a few wayward hairs on his dark blonde head. When Cole finally looks up, catching Jay's reflection in the mirror, he smiles, an odd twinkle in his steely gray eyes. "Don't make me regret I didn't kill you when I had the chance," he says, his tone mannered and cool, the smile belying his true menace. Just then, 2 lawyers enter the men's room. They stand at the urinals, rehashing a prosecutor's performance in Judge Kupperman's courtroom. They're both convinced the prosecutor passed gas at some point during her opening statement. In the mirror, Cole gives Jay a wink. He tucks his hands into the pockets of his linen trousers and saunters out of the men's room. Jay stays behind at the wash basin, feeling a heat radiate through his whole body. He's almost faint with it, a rage that has the power to break him if he doesn't hold himself together. Everything he knows depends on him keeping a cool head. Bernadine is waiting for him on the front steps of the church, one hand on her swollen belly, the other tangled in the straps of her purse. She's biting her bottom lip when he comes up the walk, and one of her French braids has started to come loose in the back. She looks to have slept as little as he did last night. When he's within loving distance of her arms, she grabs hold of his neck. In his ear, she exhales. One breath, one syllable. She whispers his name, his father's first initial. On the stairs, she's 2 steps taller than he is, and it is something, he feels, to look up to this woman, to feel held up by his wife. She's the first to tell him about the strike, the vote that ended it. They're going to take a chance on this race-blind thing, she says.
Daddy's up in the office, on the phone right now. I know he wanted to say something to you about it.
Not now, Jay says, feeling her belly close to his. Let's go home. He steals her away then, carrying her purse for her to the car. They leave without a word to anybody, ride the whole way to 3rd Ward in silence. When they get to the apartment, Bernie takes a pair of chicken breasts out of the freezer for a late lunch. She lays the raw meat in a shallow pool of water in the kitchen sink. Jay takes off his jacket and tie. He lines up 2 beers on the dinette table, downing the first in a matter of seconds. Bernie, never one in favor of daytime drinking, watches him without saying much of anything. She keeps an eye on the chicken thawing in the sink, and when she gets bored with that, she shuffles across the kitchen floor, taking a seat across from her husband at the table. Finally, Jay tells her what he's thinking about doing next.
Leave it alone,
she says, speaking softly to him, as if the baby were already here, already sleeping in the other room.
It's over, Jay.
They brought this to my doorstep. They did this, not me.
He raises his voice in a way that makes her wince. He realizes she has never seen this side of him, that she came into his life long after he thought his anger had run out. He stares into the living room, his gaze falling on the bleached-out spot on the floor where he scrubbed blood with his bare hands.
They came into my house, Bernie.
I was here, Jay. Alone,
she says.
This has to do with me, too.
They came into our house, he says. I didn't ask for any of this.
Then walk away.
He shakes his head slowly.
They're stealing from people, B. People like me and you. People like your daddy, your sister, the ladies at your church, working people. We're paying more at the pump, paying more for our clothes, the shoes on our feet, the food the grocers pick up from their suppliers in those big gassy 18-wheelers. This oil thing touches everything. You're paying an extra 50 cents on that chicken breast for the cost of the plastic it's wrapped in. That's made from petroleum, too,
he says, looking at his wife under the dim white light of the overhead bulb.
They're cheating people every which way, and I'm not going to be pushed into keeping my mouth shut about it.
Bernie, listening to all this, bites her bottom lip. Jay sets his beer can down, pushing it away. There was a man, he says. A man who used to come around his granddaddy's place, a little restaurant the family had up in Nigton. The man was a soldier, a vet, and a drunk. He used to come in every day in his old uniform, which was coming apart at the seams. He never had any money. And sometimes Jay's mama would pay him a quarter to sweep up out front and get himself a little lunch. Mostly the man would just sit for hours at a stretch at one of the tables. He would stare out the window, kind of mumbling to himself. And sometimes he would cry for no reason. He wasn't all right in his head. Shell-shocked, the old folks called it. The man used to grab hold of Jay sometimes. Used to grab him by the shoulders real hard and look the boy in the eye. He spoke in short, broken-off sentences, barking, kind of, like he had something caught in his throat.
Same thing make you laugh and make you cry. The quinine rooster was a pearly curry, you hear me, boy?
And then he would shake Jay by his shoulders until the boy's head hurt.
You hear me now? They coming to get you, too.
Jay looks up at his wife. I don't want to be that man, B. An old soldier. A man who can't hardly talk. I can't walk through this life like that. He says this last part as an apology for revealing to his wife, this late in the game, the man he truly is. I just can't. Bernie studies his face for a long time, the shadows beneath his eyes. Finally, she gets up and walks to the sink. With a wooden spoon from the drain board, she pokes the chicken breasts encased in plastic wrap in the sink.
I need you to be safe, Jay. I need that. Understand?
I know.
I mean, they came after you once, Jay. What makes you think they won't do it again?
I'm taking it right to the courts, B, he says. I'm taking it right to court. That night, sometime between the Dukes of Hazzard and Dallas, the dishes put up and his wife asleep in front of the television, Jay stands over the kitchen counter. He picks up the phone and calls the old man in High Point. You still looking for a lawyer? He asks, after introductions are remade. The old man is silent for a long stretch on the phone. Jay can hear his phlegmy breathing, a rattle and a rasp. There's a television playing somewhere in the background. Jay thinks it's tuned to the same station. He hears the same beer commercial it's playing in his living room coming through the phone line as well. He pictures Mr. Ainsley's wife sitting in the blue light of their television screen, a pile of knitting yarn in her lap. He thinks of their white A-frame house, the yellow curtains in the windows, the American flag hanging limply out front. I understand you got some encroachment onto your property, Jay says, using the same tone of voice he uses with all his prospective clients, one that's gentle and encouraging. Seems to me somebody ought not to get away with it. Somebody ought to be made to answer for that, Mr. Ainsley. The old man is quiet still. The laughter on their televisions raises to a high pitch. Ainsley clears his throat.
You that black fellow that come by the house?
Yes, sir. The old man makes a humming sound, like he's pausing to catch his breath, or think.
I don't have a lot of money to pay you,
he says. You let me worry about that, Jay says, already counting in his mind the $23,200 he's got stuffed in the lockbox in his office. He thinks it may be enough for at least one expert witness. And enough to pay Eddie May overtime. Chapter 30. The day he files the papers, Bernie goes into labor, some 2 weeks early. Jay races home to find his wife bent over the kitchen table, her face screwed up in pain, the packed suitcase at her feet. They make it to Ben Taub Hospital in a record 11 minutes. He holds her hand for the first hour in the waiting room. Once they've been assured the doctor is on his way, Jay does everything he can to make his wife comfortable, fluffing up the pillow she brought from home and offering her a can of soda from one of the machines. Then he has a smoke outside and starts making the calls on her list. Her mother and father, her sister, some of the ladies from the church. Jay doesn't have a list. Not a soul he can call. It kinda eats at him a little. Not for the first time. And not the last. Back at his wife's side in the waiting room, he chews his nails to the bone, picks up one magazine after another, even starts flipping through one of Bernie's romance novels, one with a field of corn and a nearly naked lady on the cover. By the time Bernie's family starts to trickle in, the doctor has already come and gone. False labor, he called it. Not at all uncommon, but a sign they're getting close. The doctor said he couldn't check them into the hospital this early, nor did he believe they'd want the extra expense. His best advice was to send them home and tell them to be alert for the real signs,
contractions that grow longer and stronger, any mucus or discharge, and certainly if Bernie's water breaks, they should come back in. It could be any time now. Jay and Bernie wait around to make sure her whole family gets the news. Then they all make a caravan back to Jay and Bernie's apartment. Evel and Mrs. Boykins get into the kitchen right away, doctoring up a couple of cans of chicken soup, throwing in fresh onion, garlic, and salt, and toasting up half a loaf of white bread. Reverend Boykins sits on the couch with his baby girl. Jay brings his wife a cool glass of water. He tells her he's got to run by the office for a bit, that he won't be gone more than an hour.
"I'll be all right here,"
she says, patting a hand on her daddy's knee. Reverend Boykins looks up at his son-in-law. They haven't spoken about the court case, but Lonnie's article about Jay's civil suit against Coal Oil Industries made the front page of the Chronicle this morning. The story is officially out. Reverend Boykins gives Jay a nod of approval.
"Go on, son."
It's not until he's out of the house that Jay realizes how hard it was for him to breathe in there. How much being around Bernie's family makes him pine for something he thought he'd long ago given up on. The someone he thought he'd lost. When he arrives at his office, Eddie May has a stack of pink message slips for him, more than triple the amount of calls he usually gets in a single week. There are calls from newspaper reporters and at least one magazine, and 3 calls from the same law firm claiming to represent Coal Oil and Thomas Cole personally. Jay takes the message slips into his office and shuts the door. He picks up the phone and calls, of all people, Rolly Snow. He pictures Rolly behind the counter at Lula's, bare-chested beneath his black vest, as even in the first week of September the thermostat hit 90 in Houston today. Jay pictures Rolly plucking a stubby pencil from behind his ear, jotting notes on any little slip of paper he can find, a bar tab or a parking ticket. Jay gives him all the information he has. His sister's maiden name, different from his own. The neighborhood in Dallas she called home more than a decade ago. And a loose description. Hair, rust-colored. Her skin, fair, with a mess of freckles across the bridge of her nose.
"Tell her I'm having a kid."
There's a pause on the line. Then Rolly's voice, coated in nicotine.
"Man, I'll do everything I can."
Jay spends the rest of the time at his office tying up loose ends, calling several prospective clients to let them know that he won't be able to take their cases after all, that his dance card is full. For the open files on his desk, he draws up paperwork for some of the smaller civil suits, requesting extensions. The last call he makes is to the hooker, Dana Moreland. He tells her he can get her $5,000 from J.T. Cummings, can have a check drawn up as early as this afternoon, in fact. But if she wants to take Cummings and Charlie Luckman to court for more, she's going to have to do it with someone else. He, unfortunately, cannot represent her in this matter any further. As Mr. Cummings had originally and accurately guessed, the girl jumps at the money and wants it in her hot hands as soon as possible. She has, since they last spoke, broken up with the mechanic from Corpus and is no longer interested in real estate or oil. She's thinking about getting into the cosmetics game now, selling door to door, for which she will need a new car. She's got her eye on a 2-tone Pontiac Grand Am at a dealership out by Astro World. One phone call, and it's over and done with. He's got at least one satisfied customer. Sometime after 4 o'clock, he's clearing up the scattered paperwork on his desk when Eddie May pokes her head in the office, her eyes as wide as milk saucers. It's a moment or two before she can get any words out. And Jay sighs, thinking this is Eddie May working up her nerve, readying herself to ask him if she can cut out a little early today. He tells her he needs her to stick around until at least 5 o'clock from now on. He reminds her that's the deal they made.
"Somebody's here to see you, Mr. Porter,"
she says. When his office door opens all the way, Jay sees Cynthia Maddox standing on the other side. She's come alone, in a dark blue suit. She smiles at Jay, then briefly, shyly, looks down at the tips of her black shoes. She's waiting to be invited past the threshold. into his private space. He, admittedly, feels a flutter in his chest at the sight of her. But whether it's a longing that may haunt him the rest of his life or just a lingering rage that flares up from time to time, he can't tell. And anyway, like almost anything, it starts to fade after a while.
"Can I get you something, Miss Mayor?"
Eddie May asks.
No.
Jay says, answering for Cynthia. "Just leave us alone."
"Oh, surely, Mr. Porter,"
Eddie May says. She raises a single eyebrow before shutting the office door. There's nowhere for Cynthia to sit. Jay's papers and files and 2 phone books cover the only available chairs. He makes no effort to clear a space for her to sit, and she is maybe too prideful to ask.
This is a surprise, he says.
"There have been a lot of surprises today, Jay."
She looks around the tiny office. For the first time, he sees the place through Cynthia's blue-gray eyes. A cheap strip center rental with bad flat carpet, stained in too many places, and yellowing blinds on all the windows. A long, long way from the mayor's office.
What do you want, Cynthia?
"I read the paper this morning,"
she says.
And you came all the way down here to tell me that?
"I came here to see if you really know what you're doing, Jay."
Cynthia, this doesn't have a thing to do with you.
"It's happening in my city. It has everything to do with me."
Then, taking a step toward him, she asks,
"What are you trying to prove here, Jay? I mean, think about who you're taking on. This thing is much bigger than you."
He shrugs.
It's just a little property dispute, that's all.
"You won't win."
It doesn't matter. Not really. It only matters that I remember to speak up. He looks at Cynthia, looks her right in the eye.
Isn't that what you said?
"Oh, Jay,"
she says, her voice a near whisper. She seems disappointed in him, or else exasperated, as if he grossly misunderstood her.
"I'm asking you to reconsider,"
she says.
"Think about your practice, your family, and reconsider."
He resents the mention of his family. He thinks he knows why she's really here.
How much did you get from Cole for your campaign last year?
"Listen to me, Jay," she says. "These people do not fuck around."
How much?
"Oh, please, Jay,"
she says, waving away the thought with her hand.
No, really, I'm asking, he says. How much?
"My God, Jay,"
she says faintly, kind of shrunk down in her clothes, looking as if he had struck her with his hands, as if he deliberately set out to hurt her.
"Did it ever occur to you that I might be here because I care about you?"
No. The light in her eyes changes them from blue to gray, then back again.
"You don't think much of me anymore, do you?"
It's a ridiculous question, one they're long past. Jay stares at Cynthia across the room, thinking this is what it must feel like to sit with a loved one in their final hour. The body sometimes twisted and bloated to an unrecognizable degree. When there is an often childish wish to turn back time, to remember the person the way they once were, at their very best.
"Come on,"
she says.
"Let's take a walk."
Cynthia, Jay says, shaking his head.
"Come on. One last time."
Outside, they make the block around his building in silence, ending up at a small park to the left of a barbecue restaurant and an office supply store. Somewhere near a rusted swing set, Cynthia stops, kicking the toe of her high-heeled shoe into the trunk of a nearby tree. She looks softer in the shade.
"I didn't do what you think I did,"
Cynthia says to him finally. What she dragged him all this way to say.
"I just want to get that straight right now."
Her voice is shallow, not quite shaking, but damn near.
I didn't set you up, Jay.
He's standing a few feet from her, his back against one of the metal posts of the swing set. He nods in her direction. But it doesn't mean anything. What she said doesn't change a thing.
What if you did, Cynthia? He says. What if you were working both sides? What if you put the bug in your phone that day? Then used your government connections to get a post in Lloyd Benson's office up in Washington? Used my arrest to jumpstart your political career? I mean, what if, Cynthia? Would you really tell me the truth now?
He stares at her.
Be honest.
She thinks about it for a long time. Then, softly, she says,
Probably not. Well then, he says, you see my dilemma. I was a kid, Jay. I was a scared kid. So was I, he says. The difference is, I was in a jail cell.
When she looks up again, their eyes meet only briefly. She turns and looks over her shoulder toward a black Lincoln town car parked across the street. A driver in uniform tips his hat to the mayor. The walk was choreographed, Jay realizes, for them to end up here, for her to have a safe out. She lingers for a few moments by the tree trunk, crunching pine needles underfoot.
You really gonna do this thing?
She asks, meaning the lawsuit.
Yes.
Cynthia nods. Before she turns toward the waiting town car, before she says her final goodbye, she regards him for a good long while, a faint smile on her lips. She is remembering him too, maybe. Remembering Jay Porter at his very best. When he gets home, Evelyn is the last of the family left at the apartment. She's looking at the news on Channel 2, eating a slice of buttered bread and drinking one of his beers. She nods at Jay and tells him his wife is lying down in the bedroom. He peels off his jacket and tie on his way to her. Bernie is lying on top of the covers when he walks in. The air conditioning unit is shaking in the window. His wife, somewhere between asleep and awake, lifts her head off a mass of pillows under her neck and calls out a,
"Hey."
Light as a feather blowing across a warm wind. Jay kicks off his shoes and shuts the bedroom door. He crosses the room and lays himself next to her on the bed, still in his work clothes. He buries his nose inside a favorite nook, the space between his wife's neck and shoulder, which smells milky and sweet. Her breath falls into a soft, whistling key. A few minutes pass in silence. Jay lies in bed thinking about his father. As he feels himself start to drift off to sleep, he puts one hand on Bernie's belly and gets a sudden image of his father's hand on his mother's womb a lifetime ago. His only true contact, their only hello. He tries hard to remember. He tries with all he's got to recall the sensation from the inside, to remember what he can, in reality, have no way of ever knowing. What were his daddy's hands like? His body jerks across the sheets, fighting the inevitable slip into darkness. Here, on the edge of sleep, just before the final descent, Jay feels, for the first time in his life, a reassuring weight across his chest. A caress. A man's touch. A sudden faith in things unseen. I got you, son. I'm not gonna let you fall. Blackwater Rising by Attica Locke was read by Jeff Harding.